Chapter 989, Reincarnator. Chapter 989, Reincarnator. By choosing to be a reincarnator, one embarks on a perilous path where only the victors triumph and the defeated rot into oblivion. A terribly treacherous path from which there is no returning from. Once selected by the Samsara Temple, the candidates will have to take part in a series of tests, after which, the ones qualified will become rank 1 reincarnators. They will then be entered into contests of life and death where only the fittest and strongest survive. And once in a certain period of time, the Samsara Temple will continually vet the competence of the reincarnators with another series of grueling trials which participation is mandatory. A rank 1 reincarnator, for instance, would be expected to have his or her competence re-examined once every decade. He or she will be promoted into rank 2 if he or she passes the test. In the case of failure during the test, but he or she manages to survive, the reincarnator will be expected to undergo another test after another decade. Nevertheless, a reincarnator will be mercilessly executed if he or she fails to qualify in 3 consecutive tries. There will be no quarter spared. Emperor Shao said. An execution if one fails to qualify in 3 consecutive tries? Jian Wushuang grimaced at the terrible tale of the Samsara Temple. It would have been very much pleasant if the reincarnators were allowed to choose on whether they agree to a test. Yet, these tests are imperative to the reincarnators every decade without being accorded the privilege of choice. By crook or by hook, a rank 1 reincarnator will have to qualify to become rank 2 in 3 attempts, lest he or she will be ruthlessly executed. Such is the cruel and torturous path of becoming a reincarnator. The tests may be easy and manageable for most reincarnators to rise up to rank 2, or even 3. Yet, the challenges of qualification increase many times over as one climbs up to higher ranks. The very same conundrum remains. All reincarnators have to pass within the stipulated time frame, lest they have to pay with their own lives. It is only after reaching rank 6 that a reincarnator is finally free of the being required to sit for examinations. Emperor Shao said. So, everyone has to reach rank 6 within the specified time frame beside traversing the excruciating challenges of the tests. What a brutal way of life indeed, Jian Wushuang thought quietly. It is more than that. In most cases, no even one candidate, from among 10,000 reincarnators, would be able to achieve rank 6 in time. Emperor Shao said gravely. Almost none of the natives of the continent dare attempt the undertaking of becoming a reincarnator henceforth, due to its bloody and violent history, save for a few who hailed from the ancient world, a few ignorant and uninformed souls who knew nothing of the dangerous fates that await them. The few souls indeed, like your father himself, who had also begun treading on this very same path as a reincarnator. Jian Wushuang was shocked at this sudden revelation of his father. He had begun to pick up the gist when Emperor Shao began his tale of the grim fate of becoming a reincarnator. Years before, Di Jing was aghast by Jian Nanshan's decision to attempt such a risky endeavor. He had then revealed to Jian Wushuang about his father's decision to set off on a journey so deadly and treacherous. With Emperor Zhao's detailed elaboration, Jian Wushuang was now fully certain. Indeed, his father had chosen a most horrible path that only a handful in the entire green fire world would dare walk. The life of a reincarnator of the Samsara Temple was indeed a phylogenetic struggle where only the strongest survived. Most of the great warriors of the green fire world have heard of the tales of the reincarnators of the Samsara Temple. I am sure that your father knew the risks that he undertook, Jian Wushuang. The Samsara Temple must have been forthcoming about these conditions when they offered a place to your father, and he had willingly obliged. Emperor Shao muttered under a light breath. Jian Wushuang could not help but grow tense and anxious as the words his father said to him before he left returned to him once more. No matter how dangerous this path may be, no matter how this road may even by my last, no doubt or fear may dissuade me from seeing her, even if it's only for one moment. Father chose this road although he knew that it was full of dangers which could even lead to his death. Jian Wushuang clasped his hands tightly as his eyes glinted, mirroring the brimming emotions trying to pour out. There was but only one reason behind his father's decision for such an undertaking. It was all for mother, is it not, father? Jian Wushuang murmured quietly. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, the strong and violent undulations of his heart simmering down. He looked at Emperor Xiao once again and said, "Do you have any way that I can locate my father, Uncle Xiao?" Even amongst the members of the Samsara Temple, information about the reincarnators is closely guarded with intense fervor and zeal. There is but only one way. You will have to travel to the Samsara continent yourself. Seek out a golden-clothed deacon or other members of higher position within the Samsara Temple. With the help of one such individual, you should be able to locate your father's whereabouts. Emperor Xiao explained. A golden-clothed deacon? Jian Wushuang repeated, his face flushed with hope. Gold-clothed deacons of the Samsara Temple are commonly rank 7 reincarnators, ones who are equal to one of the strongest rank 2 Dao Masters or a rank 3 Master. Even upon the vast sward of the Samsara continent, such powers are hard to come by. With superior authority and power, they are generally informed about the information of reincarnators below rank 7. Emperor Xiao said, "Below rank 7? What about the information of reincarnators above rank 7? Jian Wushuang frowned. "It is least likely that your father is above rank 7. He has only been a reincarnator for less than 2 millennia, being rank 6 at best if he had passed all tests with hardly any mishaps. Most rank 6 reincarnators wield the destructive powers of a Dao Master, being a potent force in their own right." Emperor Xiao shook his head. By his calculations, Jin Nantian would, at most, have achieved rank 6 in the span of 2 millennia, which in itself was already a remarkable feat. It was simply implausible that he had reached rank 7. Not everyone could hope to possess the extraordinary talents of Jian Wushuang after all. Despite possessing ample talents of his own, Emperor Xiao felt that Jin Nantian was still far behind in potential than his own son, Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang nodded as he swallowed Emperor Xiao's word with reluctance, keeping reservations on his own. "It seems like you do indeed intend on going to the Samsara continent yourself, Jian Wushuang?" Emperor Xiao looked inquisitively at him. "Yes," Jian Wushuang replied heavily. For 2 millennia, Jian Wushuang had been separated from his father, without any news from him as to whether he still lives. It was a pity that his father had not been present to witness his marriage with Long Rushuang. But now that he has an inkling as to where he might be, Jian Wushuang was resolved to seek out his father. "How can I go to the Samsara continent, Uncle Xiao?" Jian Wushuang asked. "I know not myself the way there, but you can ask your senior brother for help. There is a spatial wormhole inside the Void Temple that leads to the Samsara continent." Emperor Xiao said. "I see." Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. "When will you be leaving, Jian Wushuang?" Emperor Xiao then asked. "Right away," Jian Wushuang answered, his hand balled into a fist as a show of his resolution. Chapter 990, The Bloody Moon. Chapter 990, The Bloody Moon. Peace and order returned to the Tang Empire with the return of the Tang Emperor. Having discovered the possible whereabouts of his father, Jian Wushuang was ready to leave immediately to seek him out. He was only beginning to embark on his journey when the Dao Master Spirit came to him. Many a great year ago, the Dao Master Spirit had once been shown kindness by the then-living Emperor Qing. In memory and gratitude of the grace she had received, she had come to help in the defense of the empire when Emperor Xiao had requested for her aid. "I am here to inform you that I have accomplished the deed as you bade me, Jian Wushuang." The Dao Master Spirit handed to Jian Wushuang a scroll. "Is the seal undone?" Jian Wushuang asked with joy and anticipation. Jian Wushuang had chanced upon the scroll when he had slain Xia Yin, the second young master of the Xia clan, at Circus Island. Once belonging to Xia Yin, it was one of the most precious treasures that he had pillaged from his dead adversary. The scroll was supposed to contain a powerful and destructive sword essence, making it a most valuable treasure to have in one's possession. But when Jian Wushuang had first laid his hands upon the scroll, he had discovered that the scroll was being guarded by a powerful magical seal. For many years, He was not able to undo the magic that guarded the scroll as he held back his fervent eagerness at his helplessness of not being able to defeat the seal. Returning to the imperial city and meeting with the Tao Master Spirit had renewed him with hope. She might be able to break the seal. As the greatest conjurer of magical formations across the vast terrains of the Green Fire world, the Tao Master Spirit was able to defeat the magic that guarded the scroll in only a few days. The magical seal that held the scroll was powerful indeed. I have exhausted a great deal to destroy the seal, but this scroll is indeed a rare treasure, one that I believe will surely be helpful in your endeavor now. The Tao Master Spirit said. Thank you so much, Senior. Jin Wushuang was very grateful. My pleasure. Moreover, I am curious to see what heights you will one day achieve in the future. The Tao Master Spirit beamed at him with a smile. Well, now that the siege of the imperial city has been lifted and empire is delivered from ruin and despair, I will now take my leave. Farewell, Jin Wushuang. With that, the Tao Master Spirit turned and left, swinging the sleeves of her robes as she spun. Jin Wushuang immediately peered through the contents of the scroll. He had reached the most important parts of what he was reading when his eyes widened with amazement. Oh my, there are actually 19 complete sword principles in this scroll? Jin Wushuang exclaimed with delight. It was a truly powerful swordsman who had, with great strength and effort, inscribed the complete teachings of all 19 sword principles into this scroll. Moreover, that was hardly all. The scroll had also contained illustrations and sketches depicting the application of the swordsmanships in combat. It was as if the all 19 sword principles were thoroughly displayed in their fullness before Jin Wushuang. This is great indeed. Jin Wushuang burst with joy and disbelief. Being at the pinnacle of the eternal realm, my next course of action for advancement will be to forge a sword principle of my own to achieve the rank of Tao Master. Long before, I have assimilated the acumen of forging the strongest sword principle that Dao Yuanzi had left behind. And now, I have the scroll containing 19 complete disciplines of sword principles with details illustrations of their use in combat. There are 10 ordinary-level principles, 6 universe-level principles, and 3 creation-level principles in all. Despite not being the most powerful and strongest of sword principles, they are all invaluable to me nonetheless. I have always been gifted with using the sword. With the assimilated acumen of forging the strongest sword principle and these 19 sword principles, it will not be long for me to create my own sword principle. I might even be able to forge the strongest sword principle of my own. Jin Wushuang's eyes sparkled with confidence. On the very same day, Jin Wushuang went to meet with his senior brother, Tian. Standing before the huge mouth of a spatial wormhole. Are you truly adamant on going to the Samsara continent, junior brother? Tian asked with chagrin, distressed for the safety of his fellow disciple. Yes. Jin Wushuang nodded. Very well. The wormhole is open to you now. Then again, I do not know where will this wormhole lead you upon the Samsara continent. The Samsara continent is, after all, under the dominion of the Samsara Temple. The Void Temple holds no sway there. Be extremely careful there. Tian warned. Understood. Jin Wushuang replied with a cheerful chuckle as he stepped into the wormhole before him. With the flash of a light, Jin Wushuang's figure dissolved out of sight. In a land shrouded by darkness and gloom, it was in the deep of night where the moon shone richly in blood crimson red over fields of the antiquated earth. The fetid air reeked strongly of blood and malice. This was the Samsara continent, a land where only the law of jungle reigned supreme. The way of life that was more brutal and cruel that the Void continent could never hope to compete. The space in the air over a barren field ruptured suddenly, revealing a crack that issued the figure of a person who shot out swiftly into open. Wearing a crimson robe made of the blood-killing plate armor and the Blood Mountain sword carried over his back, Jin Wushuang had finally stepped upon the Samsara continent. Am I now in the Samsara continent? Jin Wushuang cast his sights around him curiously. He found himself standing in the middle of a wide meadow, There was nothing but emptiness all around him, save for the silhouette of mountains many leagues away in the gloom of night. The moon, it is blood red. Jian Wushuang looked up at the sky, and a smile lined over his lips. Different continents have varying environmental properties. It appeared that the heavenly bodies seen from the Samsara continent were different to that of the void continent. Yet, the primal rule of the survival of the fittest applied everywhere. Just reaching this continent, I am barely familiar with anything around here. I need to first find a place to settle down before I begin to search for the golden-clothed deacon of the Samsara temple. Jian Wushuang decided. All of a sudden, Jian Wushuang felt the air quivered. A jet of energy blast had shot through the air nearby. It had originated from a site far away from where Jian Wushuang stood. It was due to his powerful senses that he could feel it. Is there a battle taking place there? With a curious twitch of his brows, Jian Wushuang sped swiftly towards the point of origin of the energy blast. He reached before a battlefield, finding the dangerous flickers of steel and fire shimmering relentlessly in the midst of night as men fought and cried in a fierce and brutal battle. There were hundreds of thousands of people fighting against one another. Kill them all. On this day, the heavenly ape clan will be utterly destroyed. Kill every one of them. Spare no quarter. Ha 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 ha. Kill them all. Kill them all. Screams and cries of killing resounded across the gloomy vista, hemmed by the din of clashing steels and the sporadic shrieks and howls of pain and agony. The people crying and screaming in anguish were mostly children and women. Witnessing the carnage and bloodthirstiness of the slaughter, Jian Wushuang could not help but grimaced with an inexplicable pain. This was not a battle. This was a massacre. Chapter 991, The Bystander. Chapter 991, The Bystander. This is madness. Jian Wushuang's brow grimaced with an inexplicable pain that seemed to stem from his heart as he witnessed with own eyes the massacre taking place before him. Uncle Xiao had mentioned of the brutality and carnage between different tribes and races as they slaughter one another. To think that I am witnessing the very same myself. The gap between the two different races was so apparent that the losing side could barely defend themselves from the merciless butchery of the aggressing faction. There was hardly any ounce of mercy, for even the children and women were also butchered like the dying warriors fighting to defend them. A race of 10,000 decimated to the brink of utter annihilation. So terrible that there might not even be more than a handful left of the remnants who managed to survive. Jian Wushuang muttered as he heaved a heavy sigh. Just then, Jian Wushuang turned with astonishment as he saw a figure speeding at him suddenly. It was a middle-aged man whose skin was of a copper-bronze complexion. Bristles of unkempt hairs were visible upon the man's chin as he cradled a child, not more than 10 years of age, tightly in his arms. Father! The child whimpered as he looked upon his father, his cheeks red with anxiety. Mother, uncle, and third uncle. His whole body shaking with intense grief, the middle-aged man spoke through gritted teeth. They are all dead. They have all perished. Our entire tribe is no more. Hearing the words that confirmed his dread, the child fell into silence. His little hand balled into a tightly clenched fist with rage as he suppressed his urge to break into tears. After them, leave none alive. A deep roar came from behind. The middle-aged man turned pale as he heard the loud cries behind him. Turning to his back, he saw 4 figures chasing after him. The 4 pursuers who came radiated powerful aura of their own, all of which was on a par with the levels of the eternal realm. Curse our fortunes. We have been noticed. The middle-aged man swore under his breath and increased his speed, but he had barely run far when he noticed the figure of a young male in crimson robes who had a sword carried over his back. It did not take long for the 4 pursuers to also notice Jian Wushuang's presence. Haha, it seems that we have overlooked one here. Finish him off, brothers. The man with purple hair exclaimed heartily with a laugh. Jian Wushuang's face darkened with displeasure as he heard the cries of the men about him. Replying with a growl, Jian Wushuang spoke, I am but an innocent bystander. A bystander? Ha ha ha. Do you expect me to take you for your words? The purple-haired man sneered coldly. None of the heavenly ape clan will be allowed to live past this day. We will eliminate anyone around here to prevent any possibilities of any survivors. A strong bloodthirstiness rose in the air as the four men readied themselves to satiate their craving for blood. Even though they were hardly the strongest tribe in the Samsara continent, they were nonetheless the strongest in the nearby regions. Hence, they had tormented the weaker tribes nearby with their malice and cruelty. The annihilation of the heavenly ape clan on this day was but a mere instance of the mediocrity of terror and destruction these people have inflicted upon others. Sensing that Jian Wushuang was of the eternal realm, the purple-hair man regarded him as nothing but a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. You are willing to kill anyone just to prevent from sparing any survivors? Jian Wushuang murmured as his eyes glinted with cold fury when the four men charged towards him. Just when the four men were but tens of meters away from him. Get lost. Jian Wushuang barked a thunderous roar that was imbued with the ancient god power. Pooh, 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 pooh. The four men felt their bodies shuddered, followed by agonizing pain that forced them to spat out mouthfuls of blood as they recoiled from the blasts of force that hammered them. What was that? The purple-haired man looked at Jian Wushuang, incredulous once he regained his steadiness. Despite his level of the eternal realm, the young man possesses unusual strengths, or at least he has remarkable aptitude in using methods of sonic attacks. The purple-haired man's brows furrowed with doubt. With only one loud cry, the young man was able to inflict upon them serious injuries. This was hardly a strength that the four of them could easily defeat. The purple-haired man immediately relayed a message using telepathy. We have encountered a strong enemy with powers possibly at the pinnacle of the eternal realm. He could be the strongest warrior that the heavenly ape clan had been hiding all along. Shortly after the message was relayed, the four stood quietly and observed Jian Wushuang, showing no signs of attacking once more. The middle-aged man who was escaping with his child stopped in his tracks not far away. He shouted to Jian Wushuang, "Run for your life, young man. The rest of the powerful warriors of the Bone Devil clan will be arriving soon." The Bone Devil clan? Jian Wushuang heard the warning and felt surprised with the name. He looked up suddenly, murmuring softly, "It is too late. They are here." He had barely finished his sentence when the figure of a large man with a wide girth, clothed in red, landed before Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was standing at a little less than 1,000 miles away from the site of the massacre, but it had merely taken the man, an elderly person clothed in crimson red, to arrive in the blink of an eye after he had received the message of the purple-haired man. This is terrible. Of all evil monsters, it had to be him to had come. The middle-aged man screamed with horror, breaking into a run as he tried to carry his child and escape. There are still powerful warriors of the heavenly ape clan that still draws breath? The elder in red asked as he surveyed his surrounding with a hateful glare, the strange runic mark on the left of his forehead visibly standing out to all that had seen him. It was him, Elder Scorpion. The purple-haired man pointed at Jian Wushuang and spoke to the elder. It was he who had injured us grievously when we encountered him during our chase for the remnants of the heavenly ape clan. He had released a sound wave attack with a loud cry that struck us hard. Oh, a sound wave attack? The eyes of the red-robed elder narrowed slightly with suspicion. None of the warriors of the heavenly ape clan were adept in the methods of sound wave attacks. Who are you? As I have mentioned to your kinsman earlier, I am but a mere innocent bystander. It was the four of your kinsmen who have mistaken me as an enemy and tried to attack me. I have no choice but to defend myself in addition to allowing them a taste of their own medicine. Jian Wushuang replied indifferently. A bystander, you say? The red-robed elder's brows rose with apparent doubt. With an arrogant snort, he spoke, "Us of the Bone Devil clan have proclaimed our intentions to annihilate the heavenly ape clan 10 days ago. As such, the various warriors and practitioners of the other clans and tribes nearby have all withdrawn from this vicinity. This begs the question, Why are you here if you are not one of the heavenly ape clan, as you so claim? Clearly, you were lying. Jian Wushuang was astonished. He has just arrived at the Samsara continent from the Void continent. It was by a stroke of woeful fortune that he emerged here. His appearance here was purely coincidental, as he had hardly any ties with the heavenly ape clan. Moreover, only one of the Bone Devil clan may enact judgment upon one of our own. Who are you, a mere warrior of the eternal realm, to dispense punishment to us? The red-robed elder growled furiously. And for that reason, no matter who you are, you shall pay the price of insolence. The red-robed elder hurled himself at Jian Wushuang as he spoke, his aura rapidly rising with an overwhelming and terrible intensity. Chapter 992. An Eye for an Eye. Chapter 992. An Eye for an Eye. To pay? Jian Wushuang felt his face flushed with anger as rage was brewing in his heart. With no ties with the Heavenly Ape clan, he had not any intentions of intervening in the massacre. But everything is different, now that the Bone Devil clan had dared incur his wrath. To your death, young man. With his face glowering and his eyes flaring with malice, the red-robed elder lunged at Jian Wushuang, appearing before him in the blink of an eye as his palms, adorned with similar runic markings on his skin, threatened to smash into his face. The force of his stroke tore the fabric of space asunder. With this very stroke, the red-robed elder had fully unleashed his powers as a rank 1 Dao master in its fullness. Do you still intend to kill me? Harnessing his rage and aggression, Jian Wushuang channeled the ancient god powers he wielded and concentrated them upon his palms. Grasped tightly into a fist, Jian Wushuang swung his arm forward, releasing the destructive forces that he had mustered. It was a stroke that could even invoke a terrifying storm. Bam! Jian Wushuang's fists crashed into the elder's palms. A huge, deafening boom ensued, followed by the sickening crunch of shattering bones. What? The elder's eyes widened with panic. Stricken with fear and panic, he could hardly believe the sight of his entire arm erupting into an explosion of blood and flesh as shreds of his sinews and viscera scattered around. The blow from Jian Wushuang's fists was hardly weakened, transmitting straight into the torso of the elder. Humph! With a painful grunt, the red-robed elder's face paled instantly, and he was suddenly thrown back as he staggered to maintain his balance. But he had barely steadied himself when a ghost-like apparition appeared beside him. With a giant fist glowing in a deep shade of gold, the figure reached for the neck of the temporarily incapacitated elder. The elder in red, a powerful Dao master of his tribe, was held in a vice-like grip by a giant hand like a filthy piece of rag. You were demanding that I pay the price of laying my hands on your kin, old man, were you not? A deathly stare shone with extreme coldness from Jian Wushuang's eyes as his bloodthirsty craving for the elder's blood emanated strongly, blocking out completely what was left of the older man's aura. Frozen with fear, the elder could hardly move a finger as his eyes were filled with shock and terror. Never did he expect that a young warrior of the eternal realm could pummel him into such a humiliating defeat. Help! Help! In the midst of his terror-struck hysteria, the red-robed elder immediately relayed a distress message, calling for help from the rest of his clan. Stop! A sudden roar reverberated from the air and 3 figures sped from the site of the massacre far away with blinding speeds and stopped near Jian Wushuang. The newcomers were 2 men and a woman, 3 of whom radiated whose aura as strong as the crippled elder who was now held in Jian Wushuang's grip. These were clearly powerful Dao masters of their clan. Please release the elder scorpion of our clan, young sir. The only woman of the 3, who was dressed in a blue robe, first spoke. She had the strongest aura of the 3, a Dao master who was very close to reaching the level of rank 2. Amusing indeed. And why should I listen to you? Jian Wushuang snorted as his grip on the elder's neck tightened. Helplessly incapacitated, the face of the older man was slowly turning purple. You dare defy us of the Bone Devil clan? The woman in blue shouted anxiously. The Bone Devil Clan? The edges of Jian Wushuang's curled into a vicious smirk. Never have I meddled in your affairs. But it was your kinsmen who had offended me and tried to attack by viewing me as one of the Heavenly Ape Clan. Therefore I have decided to intercede on their behalf. We shall see what will you do with that. Jian Wushuang was, after all, a firebrand with a short fuse. Even when he was but a young fledgling, he had the courage to challenge the strongest of the overlords of the Nanyang continent. With his current prowess as one of the strongest warriors of the Green Fire world, he would now have hardly any reservations in using his fists to subjugate anyone who dared offend him. As a firm believer of the adage, an eye for an eye, he was not one to forgive and forget, since it was the Bone Devil Clan who had dared rouse his anger. There would be no room for any leniency. Please, Elder Apricot, save me. The immobilized Elder Scorpion, who was held by Jian Wushuang, managing only the few words as best he could. Quiet! The woman in blue snapped at him, swiftly turning into a more amicable and gentle demeanor as she tried to reason with Jian Wushuang. I confess that it was our folly to have angered you, young sir. Please accept our humblest apologies. I beseech upon your kindness for the release of our Elder Scorpion. Oh! Jian Wushuang cocked an eyebrow and snorted indignantly as he loosened his grip. The frail figure of Elder Scorpion immediately slipped out of Jian Wushuang's hand. With what was left of his strength, he scurried miserably to the side of the woman in blue, with fear and terror still lingering upon his face. My deepest thanks, the woman said as she let out a sigh of relief. Never before had the Bone Devil Clan been forced to surrender their dignity in such an ignominious manner. Then again, the blue-robed woman had learned that Jian Wushuang had defeated and crippled Elder Scorpion with merely one stroke. The strength of Jian Wushuang was evident with his effortless defeat of Elder Scorpion, who was a rank 1 Dao master himself. He's at least a rank 2 Dao master, or even a rank 2 warrior who has reached the pinnacle with great brute strength. The woman in blue thought quietly to herself. The strength and power that a rank 2 Dao master wielded was sufficient to strike fear into the Bone Devil Clan. More so with the powerful display of Jian Wushuang's strength, which had disheartened the woman from uttering any objections, effectively smothering whatever ounce of defiance left in her. Word of the purge of the Heavenly Ape Clan was delivered to all other tribes and clans in the vicinity 10 days ago, young sir. Therefore we had not expected any strangers or bystanders to be nearby. With our humblest regrets for offending you, we hope that you will leave us be with our business and withdraw from this area. The woman said all the cordiality she could muster. Very well, but I will take that too with me. Jian Wushuang spoke as his finger traced into the distance ahead of them. It was the middle-aged man who had been running away from the site of the battle with his child in his arms. He had tried his best to put as much distance as possible, yet it was still hardly impossible for a Dao master to catch up to him and slaughter them both. In the midst of his panicked flight from the site of the battle, the middle-aged man had noticed what was happening behind him. But knowing that he could ill afford any glance to his back, he chose to run as fast as he could. Very well. The woman in blue nodded, her teeth gritted with unwillingness. Releasing a pair of survivors of the Heavenly Ape Clan was hardly too expensive a price for the Bone Devil Clan. That'll do. Jian Wushuang began to turn around and shot a fleeting glare at the woman in blue. You would best discipline your kinsmen and practice some humility and respect. Thank the stars for your fortune this time. With that, Jian Wushuang turned and left. Chapter 993, Tribal Heterogeneity. Chapter 993, Tribal Heterogeneity. Jian Wushuang turned and left confidently, leaving the irate warriors of the Bone Devil Clan behind him whose lips twitched with annoyance and anger. Trying his best to silence his rage, Elder Scorpion's face turned pale at the hearing of Jian Wushuang's words. Within himself, he roared, who would have known that a rank 2 Dao master like you would conceal his aura? I would never have dared to infuriate you if only you had shown your aura in the beginning. Nevertheless, Elder Scorpion's was true. None of them, including the purple-haired man, would dare brazenly attack him if Jian Wushuang had earlier revealed his powers as a Dao master. They would first inquire his purpose of being there before deciding if aggression was called for. Appearing suddenly in the vicinity with only the strength of a warrior of the Eternal Realm, the warriors of the Bone Devil clan had foolishly mistaken him as one of the Heavenly Ape clan. Never would they expect that a mere warrior of the Eternal Realm was, in truth, a powerful master of the skill of combat in disguise. Leaving the site of the decimation of the Heavenly Ape clan, Jian Wushuang sped on for some time until he reached the top of a mountain ridge. The middle-aged man stopped before Jian Wushuang, with his child in his arms. He put the boy down and bowed to Jian Wushuang respectfully. "I am Yuan Gang of the Heavenly Ape clan. Thank you so much for saving our lives." Howard, quickly, bow to the young master and thank him for his kindness. The man urged his son. "Thank you so much, sir." The kid fell to his knees and bowed deeply to Jian Wushuang. "Up you come." Jian Wushuang waved his hand. Yuan Gang and his son felt a strange force, pouring like a strong wind that lifted them to their feet. "Without your help, Howard and I could never hope to have escaped. We will remember your kindness and repay you someday." Yuan Gang continued. Jian Wushuang only shrugged indifferently, showing no heed at all. "Alas, even though we've escaped, the Heavenly Ape clan is finished." Yuan Gang's eyes turned wet red and his son clenched his fists with anger. Jian Wushuang's placid face showed no emotion. It was only by a stroke of coincidence that he had just arrived in the Samsara continent and had saved Yuan Gang and his son. It was a truth that both Yuan Gang and his son were aware of. "The Heavenly Ape clan?" Jian Wushuang murmured absent-mindedly. "Unless I am mistaken, the Heavenly Ape clan would likely be the descendants of a human and the Heavenly Ape, an exotic beast of the eternal chaotic world. The two before you bear the blood of the Heavenly Ape, but the strength of their bloodline is all but spent, so weak that they can hardly use their bloodline power against foes in battle." The Gu King's voice rang in Jian Wushuang's head. "Is that so?" Jian Wushuang thought to himself, not saying a word. Despite bearing the bloodline of the ancient gods, Jian Wushuang himself could hardly use the bloodline powers of the bodily fluids that flowed through his veins, for he lacked the ritualistic baptism conducted upon him by the ancient god clan. The rituals are the prerequisite condition for him to tap into the powers bestowed by his blood to become a true ancient god and enjoy great enhancements in his strength. The Heavenly Ape clan bore a similarly unique bloodline of their own, yet they have not been able to call upon the powers of their own bloodline. "I have a few questions that require honest answers, Yuan Gang," said Jian Wushuang. "You have shown us kindness and grace in dire times of need, sir. I'll answer to the best of my knowledge." Yuan Gang quickly replied. "Very well. It is just a few simple questions," Jian Wushuang said as he began. Jian Wushuang inquired about some common knowledge about life in the Samsara continent, knowledge that any native to the land could easily provide. Before long, Jian Wushuang had all the answers he required. "There are so many tribes and clans in the Samsara continent?" Jian Wushuang thought quietly even though he was shocked. Based on Yuan Gang's accounts, there were too many tribes and clans in the Samsara continent. So many that conflict and strife constantly plagued the tribal heterogeneity in pursuit of wealth and resources. As time passes, there began a form of hierarchical caste system amongst the multitudes of tribes and clans. There were different tiers of caste that divided the tribes and clans of the Samsara continent: the lesser tribes, the medium-level tribes, the stronger tribes, and the principal tribes, which occupied the top class of the caste hierarchy. The lesser tribes, which constituted the bulk of the population spread across the entire continent, possessed the weakest strength, making them the easiest tribes to be annihilated and destroyed. The Heavenly Ape clan was one of them. But from this day onwards, the clan would be lost forever from the face of the Samsara continent. Much stronger than the lesser tribes, the medium populations numbered many times lesser than the weaker tribes. Survival was hardly a difficulty as long as they remained prudent and keep themselves from crossing the paths of the greater tribes and principal tribes of the land. The Bone Devil clan was one of these medium populations. Now, in the dale before Jian Wushuang, there were more than 10 tribes and clans in the vicinity. Only 3 of the 10 were tribes of the medium population. The stronger tribes would number even lesser still. As existences that lorded over the steppes and swords of the Samsara continent, the principal tribes of the land reigned with absolute supremacy. Most of the natives of the Samsara continent bore the bloodlines of ancient exotic beasts. Hence, even from birth, most of them were inherently stronger than common humans. This allowed them greater chances to sire offsprings who could be great warriors in the future. Yuan Gang had also revealed that most lesser tribes are led by chieftains, most likely Dao masters themselves. The medium populations would commonly have more than 10 Dao masters on retainer and a Dao master of at least rank 2 as chieftains. The stronger and principal tribes would most naturally boast of greater strengths than the rest. Even the multitudes of lesser tribes of the Samsara continent have Dao masters as leaders. With the countless heterogeneity in the number of tribes here, there must surely be numerous Dao masters here. Jian Wushuang thought. This would reinforce the belief that the Samsara continent was indeed very much stronger than that of the Void continent. The Void continent has, at most, a handful of Dao masters clustered together in a habituated area. Yet it was most certainly that the Samsara continent has more than double the number of Dao masters within an area, lending credence that the forces of the Samsara continent would most surely outstrip the Void continent by number and strength. A mere Samsara continent is able to impress you that much, Jian Wushuang? I stand to wonder how will you react when you one day venture into the deeps of the vast, eternal, chaotic world? The Gu King's pestering voice rang suddenly. These are but merely a few Dao masters. Warriors of such level of strength come in tremendous supply in the eternal, chaotic world that they are viewed as nothing but mere mediocrity. This made Jian Wushuang become speechless. Indeed, at present, he was just a person of a limited insight into the greatness of the universe. A few more questions, Yuan Gang. How long have you lived here? Do you know of the Samsara Temple? Asked Jian Wushuang again. The Samsara Temple? Yuan Gang's eyes widened. Of course I do. They are the most supreme sovereign to govern this lands. Not even the principal tribes dare compare themselves with them. Chapter 994, The Dragon Heart Elixir. Chapter 994, The Dragon Heart Elixir. Then you must have heard of the golden-clothed deacon. Jian Wushuang pressed on his inquiry. The golden-clothed deacon? Yuan Gang shook his head. No, sir. I have never heard of him, but I do know a thing or two about the silver-clothed deacon. It's said that the silver-clothed deacon of the Samsara Temple used to live among the Bone Devil clan. It was a tale so shocking that it sent ripples through the land. The silver-clothed deacon? Jian Wushuang muttered. His brows rose with doubt. The silver-clothed deacon was simply a rank 6 reincarnator who commanded limited authority in the Samsara Temple. In order to locate his father, it is imperative that Jian Wushuang sought the help of the golden-clothed deacon. I am a mere practitioner of the eternal realm in a lesser tribe, sir. There is only so much that I know about the Samsara Temple, but I know one might be able to supply you with more knowledge about the temple, said Yuan Gang. Who? Jian Wushuang stared at him at once. The Dragon Wing Governor. Yuan Gang replied. Who is he? Jian Wushuang asked with uncertainty. He is the person who holds the greatest authority in this region. It was said that he wields the greatest strength around this areas, being a rank 3 Dao master. More importantly, he's known to be a pleasant person who enjoys strong ties and connections with many allies. He is influential even amongst the warriors of the medium populations and the stronger tribes. There was word that he was searching for a treasure called the Juku dragon fruit several years ago. When word of his pursuit got out, many warriors came forward to lend him their aid. There were even promises of rich rewards to anyone who was able to come forward with the treasure. Still, the Juku dragon fruit had remained ever so elusive that none has been able to find one. By any means, he is the most influential person in this region. You can ask him for information about the Samsara Temple or the golden-clothed deacon. He might be able to help you if he's willing to lend you a hand, Yuan Gang said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with hope and confidence. Jian Wushuang had not expected that Yuan Gang would be able to supply him with information about the gold-clothed deacon's whereabouts. But Yuan Gang was able to lead him to the one person who might hold the key to the information he required, this Dragonwing governor. Where is this Dragonwing governor now? Jian Wushuang asked again. He resides at the Dragonwing city, which is at the center of this region. Go along this way, sir. The journey to the city is just a few days' walk. Yuan Gang pointed to a direction as he instructed. Thank you. Jian Wushuang thanked him and asked another question. What are your plans now that your tribe is no more? That will hardly be a problem. We can easily join other tribes by posing as lone recluses. We might not have the respect we once had, but we will survive. Yuan Gang replied. Very well. Jian Wushuang nodded gently. With a wave of his hand, he produced something for Yuan Gang. There are some divine gems in this interspatial ring. These might be useful to you. Immediately, Jian Wushuang turned and left. Thank you, sir. Yuan Gang thanked him profusely, stealing a brief glance into the contents of the ring when it was handed to him. His face lit up at the revelation of its contents as he held it tightly in his grasp. He turned to his son. We will live in disguise from now on, Layer. Under no circumstances, you are to allow anyone to know that we are from the Heavenly Ape Clan. The truth must be kept until you wield enough strength like the great man earlier. You will then seek to exact revenge for the deaths of our family and our kin. You understand? Said Yuan Gang gravely. Yes, I do, father. Lei Hao nodded heavily. You will also remember for the rest of our lives the kindness and grace shown to us by the great man just now. You will seek to repay his kindness one day when you grow stronger. Yuan Gang continued after pausing briefly. Yes, father. Lei Hao nodded again. It was finally many years later when a warrior called Lei Hao would emerge. With the bloodline of the heavenly ape awakened in him, he would then become one of the greatest warriors of the Samsara continent, where he then annihilated the Bone Devil clan as retribution for the atrocity they inflicted towards him and his clan many a great year ago. The boy would remember for the rest of his life the kindness that Jian Wushuang had shown him. Still, Jian Wushuang was nowhere to be found when he was ready to repay him. Going in the direction that Yuan Gang pointed to him, Jian Wushuang finally saw from afar a huge city after 2 days of traveling. It was a city so large that it dwarfed even the imperial city of the Tang Empire, even though the furnishings of the city structures are a little less magnificent and handsome. Despite the never-ending conflicts and battles that ravaged the lands of the Samsara continent, many great cities such as this one still endured strongly as ever. The city was called the Dragonwing City, a city which was built by the Dragonwing governor himself. Conforming to how Yuan Gang had described him, it appeared that the Dragonwing governor indeed wielded great strength and influence. Jian Wushuang stepped through the gates of the city and asked around for directions to the mansion where the Dragonwing governor resided. The Dragonwing governor lives in that mansion. Standing in front of the well-guarded mansion, Jian Wushuang could feel the powerful auras of the sentinels watching the mansion, counting more than 5 Dao masters at least. Surely you have enough wits to know better than to rashly intrude upon the Dragonwing governor, Jian Wushuang? The Gu King's voice resounded suddenly. Jian Wushuang forced a wry smile. As the most prestigious figure in the region, it was hardly a surprise that many would travel from far and wide only to meet with the Dragonwing governor to solicit his aid or to make an acquaintance. As a stranger who had just come to the Samsara continent, Jian Wushuang had neither the standing nor the respect to command attention from the governor, especially when he wielded only the strength of the eternal realm. It would be nothing short of preposterous to expect that he would be immediately granted an audience with the governor, much less to request for an introduction with the golden-clothed deacon of the Samsara temple. Then what should I do? Asked Jian Wushuang. Did Yuan Gang not mention earlier about the Juku dragon fruit, which many had sought for only to return with failure? The Gu King suggested intentionally. He did. Do you expect me to look for the fruit and use it to secure an audience with the Dragonwing governor? but I have not the treasure myself. Jian Wushuang could not help frowning. That is true. You don't have Juku dragon fruit, but you have the dragon heart elixir, a concoction which was largely produced from the extraction of the Juku dragon fruit, said the Gu King. The dragon heart elixir? Jian Wushuang repeated, perplexed and bewildered. During the siege of the imperial city of the Tang Empire more than 1 millennium ago, Jian Wushuang was able to chance upon the dragon heart elixir. He had found it from one of the many enemies he had slain. It was also then when he had come across the interspatial ring and many other valuables and resources. Unless I am mistaken, Jian Wushuang, the Dragon Wing governor wants the Juku dragon fruit because he intends to brew a dragon heart elixir himself. The Gu King explained gravely. Chapter 995, The Sale. Chapter 995, The Sale. The Juku dragon fruit has only limited uses, especially for a rank 3 Dao master such as him. It is most likely that he wants the fruit to brew a dragon heart elixir. The Gu King continued. The dragon heart elixir does not have much use for common warriors, but it is extremely useful to draconic exotic beasts. This would imply that the Dragon Wing governor possesses the bloodline of a tribe descended from dragons. He needs a dragon heart elixir made of the extract of the Jutsu dragon fruit to awaken the potential of the bloodline he bears. Is that so? Jian Wushuang understood finally as he smiled. Things will be much easier if that's the case. Jian Wushuang turned immediately towards the largest store in the Dragon Wing city. It was called Wanxian Tower. Soon after he walked in, a steward came to greet him. How may I help you, sir? The steward, draped in robes of silver color, asked with a smile. I have an elixir that I hope you will be able to help me sell. Jian Wushuang spoke indifferently. An elixir? The silver-robed steward's eyebrows cocked, his interest fading rapidly. Of course we can, but the items that we brokered to sell are normally extraordinary and valuable. Would you divulge the nature of your treasure, sir? It is a dragon heart elixir. I wonder if it's valuable enough for you. Jian Wushuang produced a golden elixir as he remarked with feigned nonchalance. Is that an emperor-leveled elixir? The steward got hardly believe his eyes as the sight of the extraordinarily rare elixir. As was the classification of magical weapons, elixirs and concoctions were also divided into different levels. Magical weapons are divided into eternal and emperor-leveled magical weapons, while some elixirs of extreme rarity were classified as emperor-leveled elixirs. However, emperor-leveled elixirs were very much rarer than emperor-leveled magical weapons, making these elixirs the highest grade in addition to being treasures of extreme rarity across the entire Green Fire world. Yet even amongst all other emperor-level elixirs, the Dragon Heart elixir was still one of the most outstanding of medicinal brews ever. Do you have any requirements as to the manner of the sale, sir? Asked the steward. You will only need to spread the word of my offer. Any interested prospects may come to me directly. Jian Wushuang replied. Very good, sir. And once the deal is done, you'd only need to pay us 1,000 divine gems for our services, said the steward in silver robes. Good. Jian Wushuang nodded. I heard that there's a large arena in the city. I shall be staying there during my wait. Anyone who is interested in procuring the elixir can find me there. Very good, sir. The servant replied. Completing his arrangements, Jian Wushuang headed to the arena. The steward then immediately began spreading the word of the Wanxian Tower's offer of the Dragon Heart elixir for sale. Still, the Dragon Heart elixir was hardly an elixir for common remedies and use. Despite its powerful potency, it was an elixir sought only by those few who really required it. Thus, the spread of the news did little to cause alarm in the Dragon Wing city. However, the news of the elixir resonated strongly with one person, the Dragon Wing governor. Sitting quietly within the fastness of a secret chamber in the governor's mansion was a man with brown hair, handsome and stern, in his armor of black. He was seated upon the floor, cross-legged, and his eyes shut. Strands of energy swirled around the man with brown hair, churning energies channeled by the man that laced with slivers of his bloodline power. His skin burned as his powers stirred, channeling as he mustered his spiritual powers. Sadly, it was a sensation that faded as swiftly as it came. The energies disintegrated into nothingness as everything simmered down. The man opened his eyes, disappointed as his face paled from his exertions. I can't utilize my bloodline power. Even with the help of the secret skill, I still have troubles channeling the power. The brown-haired man shook his head, dejected. I need a way to draw upon more of my bloodline power. That's the only way. A dragon heart elixir. Only a dragon heart elixir can increase my bloodline power. Alas, long I have labored to accumulate the many ingredients for the brewing of a dragon heart elixir. But still, I lack the Juka dragon fruit. How long do I have to wait until it shows itself to me? The brown-haired man exhaled, his heart full of regrets. The secret skill he had acquired was imperative to his success. When his training was done, he would be able to leap up into a whole new level. Still, he needed strong bloodline power to fully use the skill, a requirement that he lacked severely. Governor, I've got great news for you. A message came suddenly. Great news? The man's face changed at once. Immediately he asked his servant, What news? Have you found news about the Juku dragon fruit? No, sir. It is news about a dragon heart elixir, right in this dragon wing city. It was a warrior, one of his men who had come with the message. Even he was evidently excited about this news. I had just received the news moments before. Someone had requested Wanxian Tower to broker the sale of a dragon heart elixir. What? The brown-haired man was first stunned before rushes of joy and ecstasy surged within him. Is it really a dragon heart elixir? It is true. His subordinate confirmed. Haha, this is a good blessing indeed. The dragon wing governor's eyes flashed with excitement. Much he had spent, efforts, influence, and all other resources he could ever field in his painstaking forage for a Juku dragon fruit, all for the want of brewing a dragon heart elixir. Still, the rare fruit remained elusive. Through thick and thin he had delved in vain, yet now, someone had come with the offer of selling a dragon heart elixir right before him. Where is this person now? The brown-haired man eagerly asked. Finding out that the person with the elixir would be waiting at the arena in the city, the governor set off immediately. The arena of the Dragon Wing City was so huge that it occupied nearly a quarter of the city. A large, empty space reigned in the center of the arena, the ring of sand where the slaves fought to their death to the amusement of the audience mob, who would watch the bloody carnage from their seats at the side of the ring. Thrilled by the fights, the audiences would also place their bets on the bloodbath taking place within the ring. The yearn for thrill and the hunger for bloodthirstiness prevailed over the entire arena. Contrary to the fervor and delirium dominating the arena, Jian Wushuang lounged in a solitary chamber at the edges of the arena grounds, still clothed in crimson red as he sipped at his wine. A steward came to his door and spoke to him. We have a patron from guest room 3 who requests your company, sir. So it begins, Jian Wushuang mused, the edges of his lips curling into a smile. Chapter 996, The Dragon Wing Governor. Chapter 996, The Dragon Wing Governor. Jian Wushuang stepped into guest room 3 and found a brown-haired man waiting for him. A pleasure to make the acquaintance of the Dragon Wing Governor, sir, Jian Wushuang announced respectfully. I was right. The Dragon Wing Governor was hardly surprised. I knew you were coming at me. It was no secret that the governor had spent much to hunt for the Juku dragon fruit. It was obvious of Jian Wushuang's purpose to announce his offer in the Dragon Wing City. What's your name? Which population are you from? Asked the Dragon Wing Governor. My name is Jian Wushuang. I'm on my own, belonging to no population. Jian Wushuang replied. Really? A recluse? The Dragon Wing Governor smiled wryly. So, it is true that you do have a dragon heart elixir? Jian Wushuang did not reply. Instead, he waved his hand and produced the dragon heart elixir. Recognizing the dragon heart elixir, the Dragon Wing Governor's eyes burned with excitement and yearning. I see. It is true. The dragon-wing governor fought to silence his ecstatic anxiousness and stared at Jian Wushuang. Anything you require, my friend? Please be forthright. I will see if I can be of service. The governor was a shrewd person, knowing that Jian Wushuang had surely come to him with the elixir requiring something in return. In that case, I'll get to the point. Jian Wushuang smiled. I have a matter which requires the help of the golden-clothed deacons of the Samsara temple. Knowing that the number of deacons of the temple would rarely number highly, I knew neither any of them or their whereabouts. But I was informed that you, Governor, has always enjoyed great influence and authority in these lands. Hence I come to you, hoping that you may have the solution to my conundrum. You want me to introduce you to the golden-clothed deacons of the Samsara temple? The dragon-wing governor stared at his guest curiously, his brows furrowed with thoughts. That's right, Jian Wushuang confirmed. The dragon-wing governor fell silent. The governor pondered for some time before he spoke again. Despite their unchallenged rule of the Samsara continent, the Samsara temple does not interfere in the conflicts and strifes between the numberless populations inhabiting the continent. Even their divisional chapters are few and scarce. The golden-clothed deacons are one of the most supreme keepers of the temple, bearing unmatched powers and authority. Even the stronger populations would hardly dare displease them, for they bear the pride and vanity as being the principal custodians of the temple's might and influence. It is hard for common Tao masters to steal even a glimpse of them. That is the very reason I came to you. Jian Wushuang pressed. Jian Wushuang knew that it was, in essence, impossible for him to secure an audience with the golden-clothed deacons of the Samsara temple by himself. But were only a handful of golden-clothed deacons in existence. Without many divisional chapters of the temple, it was impossible for him to secure knowledge of their whereabouts. Moreover, Jian Wushuang had expected that he would hardly be able to secure an audience with a golden-clothed deacon on his own. Therefore, he sought the help of the dragon-wing governor. Some measure of reference would surely be useful in smoothing out his endeavors. After listening to Jian Wushuang's request, the governor forced a sardonic smile. Indeed, I do command ample influence around here, but unfortunately, I do not know any of the golden-clothed deacons. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang frowned with dismay. Then again, it is by a stroke of luck that I happen to know the residence of one of the deacons. I can bring you to him, but you will have to speak to him on your own about your errand, said the governor. So be it. Jian Wushuang replied in short, his eyes flashing with anticipation. Despite not having any relations to the golden-clothed deacon that he mentioned, it was already a great help that he was able to lead him to the deacon. He would then do his utmost to negotiate for himself the deacon's help once they meet. Jian Wushuang, the dragon-wing governor asked suddenly, what business do you have with a golden-clothed deacon? Well, Jian Wushuang paused momentarily before he smiled. I have a kinsman who had become a reincarnator of the Samsara temple 2,000 years ago. Since then, I have lost all news of him. I need the deacon's help to find him. Is that so? The governor nodded quietly. But information on the reincarnators are highly guarded secrets even in the temple. They are not easily disclosed. I am afraid the price for such tidings can be really costly indeed, assuming the deacon is willing to help you. Yes, many times costlier than a dragon heart elixir. By his words, the dragon-wing governor had just implied that Jian Wushuang would best need preparations before meeting with the deacon. I know, Jian Wushuang said, nodding faintly. With the interspatial ring that he had received from Dao Yuanzi, Jian Wushuang has a huge hoard of riches and treasures, so great that it was unfathomable to common Dao masters. With such immense wealth in his disposal, Jian Wushuang was confident. He was confident that he would be able to satisfy the price of the deacon, no matter how costly it might be, to secure his help. When do we set off, Governor? Jian Wushuang asked. He could not wait to leave. Patience. The governor shook his head with a smile. I was informed that he had left his abode on some business for the temple 2 years ago. He has yet to return. Do you know when will he return then? Jian Wushuang frowned. I will need to ask, the governor said as he immediately sent a message. It was hardly long before he received a reply. One of the deacon's men had just informed me that the deacon will return after 3 years. We will have to wait until then, said the governor. That will hardly be a problem. 3 years it is then. Jian Wushuang nodded gravely. To him, 3 years was but a mere blink. For 2,000 years, his father had disappeared to become a reincarnator. 3 years would amount to nothing in the face of such time. You're welcome to take up lodgings at my mansion, if you are yet undecided on accommodations. We shall see the deacon after 3 years, said the governor. I appreciate your gracious offer, sir. Jian Wushuang smiled. He presented the dragon heart elixir and gave it to the dragon wing governor. You seem rather anxious for this. You can have this now. Really? The dragon wing governor's face lit up. Never did he expect that Jian Wushuang would give him the elixir despite his promise of leading him to a golden-clothed deacon not yet fulfilled. Such courage. Was this confidence in the character of the governor, or was Jian Wushuang truly assured of his strength that he need not fear of the governor? The name of the dragon wing governor rings strongly across these lands. Surely that is worthy for my confidence in you. Jian Wushuang smiled. Chapter 997. The Slave. Chapter 997. The Slave. The dragon wing governor argued no more, accepting the dragon heart elixir with amazement. Despite his laborious efforts, he has yet been able to brew his own elixir. With only the simple price of leading Jian Wushuang to a golden-clothed deacon, he had finally possessed the elixir which he had so earnestly yearned for. Needless to say, he was awash with joy at his long-awaited wish fulfilled. Jian Wushuang wore a thin smile. The dragon heart elixir mattered not to him. It was his father's whereabouts which mattered most. Just then, what? Something Jian Wushuang saw made his expression change. He peered intently as his eyes glinted with concentration. The guest room had a clear view of the arena. From the windows of the chamber, he could clearly see 2 men brutally meleeing at each other. They were slaves of the arena who were of the eternal realm with considerable strengths of their own. Fighting against each other furiously, the audience mob were stirred into fits of electrifying euphoria and maniacal bloodlust as shouts and yells could be heard over the cacophonous hubbub. To the slaves pummeling at each other, the battle was nothing more than a do-or-die struggle of survival. It was a mere battle to death which Jian Wushuang had little to no interest nor concern, until he noticed one of the slaves who was clad in a suit of scarlet armor, standing tall at the hulking 3 meters. His figure shone faintly with a mild blush of glow, as he had shown himself in possession of great physical strength. His opponent was also a powerful fighter in his own right, having remarkable attacking strengths that was hardly eclipsed by that of the hulking slave. Still, the shorter man lacked the stout defenses of his adversary. The brute strength of the hulking man was greater even than warriors at the pinnacle of the eternal realm. With the help of his massive physical strength, his crude and savage methods of fighting earned him a victory as his opponent fell. All these did not escape the observation of Jian Wushuang's keen eyes. That huge man, the secret skill he's trained in. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed his eyes, turning instead to the dragon wing governor beside him. I have another favor to ask of you, governor, Jian Wushuang said. Please, anything you want, the governor answered, looking enthusiastic. I want that man, Jian Wushuang said, his finger pointing to the huge man who had just emerged victorious in his fight. That's easy. The dragon wing governor smiled. He summoned for a steward and whispered into his ears. The steward listened closely and swiftly disappeared through the doors. Within the subterranean catacombs beneath the arena where the slaves are kept, the huge man had just returned from his fight at the ring. He appeared amongst the slaves swarming together and plopped to a seat on the ground. 8 games, 12 more to go, the man hissed with his fists clenched. The slaves were bought at costly prices from warriors who had forced them into bondage and servitude. The slaves would then be thrown into the rings where they have to fight against each other in duels and games bet upon by the mob of audiences, generating huge profits for the management of the arena. Then again, There was but one way the slaves could regain their freedom. The slaves will be rewarded with their freedom if they are able to survive and win 20 games. With his most recent triumph, the huge man has won 8 games, leaving no opponent alive. He will have to secure 12 more victories to secure his much-awaited freedom. Then again, the slaves are mostly paired against opponents who were similar in power and ability. Even though he could almost see the end of his bondage, the huge man who yet doubtful if he could maintain his winning streak. I wonder if I, Qing Bin, will be able to return to my population one day. The huge man sighed quietly to himself. Just then, a steward came over to him. It was the very same who had been bidden by the dragon-wing governor earlier. The steward peered intently through every face until he finally found the huge man. "You there. Come with me," ordered the steward sharply. "Me?" The huge man was stunned as he grimaced with despair. "I had just finished one game, and I barely had time to recuperate. Are they forcing me to another fight again?" "You are not going to the ring. There are 2 masters who requested your presence," the steward explained. "Me? What for?" The huge man was puzzled. "Just come with me and you'll know," the steward said simply, without explaining even more. Before long, the huge man was led into the guest room where Jian Wushuang awaited. Stepping into the chamber, he saw 2 men sitting together. "I present to you this slave, Governor, as you requested," the steward announced respectfully. "This man shall henceforth be no longer a slave of the arena," the Dragonwing governor ordered. "As you wish, Governor." The steward nodded his acknowledgement and left at once. "This is the man you requested, my friend." The governor turned to Jian Wushuang with a smile. "Good." Jian Wushuang nodded lightly. The slave was confused, perplexed, and bewildered. I'm no longer a slave?" His face was filled with shock and disbelief, feeling slightly disorientated by the sudden turn of events. Never would he be able to believe any of this, if it were not for the governor himself who had announced this through his own lips. Knowing that the arena had bought him at a dear price, he was certain that his freedom would never come easily. Be that as it may, the huge man could sense that the man who had just proclaimed his freedom from bondage was hardly simple and ordinary. He was addressed as governor. Could he be the Dragonwing governor? The huge man finally realized and stared at the 2 men before him strangely. Who was the stranger beside him then? It seems that the Dragonwing governor holds him with great respect. A man who is only of the eternal realm? "I have a few questions for you that I hope you are able to answer truthfully. Should I find your answers satisfying, you will be granted your freedom and you will no longer have to fight in the arena," said Jian Wushuang, studying at the slave before him. "As you wish, sir," the huge man replied, growing anxious. He knew full well that it was essentially impossible for him to survive through 20 battles to achieve his freedom. Little did he doubt that he would surely die one day, lying in a pool of his own blood in the ring. Yet, now, before him, stood an off chance that he might be able to escape his enslavement unscathed. "I saw you fight. You're strong," said Jian Wushuang. "I believe. Your brute strength comes from the bloodline you inherited and your secret skill. It has been cultivated to the highest degree, no?" "Yes, I did cultivate a secret skill that enhances physical strength, and the skill is already at the highest level." The huge man nodded at once. "And unless I am very much mistaken, the skill that you have trained yourself in is none other than the immortality secret skill," Jian Wushuang revealed sternly. Chapter 998, The Rock Demon Clan. Chapter 998, The Rock Demon Clan. The huge man was shocked to hear Jian Wushuang speaking of the name of his skill. "You too know about the immortality secret skill? I suppose that confirms my suspicion?" Jian Wushuang's face slowly broke into a smile. Not only he knew of it, but it was also a skill he was proficient with. Jian Wushuang had long reached the highest level of the immortality secret skill. "This would also mean you know Godhong?" asked Jian Wushuang. That was the name of the person who taught Jian Wushuang the immortality secret skill. A long time ago in the ancient world, Jian Wushuang had chanced upon a finger of God Hong. Through the severed finger, he had acquired the immortality secret skill, and he was fortunate to have encountered a fragment of God Hong's consciousness. The friendship they had forged was hardly something that Jian Wushuang could easily forget. Big Brother Hong? The man was even more shocked. Big Brother? Jian Wushuang's lips curled into a smirk. I see. You're close. Of course we're close. The man clenched his fists as he related his tale heavily. We're both from the Rock Demon clan. Big Brother Hong is the greatest warrior of the clan. He's kind and generous, always keeping our best interests close to his heart. I had once shown a glimpse of my talents a long time ago in the clan. Hence he chose me and personally taught me the immortality secret skill. Unfortunately, I grew conceited. I ignored his warnings about the perils outside and wandered out on my own. I was abducted by some stronger enemies who then sold me to this arena. I see. Jian Wushuang cocked an eyebrow with feigned interest in the tale, but quietly, he was thinking to himself, the Rock Demon clan? Is it a junior or a medium population? It does not seem to be a stronger population. Jian Wushuang, said the Gu King's voice rang suddenly, unless I am mistaken, the Rock Demon clan bears the bloodline of the Rock Demon Giant, an infamous entity in the eternal chaotic world. The Rock Demon Giant? Jian Wushuang nodded and thought. God Hong has shown me a kindness by imparting me his skills. I should visit him someday as he had bidden me to. Perhaps I can visit his population if opportunity allows. What's your name? Jian Wushuang stared at the huge man before him. My name is Qing Bin, sir. He replied politely. You will remain by my side for now. Once my errand is done here, you will lead me to your population where we will meet with God Hong. Jian Wushuang said. You know Big Brother Hong? Qing Bin asked curiously. In a manner of speaking, Jian Wushuang smiled furtively. Jian Wushuang was relieved with joy. The Dragon Wing governor had promised Jian Wushuang that he will lead him to the golden-clothed deacon after 3 years, and now, his meeting with Qing Bin had provided him an inkling as to where God Hong could be. With the offer of the governor, he and Qing Bin subsequently took up lodgings at his mansion. In a secret chamber of the governor's mansion. I have 3 years until the visit to the abode of the golden-clothed deacon. This is an opportunity for me to continue with my training. Jian Wushuang thought quietly, pleased with the present upkeep. He had immediately returned to the Tang Empire when his physical body was first restored. Hence, he barely had an opportunity to properly train in the secret skills he had acquired. With the restoration of this body, his powers and strength, most notably his ancient god power, had increased substantially that he was now a 3-star ancient god. He could now further enhance his mastery of all of his 3 ancient god secret skills if he so chose. The Star River secret skill was one of the few that strongly required honing. It was known in full as the 34 levels of the Star River. Jian Wushuang had reached the 24th level of the Star River secret skill when he had reached the Eternal Realm, which was synonymous to the rank of the 2-star ancient god. The skill allowed him to amplify his powers by 72-fold. With his present rank of a 3-star ancient god, he could now enhance his mastery of the technique to its highest level. Alone in the secret chamber, Jian Wushuang focused fully on his training. A month fleeted by swiftly and unnoticed. I've reached the 30th level. Jian Wushuang's eyes opened with excitement. With the powers of a 3-star ancient god, he had reached the 30th level of the Star River secret skill. The newly attained heights of the skill would allow his strength to be amplified by 90-fold. This made his powers soar once more as his overall strength experienced a greater improvement. There is still ample room for improvements. I just became a 3-star ancient god. I might be able to reach the 31st or even the 32nd level of the Star River secret skill when I reach the pinnacle of a 3-star ancient god. Jian Wushuang smiled to himself. The Star River secret skill is but merely an ordinary ancient god skill which doesn't take much effort. The Gu King's voice rang again. Ordinary? This surprised Jian Wushuang. The Star River secret skill was unquestionably the most integral technique in his climb to the heights he had attained today. Most other techniques commonly trained by most other warriors of the Green Fire world would only offer an amplification of strength of up to tenfold. It was a far cry away from the amplification effects accorded by the Star River's secret skill, which offered him a boost of 90-fold. It was hardly an advantage he would rashly dismiss. That is only within the green fire world. There are warriors with techniques that amplify their powers up to more than 100-fold in the eternal chaotic world. Really? Jian Wushuang was left speechless as he could only behold with awe at the unmatched greatness of the eternal chaotic world. You need to focus on developing your very own Tao. With a Tao of your own creation, your strength will soar considerably. The greater is your Tao, so will your strength increases, said the Gu King. I know. Jian Wushuang smiled thinly. From henceforth, he began spending most of his time in the study of sword principles. The assimilation of the acumen in the creation of the strongest sword principle, the scroll which contained 19 other sword principles with his own extraordinary potential and gifts in learning skills of combat, were all helpful to him. Before long, he had progressed at an amazing pace. In one of the gardens of the governor's mansion, Jian Wushuang was alone in the garden, performing a stroke or two of the swordsmanship he learned absent-mindedly. He waved his blade casually. Every stroke that he cast seemed simple and crude, yet each of them was actually complex and intricate beneath the surface. A figure drifting past the garden witnessed his casual practice. Great finesse. He's very close to developing his own Tao. The Dragon Wing governor smiled. With a sudden leap, he disappeared from where he stood and appeared before Jian Wushuang. Is it not lonely for your blade without the company of a companion, my friend? How about a friendly duel, since we are both practitioners in the skills of using the sword? The Dragon Wing governor laughed loud, the echoes of his laughter spreading across the floral bed of the garden. Chapter 999. Mr. Jinyu. Chapter 999. Mr. Jinyu. A friendly duel? Jian Wushuang was surprised at the proposal at first, but he then felt overjoyed. Although the Dragon Wing governor had just become a rank 3 Tao master, his strength was no better than that of Jian Wushuang. With the ancient god power that he possessed and the blood-killing plate armor he wore, Jian Wushuang could easily defeat the governor in a duel. However, the governor's attainments in sword principles far outmatched his. As a rank 3 Tao master, the Dragon Wing governor would presumably have created 3 sword principles of his own. It would be an extremely instructive experience for Jian Wushuang to be dueling against the governor. We will both use only the powers of the eternal realm. Shall we begin? The Dragon Wing governor smiled at him, like how an elder would when providing guidance and advice to a junior. The Dragon Wing governor had viewed Jian Wushuang's gift of the Dragon Heart elixir to him as a most priceless favor. He had not been idle when Jian Wushuang was busy with his training in the Star River secret skill, for he was also deep in training himself. With the aid of the Dragon Heart elixir, he was able to invoke the bloodline power within him, allowing him to complete the training of his secret skill. His strength, too, has grown extensively. This made the governor felt guilty. In return for the elixir, Jian Wushuang had only asked to be introduced to a golden-clothed deacon. Noticing that Jian Wushuang was practicing his skills, the governor saw an opportunity where he could recompense Jian Wushuang by giving him some advice. So began their duel. Both of them deliberately restrained their powers, keeping below the eternal realm, for it was a contest purely of swordsmanship, not strength. When the duel first began, the Dragon Wing governor did not perform any of his own sword principles. Soon after, he began to realize that Jian Wushuang's mastery of swordsmanship was far beyond his expectations. Jian Wushuang's sword danced with flourishes of smooth and refined strokes that he could hardly subdue. Slowly and steadily, Jian Wushuang was gaining the upper hand. With hardly any choice, the governor could only cast one of his own sword principles, regaining the leverage of the duel over Jian Wushuang. With that, the duel came to a swift end. The gap between one who has created his own sword principle and one who has not is most expectedly huge. Jian Wushuang thought quietly to himself. How do you feel, Jian Wushuang? The Dragon Wing governor looked at him and spoke. The sword principle I have used just now was the weakest of the 3 sword principles I have forged myself. The other 2 are principles of the universe level. I am afraid you would have lost even swifter if I were to have used the other 2 principles. Indeed, sir. Jian Wushuang nodded in agreement. Sword principles of the universe level were too powerful than that of the general level. We still have 3 years together. Please do not hesitate to speak with me if you have any doubts about your training. I shall hope to be of service to you. The Dragon Wing governor remarked with a benign smile. The governor was in good spirits due to the surge in his strength because of his success in mastering his secret skill. Thank you so much, Governor. Jian Wushuang replied happily, surprised and grateful at his offer. Right then, you'd better concentrate on your training. I hope you will be able to create your own sword principle soon and become a Dao Master as soon as possible. The Dragon Wing governor said. He then took his leave and left Jian Wushuang alone. Jian Wushuang fell into silence as he watched the governor leaving. The Gu King's voice rose suddenly, speaking strangely to him. I believe the Dragon Wing governor hopes to compensate you for the Dragon Heart Elixir by giving you some advice. It seems that he is not aware that you are, in fact, more powerful than he is. Well, Jian Wushuang smiled weakly. He is nevertheless a more proficient sword cultivator who had forged 3 sword principles of his own. He is doubtlessly qualified in instructing me in the mastery of sword principles. Those are nothing to be proud of. What he possessed are merely 2 universe-leveled sword principles and 1 general-leveled sword principle. The Gu King snorted dismissively. Without any desire to continue their debate, Jian Wushuang continued with his study of sword principles. He began spending the most of his time in the governor mansion, studying about sword principles tirelessly. Devoting most of his time in the research of forging the strongest sword principle and the study of the scroll containing 19 sword principles, Jian Wushuang used the rest of his time putting swordsmanships to practice, going to the governor for counsel and advice in the case of doubts. The governor was only too happy to oblige, pleased that he was able to return the favor to Jian Wushuang as he tried the best he could to provide answers and instructions to the latter. Time passed swiftly as 3 years elapsed in a flash. Jian Wushuang had made good progress on his mastery of swordsmanship. With a far deeper understanding of the finesse and skills of the sword, he knew that he would soon be able to forge his own sword principle. Jian Wushuang was in a courtyard when the Dragon Wing governor approached him. I have just received word that the golden-clothed deacon has returned, Jian Wushuang. It is time for us to go to him, said the Dragon Wing governor. The 2 had grown close since Jian Wushuang began staying at the governor mansion and going to him for advice on sword principle. The governor no longer addressed Jian Wushuang with ceremony. Instead, he now called his name with blunt frankness. Let's set off at once then. Jian Wushuang could not wait any longer. You will stay and wait for our return, Qing Bin. Jian Wushuang left Qing Bin his instruction and departed for the residence of the golden-clothed deacon with the Dragon Wing governor. The abode of the golden-clothed deacon was some distance away from the Dragon Wing city. It was almost a month's time of travel until Jian Wushuang and the governor completed their journey. Look, that is the castle where the gold-clothed deacon lives, said the Dragon Wing governor. Jian Wushuang looked far into the distance and saw a vague black mass looming through the diaphanous mist that clung to the huge castle walls. So, a golden-clothed deacon lives there? Jian Wushuang thought. The spectacle of the scene sent a jolt of adrenaline through his veins as he clenched his fists tightly in anticipation. Let's go, said the governor. Pulling Jian Wushuang with him, they rose into the air, stopping before the castle in mid-air. They had barely stopped when they saw a flash of flowing light dashed out of the castle. It has been a long time since we last met, Dragon Wing governor. It was an elder robed in gray. The aged man regarded the governor with respect and modesty. I would like to request that you pass a message for me, Dao Master Yi. Please send word to your master that it is I, with the company of a young friend, who is here to request an audience with him. The Dragon Wing governor asked smilingly. One moment, please. I will announce your arrival at once. The gray-robed elder immediately relayed a message. The answer came swiftly enough. If you would please follow me, Dragonwing Governor. The gray-robed elder immediately led Jian Wushuang and the Dragonwing Governor into the castle. They stepped into a richly adorned hall inside the castle and found a handsome man dressed in loose, flowing robes of golden silk overlooking their arrival from the mezzanine of the handsomely furnished chamber. My respects to Mr. Jin Yu. I am the Dragonwing Governor. The Dragonwing Governor introduced himself humbly. Beside him, Jian Wushuang paid his respects too by clasping his hands together in salute. Noticing Jian Wushuang's muted gesture, the handsome man remarked coldly, "I see your companion is a prideful person, Dragonwing Governor." Chapter 1000, The Chaos Gem. Chapter 1000, The Chaos Gem. I see your companion is a prideful person, Dragonwing Governor. The barbed words from Jin Yu, the handsome man looking down at them, echoed through the alcoves of the magnificent hall. As a golden-clothed deacon of the Samsara Temple, Jin Yu had always reveled in the admiration and reverence showered upon him by others. Even the powerful or privileged from the stronger populations honored him with awe and deference. However, as a rank 3 Dao Master, the Dragonwing Governor could have spoken to him with much lesser modesty. Still, it was expected that common Dao Masters should greet Jin Yu with utmost reverence. Any folk of the Eternal Realm, on the other hand, would be wont to bow on their knees when greeting him. Seeing that Jian Wushuang just had merely greeted him by a simple gesture, Jin Yu felt himself simmering with annoyance as he grew displeased. Then again, he did not know that despite Jian Wushuang's facade, his current strength could have allowed him the stature comparable to that of a Dao Master at the peak of rank 3. Jin Yu, as a rank 7 reincarnator, would at most wield the strength of a rank 2 Dao Master. Little did Jin Yu knew that Jian Wushuang's simple and crude gesture was, in fact, an ample show of respect to him. Nonetheless, Jian Wushuang realized that he needed Jin Yu's assistance in locating his father. Swallowing his pride, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and bowed deeply to him, saying, "My respects to Mr. Jin Yu. My name is Jian Wushuang." That, at least, is tolerable," Jin Yu remarked coldly. The Gu King could not help but snort from inside Jian Wushuang's body. "This is ridiculous. It is he who is ignorant of your true strength, and yet he behaves arrogantly. If I were you, Jian Wushuang, I would have wrenched off his head right now. Still, it is his help that I require." Jian Wushuang seemed hardly perturbed. "This little price would mean nothing if I can indeed find out about my father's whereabouts from him. Your patience amazes me." The Gu King curled his lips. Basking in the grandeur of his lavish chamber, Jin Yu hovered over his guests imperiously and said, "Your reputation precedes you, Dragonwing Governor. Long have I heard your name uttered with respect and fear. What brings you here today?" "I am merely acting as an envoy for my young companion, dear Mr. Jin Yu. On his behalf, I would like to request your assistance," the Dragonwing Governor replied. "Oh." Jin Yu's glance shifted from the governor and rested upon Jian Wushuang as he spoke proudly. "Tell me about it." Jian Wushuang stated his purpose immediately. "One of my closest kin from the ancient world was selected to be a reincarnator 2,000 years ago, but until now, I have yet to receive any word from him. Hence, I am here today to request for your help in locating his whereabouts." "You want me to help you find the whereabouts of a reincarnator? You are truly a bold one." Jin Yu's face darkened and his deep voice reverberated over the eaves of the hall. "Are you aware that information about reincarnators is always a closely guarded secret even in the temple?" "Yes, I do." Jian Wushuang nodded gently. Jin Yu continued, "I may be a golden-clothed deacon who commands considerable authority. Still, it is against the law of the temple that no one is to leak any secrets of such information, for even I will have to face the sentence for committing such sacrilege. With enough luck, I might only be sentenced to incarceration for tens of thousands of years in the first prison of the temple. Otherwise, not only I risk losing my title, I might even be executed. Never have we ever met, and yet you dare make such demands of me to divulge the secrets of a reincarnator. You must be delusional." With that, Jin Yu turned immediately with a flail of his sleeves. As he began to leave, he barked a command to his steward, "See our guests off." Jian Wushuang panicked. Immediately he cried, "I understand the predicaments you face in helping me, Mr. Jin Yu. I assure you, I will be willing to pay the price for your help." Price. Jin Yu spun and stared at Jian Wushuang as he smiled coldly. "It's easier said than done. How can you, a mere youngling of the eternal realm, afford to pay such a huge price? Please, state your price, Mr. Jin Yu." Jian Wushuang implored gravely. "Oh." Jin Yu's eyes flashed suddenly as he spoke. "I will be blunt then, such being the case. 2 chaos gems. That is my price." "What?" The Dragon Wing governor, who had yet to utter a single word while standing beside Jian Wushuang, exclaimed with his eyes furiously wide open. Despite his extensive wealth, even he could hardly be able to suffer the cost of 2 chaos gems as payment. How dare Jin Yu put forward such a demand? Very well. 2 chaos gems it is then. I agree to your terms. Jian Wushuang nodded swiftly. What? Both Jin Yu and Dragon Wing Governor renewed their looks into stares of disbelief and amazement at Jian Wushuang in unison. Chaos gems were rare precious gems found in deposits scattered across the eternal chaotic world, natural gemstones that bore great pecuniary value. All great and powerful warriors and nobles in the green fire world conducted their business and trade using chaos gems as the medium of exchange. A chaos gem was worth at least 100 billion divine gems. It is ordinarily equal to the entire wealth of a common rank 3 Dao master. When Jin Yu had loudly proclaimed his demand of 2 chaos gems, he had hoped to rebuff Jian Wushuang with a price so exorbitant and repressive that the latter would be forced to reject. Seeing as dealing with a mere youngling of the eternal realm as something beneath him, he did not want to negotiate with Jian Wushuang. Despite his malignant contrivance to relieve himself of the irk and insult, never did he expect that Jian Wushuang would actually agree to his unreasonable terms. How was it possible that a mere weakling of the eternal realm would have the means of affording 2 chaos gems? Just when Jin Yu and Dragon Wing Governor were still speechless and dazed, Jian Wushuang revealed 2 gems in his grasp. The precious stones glistened handsomely with a luster emblazoning the strange energies contained within. "Here are 2 chaos gems as promised. You can have half a gem up front. The rest shall be paid to you once you have the answer to my request." Jian Wushuang cut one of the chaos gems into half and tossed one of the halves to Jin Yu. Jin Yu caught the piece of chaos gem. He studied the gem in his grasp and fiddled with it briefly, the look of astonishment still imprinted upon his face. "It's really a chaos gem. It's unthinkable. A mere eternal realm fledgling has such wealth?" Jin Yu looked at it in disbelief. It is the extreme scarcity of chaos gems in the green fire world that had endowed them with its immense value. In fact, Jian Wushuang would have won a simple recognition from him if he was able to produce treasures that would match the value of 2 chaos gems. Never did he expect that Jian Wushuang would actually present 2 genuine chaos gems. "Jian Wushuang, this is not a trivial matter. Chaos gems contain the purest energy that is invaluable to warriors and martial practitioners. You might find them worthless for now, but you will be in dire need of them once you become a Dao master. The chaos gems that Dao Yuanzi had left you numbered few. To offer 2 gems at once is just," the Gu King implored to Jian Wushuang to reconsider. "These only 2 chaos gems. It is a bargain in exchange for finding out my father's whereabouts." Jian Wushuang muttered solemnly. His chaos gems were all left to him by Dao Yuanzi. Nothing else, not even something as valuable as chaos gems, mattered more to him than the news of his father's whereabouts. Chapter 1001, The Outcome. Chapter 1001, The Outcome. "So, Mr. Jin Yu, I've shown you the 2 chaos gems I have prepared for you. Will you help me?" Jian Wushuang asked. Jin Yu looked at Jian Wushuang, now renewed with a faint glimmer of respect for the latter's ability to afford 2 chaos gems. The mere ability to be able to afford 2 Chaos Gems alone proved that Jian Wushuang was hardly ordinary. I will help you, out of respect for the Dragon Wing Governor, and your promise of the 2 Chaos Gems, said Jin Yu. My thanks to you, Mr. Jin Yu, Jian Wushuang said happily. The person I wish to locate is called Jian Nantian. He is a reincarnator from the ancient world who came here 2,000 years ago. Jian Nantian? Jin Yu nodded. I will do my best. Give me 3 days, and you will have your answer. You may stay here if you will, as you await my answer. That is fine with me. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. Let us stay here for 3 days then. I am hardly busy for now, said the Dragon Wing Governor with a laugh. Please see to their accommodations, Yi. Jin Yu commanded lazily with a wave of his hand. As you wish. The gray-robed elder named Yi responded, and immediately led them to their rooms. As Jian Wushuang and the Dragon Wing Governor left, Jin Yu stood motionless at the mezzanine with his feet still bare. A sly smile crept over his face. What luck! To think that I can earn 2 Chaos Gems through so simple a task. Jin Yu murmured gleefully. He had lied to Jian Wushuang, telling him that divulgement of news about reincarnators would result in terrible comeuppance if caught in the act. In truth, the news of reincarnators was not as closely guarded as rumored to be. In fact, the upper echelons of the temple guarded such secrets with merely a lackadaisical zeal. Thus, the leak of information about a single reincarnator would neither alarm the Samsara Temple, and nor would Jin Yu need to suffer any punishment. Apart from 2 Chaos Gems, there is still the Dragon Wing Governor. Jin Yuan broke into a hushed, sinister glee. He conjured a token in his palm and delivered a message. Master Di Yin, I have 2 people currently taking up lodgings with me. I wager one of them might interest you. For the next 3 days, Jian Wushuang and the Dragon Wing Governor stayed temporarily in the castle. Anxious that he would finally secure news of his father's whereabouts, Jian Wushuang seethed with excitement. He grew so nervous that he could hardly calm down and focus on his training. 3 days passed quickly. Jian Wushuang and the Dragon Wing Governor were led back into the Grand Hall where they once again met Jin Yu. Jian Wushuang, there has been an outcome on the errand you have bidden me of, Jin Yu said, looking down at them. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands tightly with hope as he looked at Jin Yu. I've searched for the name of the person you gave me, but no such man exists among all reincarnators of the temple below rank 7, said Jin Yu. No such man exists? Jian Wushuang's face turned. How could it be possible? Are you certain that you have examined the names of all the reincarnators, Mr. Jin Yu? Jian Wushuang asked anxiously. Humph! Jin Yu scoffed indignantly. Are you questioning my honor, Jian Wushuang? The domineering demeanor of their host left Jian Wushuang speechless. Standing beside him, the Dragon Wing Governor turned to him and spoke in a low voice. Be at ease, Jian Wushuang. Jin Yu is a golden-clothed deacon of the Samsara Temple and a warrior of great, standing across the Samsara continent. With your promise of reward, I am sure he will do his utmost to see that your bidding is done. His honor is worth this much at least. I apologize for the impertinence, Jian Wushuang muttered, aware that he had overreacted. Mr. Jin Yu, with my companion's promise of so great a reward as 2 Chaos Gems, I am sure we can agree that he is absolutely certain that his kin must be one of the reincarnators of the temple. Is it possible for other reasons for not being able to find him? The Dragon Wing Governor asked. From his perch, Jin Yu glowered down once more as he answered, I've ascertained that there is no such man among all reincarnators below rank 7. There are only 2 possibilities that can explain this regrettable outcome. First, the person may have become a rank 7 reincarnator, like me. Information about him will be kept from me since we are of the same rank. Jin Yu said. Jian Wushuang's expression changed into one of renewed optimism and promise. Yes, that's very likely to be the case. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands excitedly as flurries of thoughts, delighted yet on the brink of delirium, flowed through his mind. My father is a man of great talents. It is possible that he might have become a rank 7 reincarnator. It should be normal that Jin Yu cannot find him. And what of the other possibility, Mr. Jin Yu? The Dragon Wing governor inquired again. The one other possibility being that he is dead. Indifferent to the weight of his grim message, Jin Yu continued, "It is but unfortunate tidings that reincarnators rarely survive the tests of the Samsara Temple. Reincarnators are required to traverse and navigate their way through the countless trials and tribulations of certain death. It is even likely that not even one from the mass of 10,000 reincarnators could survive the grueling and deadly trials. Records of reincarnators who have died are completely erased. Hence, the inability to locate his name. Jian Wushuang, your kin. He hails from the ancient world, you say? He was chosen to be a reincarnator 2,000 years ago? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded his head blankly. It is not yet 2,000 years since he became a reincarnator. Ha ha ha. In spite of that, Jin Yu broke into a giggle. Then he can only be a rank 1 reincarnator, since he was drafted from the ancient world. It is impossible for a rank 1 reincarnator to reach rank 7 in less than 2,000 years. Not with the onerous difficulty of the tests of the temple. That would mean that your kin is more likely than not dead. Dead. Jian Wushuang was astounded by shock before he began shaking his head violently in denial. Impossible. That's impossible. His face darkened with despair. He was certain of his father's ability. The difficulties of the tests of the Samsara Temple might be able to defeat most common warriors, but never his father. Be that as it may, I have completed the task as you have bidden me to. I have reported to you the outcome of my errand. You may choose to believe it, and you may not. But that is no longer any concern of mine. Now hand me the rest of the chaos gems you have promised me. Jin Yu's boomed as he extended his hand. Jian Wushuang grimaced with anguish and denial. Biting hard, he handed the chaos gems to Jin Yu even though the outcome was too hard for him to swallow. Jin Yu beamed widely as at the sight of the chaos gems. He then looked once more at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, there is a favor that I might be able to do for you. I can see that you do not approve of the outcome of my finding. Jin Yu said. Ah. Jian Wushuang looked up at Jin Yu incredulously. I am but merely a rank 7 reincarnator. I am only allowed access to information on reincarnators below rank 7. However, I am familiar with a certain rank 8 reincarnator who might be able to help you, for he is able to examine the information of all reincarnators below rank 8. I would not mind enlisting his help if you are agreeable to a reasonable reward. Chapter 1002, Marked. Chapter 1002, Marked. A rank 8 reincarnator? Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed with doubt. The Samsara Temple was a hierarchical organization. Rank 7 reincarnators could only procure information about reincarnators with ranks below theirs, but not of the same rank. However, information about rank 7 reincarnators was available to rank 8 reincarnators. News about his father might be able to be found by a rank 8 reincarnator if he had indeed made it to rank 7. And what will be the price of enlisting the help of a rank 8 reincarnator? Jian Wushuang asked. Hardly unreasonable. 10 chaos gems. Jin Yu replied, grinning widely. What? The Dragon Wing governor gasped with disbelief, his expression changing immediately. Hee hee. To think that this insolent pup has the impertinence to dare demand 10 chaos gems from you. As a mere rank 7 reincarnator, he would at most be a rank 3 Dao Master. Under no circumstances, a wretch like him would worth 10 chaos gems. The Gu King snorted. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with simmering displeasure, for he, too, could see that Jin Yu was trying to be demanding. The price of 10 chaos gems was so great that not even a Dao Master at the pinnacle of rank 3 could safely agree to such demand. With the treasures left to him by Dao Yuanzi, Jian Wushuang could still manage the outrageous demand of Jin Yu. But he was hardly a naive fool that would tolerate himself being fleeced for nothing. Mr. Jin Yu, will you be able to fully ensure that the rank 8 reincarnator will accede to helping me with my errand if the price of the 10 gems is promised? Jian Wushuang asked. Well, Jin Yu's brows furrowed uneasily. If you agree to my terms, I will speak to the rank 8 reincarnator. We share a friendship. There's a plausible likelihood that he will agree. By your words, there is also the likelihood that he will refuse, no? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course. He is, after all, a rank 8 reincarnator who holds greater authority over me. I simply cannot command him to do as I wish. Only he himself will decide. Jin Yu replied. Is that so? Jian Wushuang remarked, feigning a troubled look as he sneered quietly at Jin Yu. He may be truthful about speaking to the rank 8 reincarnator about my plight if I agree to his terms. Then again, he could be lying. He could easily dismiss the matter simply by lying about the reincarnator's refusal to help, and none would be the wiser about his malicious deceit. I see. This Jin Yu does intend to defraud me of my chaos gems. Has he mistaken me for a complete fool? With a cold smile to himself, Jian Wushuang put on an earnest expression and nicely declined. Mr. Jin Yu, it was by an extraordinary fortuitous encounter that I had chanced upon 2 chaos gems. Regardless, I am afraid that is the extent of all I am able to afford. I am afraid I will have to solve my conundrum myself from another direction. Thank you for all your help thus far, Mr. Jin Yu, and have a good day. Really? Jin Yu stared at Jian Wushuang strangely. He muttered to himself, is he telling the truth or not? Despite his suspicions, Jin Yu could only wave his hand scornfully. I see. I see no merit in pressing the issue then. See off our guests. This way, please. The gray-robed elder immediately walked up to them. Jian Wushuang and the Dragon Wing governor shared a thoughtful glance. In muted silence, they readily followed behind the gray-robed elder who led them out of the castle gates. Watching them leave, Jin Yu left the chamber and walked down into the dungeons of this castle where another great hall, magnificent but yet dark with gloom, was raised underground beneath the foundations of the castle above. At a great distance from ground level, the great hall was far from prying eyes and ears, being guarded by many restrictions and enchantments. Jin Yu crept into the dark and sinister hall. Master Di Yin, the two have just left my castle. They will not be far. You can set off now. Jin Yu spoke into a wall that was embellished with mysterious cracks before him. Are you certain that one of them possesses the bloodline of the winged dragons, Jin Yu? An evil and insidious voice croaked from the other side of the wall. Of that I am certain, sir. Jin Yu nodded with a smile. Ha ha ha, the winged dragon clan. For years I have been seeking for the still-living remnants of this clan ever since its purge so many years ago. I hazard that their number will hardly be more than a handful now. His blood must be very tasty indeed, said the evil voice. Master Di Yin, the Dragon Wing governor, is a very influential person across the societies of the Samsara continent. There will surely be repercussions once his death is discovered. I am afraid that I might be beset with troubles and inconveniences then. I would like to request for an additional 1/10 increment to my agreed reward. Jin Yu beseeched. Fine. The evil voice agreed hastily. One other thing. There is a young man, a young warrior of the Eternal Realm who was here with the Dragon Wing governor. Please leave the young man to me, Master Di Yin. Jin Yu added. The Eternal Realm? Humph. So be it. The evil voice promised. Let us commence then. It was not long after Jian Wushuang and Dragon Wing governor had left the castle that 2 figures fleeted out of the gargantuan structure of the castle with one close behind the other. Jian Wushuang was speeding through the air with the Dragon Wing governor just beside him, tearing across the vast expanse of the sky. Jian Wushuang, you have been marked. The Gu King's voice rose suddenly in his mind. What? Jian Wushuang was taken aback by the sudden and startling warning. Someone has secretly branded strange magical marks on you, and the Dragon Wing governor, said the Gu King. Magical marks? Jian Wushuang's expression turned heavy. He knew full well how dangerous magical marks could be, having experienced it firsthand more than once. Once marked, one could easily be hunted down by foes who have placed upon him the magical spell. There was no way to hide one save by undoing the magic of the mark. It must be Jin Yu then, asked Jian Wushuang. Indeed. The Goo King nodded, confirming his suspicion. But his methods are most unusual. Neither you nor the Dragon Wing Governor had noticed when he had placed the spell upon you both. Still, his schemes did not escape my keen observation. Is there any way I can erase the mark? Asked Jian Wushuang. Yes, but it will take at least a day for the magic to be undone. The Goo King replied gravely. At this, Jian Wushuang stopped moving instantly. What happened, Jian Wushuang? The Dragon Wing Governor pulled himself to a stop as he noticed Jian Wushuang stopping strangely. I'm afraid trouble has befallen us, Governor, Jian Wushuang admitted. Trouble? The Dragon Wing Governor's eyes turned wide as his pupils immediately shrank at the shock of the sudden revelation. Just then, a shrill howl that could send even wines quivering rang menacingly behind them. The two companions turned around instantly, witnessing a black and ominous mass of cloud sweeping toward them at an amazing speed. In a flash, it loomed precariously over them. Chapter 1003, The Sky-Devouring Clan. Chapter 1003, The Sky-Devouring Clan. The black clouds dissipated over them, disintegrating as the figure of a person dressed in black revealed itself. Fully cloaked in jet-black robes, it was an old man with black mysterious cracks littered around his gnarly and creased face. The mysterious cracks looked strange and unusual, adding to the already ghastly and malevolent presence of the elder. A terrifying and devilish aura emanated strongly from him. Ha ha ha, here we have a member of the Winged Dragon clan, one who has become a rank 3 Dao Master. The black-robed elder stared intently at the Dragon Wing Governor. His tongue dangled maniacally from his mouth as he licked his lips hungrily. The Winged Dragon clan? Jian Wushuang's brows furrowed questioningly as he peered at the Dragon Wing Governor standing beside him. It is me that he is after, the Dragon Wing Governor muttered as he narrowed his eyes. Far and wide, I've traveled the Samsara continent. For so many years I have consumed and feasted on the flesh of countless bloodlines, but never have I sampled the taste of one of the winged dragon bloodline. At any rate, I will have you today. The black-robed elder grinned wickedly. The next instant, he transformed himself into a dark gossamer apparition, hurtling towards the Dragon Wing Governor swiftly. Jian Wushuang was completely been overlooked as if he never existed. Damn! The Dragon Wing Governor's expression changed at the sight of the black wraith-like mass charging at him. He could feel the staggering presence of the savage old man that left him frozen with panic. The elder was undoubtedly a rank 3 Dao Master, one who wielded incredibly powerful strengths. A fear he never once felt crept into his heart, paralyzing him with fright and hysteria. It was a sensation of intense fear that tingled from the blood of the winged dragon in his veins. It was like the panic by a prey when was stalked upon by its predator. He is after me, Jian Wushuang. Leave me and run. The Dragon Wing Governor shouted out to Jian Wushuang frantically as he turned into a crimson lightning bolt that immediately shot into the air and fled. The Dragon Wing Governor had escaped without even a fight? Jian Wushuang was slightly surprised. Jian Wushuang had noticed that the black-robed elder was a rank 3 Dao Master, as was the Dragon Wing Governor. There should still be ample chance for a fight, for they were of equal rank. The differences between their strengths would hardly be huge. He has made a right choice. The Goo King's voice rose suddenly. Unless I am very much mistaken, the old man in black possesses the bloodline of the Sky-Devouring clan. This clan is well known in the eternal chaotic world for being a fierce population that lives on the essence blood of exotic beasts. Common exotic beasts will be struck with a strange sensation of innate panic at the sight of one of the Sky-Devouring clan, like how a prey would freeze with extreme fear when encountering a predator. With the extreme stress and anxiety inflicted upon the governor, no amount of strength will be able to help him defeat the old man in black. The battle has been lost even before it begun. Is that so? Jian Wushuang wondered, bewildered and amazed. Then again, the kins of the Sky-Devouring clan are rarely seen even in the eternal chaotic world. I didn't expect to see one of the sky-devouring clan here in this world. The Gu King mused with interest. At the same time, Jian Wushuang noticed that the figure of the black-robed elder shook violently. A huge pair of wings, black, strong and webbed, sprouted from his back suddenly. With his speed doubled, the old man shot through the air with his wings flapping relentlessly, trying to catch up to the Dragon Wing Governor. Ah, one of the sky-devouring clan that possesses the heredity of bats. Their lack of great strength is compensated by immense speed. The Dragon Wing Governor is in danger. The Gu King clicked his tongue in admiration. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed. He too could see that the governor was in a desperate fight for his life, but he had not made any move to help his companion, because he sensed that their enemy numbered more than one. "Would you not show yourself, since you've come?" Jian Wushuang called with his voice spread around. As his voice began to trail off, the air near him shimmered, revealing a handsome man dressed in a robe of golden silk. "And how can I be of assistance, Mr. Jinyu?" Jian Wushuang asked as he regarded the handsome man coldly. The man, beyond all doubt, was none other than Jinyu. "Ha ha ha, nothing. I'm only curious to know how could a mere an eternal realm youngling, as you could so nonchalantly produce 2 chaos gems. Let me guess, you still have more, right?" Jinyu grinned thinly. "Yes, I do." Jian Wushuang nodded indifferently. Overjoyed, Jinyu continued, grinning widely. 1 chaos gem is more than equal to the entire fortune of a rank 3 Dao Master. Would there not be dangers if you were to keep such fortune with you? Why would you not allow me to guard them in your stead? You are right. Such fortune is not safe with me. Jian Wushuang murmured. With a flick of his wrist, the unique glow of more than 10 gems radiated brightly as they spewed from the mouth of his sleeves and hovered in midair between them. Jinyu felt his heart throbbed, beating with an anxiousness of greed and yearning at the sight of the riches before him. Without a doubt, these were all chaos gems. The brat has an entire trove of them. Jinyu felt his body quivered with excitement. "The chaos gems are right here, Mr. Jinyu. If you want them so badly, why don't you come and claim them?" Jian Wushuang said in a soft voice, the edges of his lips twisting into a suggestive but yet devilish grin. "I see. I will just be done with all the theatrics then." Jinyu smiled wickedly. He waved his hand, summoning a strong gust of blowing wind that swept towards the chaos gems suspended in stasis, threatening to whisk them away. The gems floated lazily in the air. The strong currents of air surged at them, ensnaring them and buffeted them towards the direction of the waiting Jinyu. Jinyu could not help feeling overjoyed and jubilant at the impending horde of riches rolling at him. But just then, whoosh, like a ghastly phantom, Jian Wushuang emerged in front of him abruptly. There was nothing but cold fury glinting in Jian Wushuang's eyes. He brandished the Blood Mountain sword, channeling an immense amount of ancient god power that churned wildly in his blade as Jian Wushuang readied himself for an assault so powerful and terrible. Humph! With a loud snort that thundered forth, Jian Wushuang swung his blade with rage at his foe. The stroke, with a force that tore the void asunder, arced dangerously at Jinyu. Unperturbed by this, Jinyu scoffed with disdain. "You dare unleash your feeble might at me? You, a merely weakling of the eternal realm." Heeding at Jian Wushuang's incoming attack with contempt, he flailed his sleeve, throwing forth a translucent flash of light, an auric blade that smote at Jian Wushuang's sword. It was a stroke that Jinyu casually cast forth, yet it held enough force to easily annihilate any warrior of the eternal realm. Not Dao Masters of rank 1, be it a common rank 1 or one who was close to reaching rank 2, could hope to escape unscathed. He meant to put Wushuang to death, and he was clearly certain that the force of his stroke was enough to complete the deed. Therefore, Jinyu did not cast even a glance at his quarry after performing his lethal reprisal. He was confident that the stroke would kill Jian Wushuang. What happened next, however, left him in complete shock and disbelief. Chapter 1004, Jinyu's Doom. Chapter 1004, Jin Yu's Doom. What? Jin Yu blurted out. Jin Yu never would have thought that the auric blade he unleashed would be dispelled. His gaze had diverted to the pile of chaos gems still hanging in the air. He had guessed that Jian Wushuang, at most, would be able to parry the ethereal blade that he conjured, if he was lucky to survive his deadly stroke. But he could feel it. His auric blade had barely hit Jian Wushuang's blade when the sheer might of the sword essence released by Jian Wushuang had disintegrated the auric blade. With his sword essence alone, he had undone the magic of my auric blade. Is he so powerful? There was a brief flicker of horror that flashed in Jin Yu's eyes. He immediately waved his hand and summoned another auric blade, crimson red in color, that shot from above to defend him. Bang! A deafening bang resounded, sending ripples of shockwave sweeping into all directions. Immediately, Jin Yu felt a tremor passing through him. He heard a strange groan from his body before he was instantly thrown off his feet by the residual forces from the earlier clash erupting from his body as he was thrown backward. He was thrown so far behind for hundreds of miles until he finally stopped. How is this possible? Jin Yu looked at Jian Wushuang in shock. He was one of the proud and esteemed rank 7 reincarnators of the Samsara Temple. Yet, here he was, being ignominiously thrown back like a rag doll during a fight against a mere wretch of the Eternal Realm. A mere wretch of the Eternal Realm. Jian Wushuang looked into the distance, casting his sight as far as he could at Jin Yu, who was hundreds of miles away, with astonishment. Most of the rank 7 reincarnators of the temple are Tao masters who have reigned the pinnacle of rank 2. I suppose Jin Yu is one of the few who have reached rank 3. Be that as it may, he is but only a Tao master who has barely grazed the threshold of rank 3. Such strength is hardly worth any notice in the face of yours. The Gu King remarked. Jian Wushuang instead looked far into another direction. Far away in another direction, Jian Wushuang could sense that the black-robed elder had caught up to the dragon-wing governor and was engaging him in a fierce battle. The merciless exchange of blows among them was so destructive that even Jian Wushuang could feel the quiver in the air around him. The governor is in great trouble. I have to finish off Jin Yu as soon as possible and assist him. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and dashed toward Jin Yu instantly. How is it possible that an Eternal Realm youngling wields such power? Jin Yu was gathering himself when Jian Wushuang had already appeared in his presence. At the same time, crack! An ear-splitting crack reverberated through the air. A pale purplish lightsaber had appeared before him without him noticing. What's this? Such impossible speed! Jin Yu was astonished. He instantly threw himself backward, frantically waving his saber as he tried desperately to fend off any incoming attacks. Out of fear and panic, he was unable to concentrate his powers into the blows he earlier cast. But being well prepared this time, he mustered his powers and executed a blow with all his might, hewing into the air with a force so great that a huge ray of light tore through the air from his blade with the semblance of a dazzling river of light. Clang! There came a loud clang of steels gnashing against each other. Jin Yu was thrown back once more. Only this time blood trickled from the edge of his lips, adding to the already pitiful state of his demeanor. Am I being soundly trampled? Jin Yu gasped to himself, astounded beyond measure. He did not know that what Jian Wushuang had performed was the second sword formation of the 9th heaven sword formation. That, with the abilities of the blood-killing plate armor fully activated, Jian Wushuang could match the strength of a Tao master at the pinnacle of rank 3. As a Tao master who has barely grazed the verge of rank 3, Jin Yu would most undoubtedly be beneath Jian Wushuang in strength and power. Crack! Once again, the pale purplish lightsaber defied both the laws of time and space and appeared before Jin Yu. Such speeds are impossible, Jin Yu panted, his face turning pale with fright. The greatest strength of the 9th heaven sword formation was, after all, in speed. The second sword formation, otherwise known as the flash sword formation, allowed its user to traverse the distances of thousands of miles in an instant, an ingenuity that was worthy of its name. Overwhelmed by fits of panic and fright, Jin Yu flailed his sword wildly, trying desperately to fend off the menacing lightsaber. Again and again, he resisted the blows cast by Jian Wushuang, and each time, he was thrown backward, his internal wounds growing increasingly severe as his strength and power slowly spent, as was his speed. Death was upon him now. A fear that he had never known crept slowly into him, ensnaring what was left of his sanity. Never would he have believed that a mere warrior of the eternal realm would be able to strike such intense fear into him. This sword formation, its powers, its swiftness. I cannot keep up. I cannot. Jin Yu cried manically, looking as if he was on the brink of madness. Jin Wushuang, stop. Stop. Your chaos gems. I promise. I will covet of them no longer. And I promise you I'll help you to persuade the rank 8 reincarnator I mentioned to track down your father. Please stop. Please, just stop. Stop right now. Heeding nothing of his desperate pleas, Jian Wushuang continued unleashing his brutal onslaught with the 9th Heaven Sword formation. Ridden by steel and pain, Jin Yu's life inched closer to death. No, no. Jian Wushuang. I am a golden-clothed deacon of the Samsara Temple, a rank 7 reincarnator. You can't kill me. You cannot kill me, Jian Wushuang. You will be visited upon by the consequences of your actions. Wait and see. Just you wait and see. Ha 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 ha. Jin Yu's terrible and painful howls and shrieks of pain slowly subsided, replaced with delirious cries and roars of his final ounces of defiance. Regardless of his foe's plight, Jian Wushuang mercilessly continued with the execution of his blows to rain death upon his adversary, wearing a blank expression of utmost indifference and callousness. Before long, Jin Yu, a once great golden-clothed deacon of the Samsara Temple and a rank 7 reincarnator, fell to his doom under the blade of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and whisked Jin Yu's interspatial ring with an unknown current of air into his grasp before he pocketed the ring with a cold and stern look on his face. Ridiculous. My earlier courtesy to you was due to my need of your assistance. Your arrogance and haughtiness I have endured, despite your attempt to fleece me, because of your standing as one of the golden-clothed deacons of the temple. Yet you dare to attempt murder only because I have eluded your devious scheme? You must have mistaken me for a useless fool. Jian Wushuang reflected quietly, his appearance cold with fury. Throughout their encounter, Jin Yu had shown him not even an ounce of respect, wearing an insufferable air of smugness and pride since they first met at his castle. He had even made unreasonable demands and had tried to defraud him out of his greed. These had all been tolerated by Jian Wushuang with an atypical patience. Yet, now Jian Yu had tried to murder Jian Wushuang after he had left his castle because of the chaos gems the latter possessed. Never would Jian Wushuang tolerate this insolence and contempt any longer. Jin Yu's standing and influence in the temple meant nothing to Jian Wushuang. Being a brash person that he continually was and one who has a blatant disregard for niceties, not even the threat of reprisals from the temple would dissuade him for executing the impudent wretch of Jin Yu. With the deed complete, Jian Wushuang lingered no longer. He took into the air, speeding toward the other direction. There, he knew, another fierce battle was taking place. The Dragon Wing governor was at a severe disadvantage, and his very life hung on a precarious balance. Chapter 1005, That Population. Chapter 1005, That Population. At another side of a battle. Ha ha ha, Dragonwing Governor. Waste your energy no more. There is no escaping my clutches. Your flesh shall be a pleasure to my palate. The essence blood of the winged dragon clan might not be the purest, but still, it should be no less satisfying to my Epicurean zeal. The gray-robed elder licked his lips fervently. He flailed his arm, casting forth a force that struck the dragon-wing governor and sent him staggering backward, injured. You evil swine! Patches of blood stains scattered around the robes of the dragon-wing governor with blood still oozing from the wounds around him. Despite his miserable appearance, he was still stout of heart, unwilling to give up until his last. This man possesses a bloodline that has a strange predisposition that keeps me restrained. I might have able to fight equally against him if only I can summon the full use of my powers. Yet, a strange, inherent fear overwhelms me, putting a check to my strength that I can use only 7/10 of my full abilities. The Dragon Wing Governor thought, distraught and anger at his weakness. He had been troubled and torment ever since his battle against the gray-robed elder began for being unable to fully put to use his complete strength. Such was the might of the Sky-Devouring clan, the very reason for their notoriety and fame across the eternal chaotic world. The dominion wielded by the Sky-Devouring clan over the rest of the populations made it one of the most powerful races of population in the eternal chaotic world. Still, this authority affected only the races or clans of bearing the bloodlines of common exotic beasts. Those who possess stronger and more potent bloodlines, such as the bloodline of the imperial ancient gods, as born by Jian Wushuang, would hardly be subdued by this ability. What should I do? He is so quick that I cannot outrun him. Yet, I am powerless against him in battle. Am I to meet my end here, on this day? The Dragon Wing Governor was not willing to resign himself so easily to fate. Just then, the figure of a young man tore swiftly through the air and stopped before him. Jian Wushuang. The Dragon Wing Governor gasped upon realization of Jian Wushuang once he saw clearly who it was, but he immediately frowned with angst and doubt. It was apparent that the gray-robed old man wished only him and not Jian Wushuang. The latter should have earlier heeded his advice and flee as fast as he could. Yet, here was Jian Wushuang, throwing himself into the perilous embrace of death. Governor, are you safe? Jian Wushuang glanced at the Dragon Wing Governor. Why did you not escape, Jian Wushuang? The Dragon Wing Governor asked in a deep voice. Why should I? Jian Wushuang replied with an unfazed ease, his gaze shifting towards the gray-robed elder. The old man instantly froze at the sight of Jian Wushuang arriving. How is it that you are still alive? The elder asked with astonishment and surprise. Where is Jin Yu? Together, he and Jin Yu had earlier mounted the assault on Jian Wushuang and the Dragon Wing Governor. They had both agreed that the elder would attack the Dragon Wing Governor, while the youngling of the Eternal Realm would be left to Jin Yu. It was expected that no mishaps should have come to Jin Yu, as he would be dealing with a weakling of the Eternal Realm. Yet, the youngling was now before him, still very well alive. But what of Jin Yu? Jin Yu? Ha ha ha. Surely you are hardly a fool, elder? Do you not know where he is? Jian Wushuang sneered playfully. The elder's eyes narrowed with suspicion, and he sensed Jin Yu's fate. Have you slain him? The elder asked with a growl. Naturally, Jian Wushuang confirmed with a cool nod. Looks of disbelief and amazement flashed upon the faces of the gray-robed elder and the Dragon Wing Governor at the shocking revelation. A mere warrior of the Eternal Realm was able to slay a rank 7 reincarnator of the Samsara Temple. Is this even possible? Jian Wushuang, you! The Dragon Wing Governor was ridden with great amazement that he could hardly speak. Say no more. Let us first deal with the old senile before any further prattle. Jian Wushuang flashed a wink at the governor. Agreed. The Dragon Wing Governor nodded heavily, still unable to shake off the torpid lethargy of the stupefying awe. I may not know how could you have slain Jin Yu, you mongrel pup, but I am neither he, nor I am as feeble as he is. Defy me, and you taste death itself. The gray-robed elder growled menacingly, but he struck immediately without mercy. The elder cast forth his stroke, a stroke that looked so simple and powerless as a casual pat. So casual it seemed, yet the stroke had conjured a huge black hole that spanned hundreds of miles wide in the air, bearing a powerful force that threatened to rip and tear at everything that it drew to itself. The huge void of darkness bore swiftly down upon Jian Wushuang. Watching this, Jian Wushuang's lips curled with contempt as he took one step forward. The first finger of the ancient god, The barrier-breaking stroke. A churning mass of ancient god power gathered in Jian Wushuang's hand as his outstretched arm glowed slowly in dark gold. He pointed his finger towards the incoming eddy of darkness. Rumble. The sky burst into a loud, groaning rumble as a gigantic finger of gold stretched from nowhere and struck furiously at the colossal black hole. Bang! There was a huge, deafening bang that rocked the earth and shook the mountains. The terrifying shockwave rippled and swept with a destructive force, ripping apart the void, pounding all floral and vegetation on the ground into dust and filth. Jian Wushuang's body trembled as he staggered backward. With each step he careened, he fell thousands of miles behind. "You are hardly weak yourself, old man," Jian Wushuang muttered as his eyes flickered with cold fury. The stroke that he had just performed was, in fact, his full strength. But the old man was able to match him without being on the defensive. It was beyond any doubt that the old man was slightly above him in power. With the progress I've made recently, especially the Star River secret skill that I have managed to enhance to the 30th level, I should be able to match the strength of a Tao Master at the pinnacle of rank 3. But this old man was able to subdue me by his sheer raw power. Such is the power of true rank 3 Tao Master, I see. Jian Wushuang thought. There were differences in each rank of a Tao Master's progression that distinctively varied in terms of power and strength. Rank 3 Tao Masters, for instance, were divided into 3 separate levels: elementary, advanced, and peak. Jian Yu, being a hair's breadth away from reaching rank 3, was merely a rank 3 Tao Master of elementary proficiency, one who could even be seen as ineffectual, even amongst the rest of those with elementary proficiency. The Dragon Wing Governor had turned into a rank 3 Tao Master of advanced proficiency ever since he had completed the mastery of his secret skill with the help of the Dragon Heart Elixir. During his time in the Tang of the East, Jian Wushuang's strength was a match with a rank 3 Tao Master of advanced proficiency. He would hardly be able to hold his own in a match against Master Ku. But his strength had risen in recent years, most notably the mastery of the Star River secret skill. His strength was now equal to a rank 3 Tao Master who was at the pinnacle of advanced proficiency, only inches away from peak levels. The gray-robed elder's ability to subdue him with sheer raw strength meant that he was a true Tao Master at the peak proficiency of rank 3. His powers paled only slightly, if not on a par, when compared to the ilk of Emperor Shao and Emperor Yun, who were very close to the Holy Master level. Such was a might that Jian Wushuang himself would also have to be wary of. Jian Wushuang was still in the midst of beholding the greatness of the elder's strength, but the evil old man's mind was troubled and disturbed. This wretched pup's powers, a mere eternal realm fledgling, could wield such powers against me. My powers have barely been able to subdue him. Wait, that power he just used, is that the bloodline power? Could it be that he belongs to that race of population? Yes, there is no questioning. I can sense the strength of that potent bloodline in him, and one of incredible standing and bearing within their ranks. Things would indeed be vexing and bothersome if that very race of population decides to interfere. Chapter 1006. Consider yourself fortunate. Chapter 1006. Consider yourself fortunate. Not even the gray-robed elder could resist a creeping fear slinking into him at the notion of that very race. They were one of the most powerful races of populations on the Samsara continent. You can never hope to match my powers, brat. Leave now while you can. The elder uttered as he cast a cold glance at Jian Wushuang. Ridiculous. You seem to imply that you can easily kill me like how you raise a finger. Show me if you dare. Jian Wushuang taunted without fear. A faint smile lined across his face. Very well. It is you who seeks death on your own volition. I am not to be blamed. The elder hissed as his eyes flared murderously. The elder knew that he would only have to ensure no loose ends were left, and he would not have to worry of vengeful reprisals from that very race. Humph! With a furious and contemptuous snort, the mysterious runic symbols on the face of the gray-robed elder began to shine with a dark, glowy luster. The evil and sinister illumination grew, slowly enveloping him whole, bathing him fully in the faint brightness. The elder spread his bat-like wings to their entirety, his figure too growing in size. In mere seconds, the gray-robed elder had morphed into a hulking giant, bearing an uncanny resemblance to that of a monstrous bat. Jian Wuxuan looked with his eyes wide at the spectacle of the bat-like giant before him. Ha ha ha! Remarkable. His secret skill allows him to manifest the primeval form of his bloodline. The Gu King said. The blood-red eyes of the giant black bat flashed with malice, and it took into the sky with tremendous speed like a lightning bolt. Screech! The gigantic bat emitted a cry that shook all heaven and earth. With the fierce and shrilling cry came a powerful sonic wave with effects that would disorient foes, and enemies rushed and swept towards Jian Wuxuan. Ah, this is vexing, Jian Wuxuan muttered, his face turning gloomy as even he was discombobulated himself. Suddenly, the huge black bat reappeared over Jian Wuxuan with the intensity of a lightning strike, baring its fangs ravenously at him. So fast was its blitzing assault that its jaws snapped and its fangs sank deep into Jian Wuxuan's chest as the bat clenched him in its vice-like grip before he could recover himself. The giant bat mustered its strength for a fatal bite, unleashing a powerful and terrifying force. Jian Wuxuan, the dragon-wing governor, cried with distress and great astonishment. Crack! There came an abrupt groan from between its jaws. The pupils of the black bat contracted fiercely all of a sudden, laced with horror and panic. Immediately, from its throat, the bat spat out Jian Wuxuan and lurched backward. The figure of Jian Wuxuan was belched out violently, along with a broken half of one of the bat's fang. The fang, without no doubt, belonged to the giant bat, but it was broken when it was thrown out of the monster's mouth. The monster morphed by the elder had attempted to clamp its jaws upon Jian Wuxuan, but only to have its fang broken instead. The dragon-wing governor stammered, dazed and bewildered. The giant bat had retreated some distance away to safety. It shrank and returned into the form of the elder in gray robes, whose eyes regarded Jian Wuxuan with fear and horror. I, the gray-robed elder grimaced with agony and pain as well as the panic that now gripped him. He had morphed into his strongest form, used his greatest might, and had used his most powerful attack. It was an attack which would have even shredded a true rank 3 Dao master into nothing but globs of lifeless flesh, viscera, and blood. With great effort he had exerted great force, yet, not only Jian Wuxuan was hardly hurt, it was the elder himself who had got injured. This is impossible. Not even a powerful Dao master of that race would be able to withstand the force of my bite, much less damaging my fangs. Unless... The gray-robed elder stared with at Jian Wuxuan, finally noticing his blood-red robes. Twice he had struck, most notably his recent attack in the form of a monstrous bat. Nonetheless, the Jian Wuxuan's blood-red robes remained intact, creaseless and wrinkleless. The blood-red robes he wears must be a treasure. It's a potent treasure of protection. The gray-robed elder muttered, understanding finally. Jian Wuxuan taunted him with a sneer. I see your fangs are no less softer than even my body, old man. Jian Wuxuan, the dragon-wing governor, approached him and spoke to him. I've sent a word to a friend of mine. He'll come to our help. Oh, Jian Wuxuan remarked, his brows twitching dramatically. He turned to the gray-robed elder and shouted, Did you not hear, you old senile? Why are you still here? Do you intend to bite me again? Come if you will. We will see how many more fangs you can afford to lose. The older man's face grew dark with suppressed rage, but there was nothing he could say to retort. Never would he dare to venture another bite on Jian Wuxuan once more. The young knave's strong defensive capabilities makes it impossible for me to kill him. More so, with his remarkable strength. It's impossible for me to kill the dragon-wing governor, now that he is here. The old man deliberated over his decision, finally relenting and gave up. What a pity. It seems that today I won't have the chance to relish the taste of essence blood of Winged Dragon Clan. Consider yourself fortunate, you young knave. The gray-robed elder licked his lips and shot a hateful glance at Jian Wushuang. But don't be conceited. Jin Yu is a rank 7 reincarnator of the Samsara Temple with considerable influence and allies. With his death, many will hunt for your blood to avenge him. Not even your race will be able to defend you. Just you wait. With a final look at Jian Wushuang, the gray-robed elder snorted furiously and vanished into thin air with a swing of his sleeves. Jian Wushuang and the Dragon Wing governor watched as the older man vanished, showing no intentions of pursuing him. They both knew full well that the gray-robed elder wielded greater strength over them both. They would never be able to prevent his flight. Finally, he's left. The Dragon Wing governor breathed heavily, relieved. It was not until the old man had fully disappeared that the panic that throbbed at his heart began to calm and subside. Thank you, Jian Wushuang. It was by your help that I was able to survive this ordeal. The governor expressed his gratitude sincerely. It is my pleasure, Master Governor. I have enjoyed your hospitality and your advice for the 3 years of my stay at your residence. Jian Wushuang replied with a smile. The Dragon Wing governor was instead faintly surprised before he continued weakly. Nay, I've been conceited in vain. You have great strength, much greater than mine, yet I tried to give you instructions and advise you. This is... The Dragon Wing governor's voice faltered as he could only sigh with somberly. Feeling that he owed Jian Wushuang for his gift, he had tried to return the favor by giving him instructions and advice to help him improve his swordsmanship. Trying to advise Jian Wushuang as an elder, he under the impression that Jian Wushuang was indeed a mere youngling of the eternal realm, believing himself to be qualified to counsel, instruct, and advise the young warrior. It was not until today that he finally realized that the young warrior was, in fact, a stronger warrior than he was. Chapter 1007, The First Sword Principle. Chapter 1007, The First Sword Principle. The old senile has left, Governor. There is no longer any need for your friend to come. Jian Wushuang said. Indeed, I've sent him a message. The Dragon Wing governor replied and eyed Jian Wushuang strangely. Jian Wushuang, are you truly of the eternal realm level? About this, Jian Wushuang rubbed his nose awkwardly before he muttered, Let's have this conversation when we reach the city. Agreed. The Dragon Wing governor assented with a nod. With that, Jian Wushuang immediately set off for the Dragon Wing city with the Dragon Wing governor. Back at the governor's mansion of the Dragon Wing city, Jian Wushuang and the Dragon Wing governor sat together and began their talk. Unless I am very much mistaken, Jian Wushuang, you're not a native of the Samsara continent. No, the Dragon Wing governor spoke with a thoughtful smile. Why do you think so? Jian Wushuang asked with surprise. It would have been impossible for a person of your potential to remain unknown in the Samsara continent. This would only mean that you must be from the outside of the continent. You are a warrior from the Void Continent, I wager? The Dragon Wing governor hazarded a guess. You are quite perceptive, Master Governor. Jian Wushuang couldn't help grinning and admitted truthfully, Indeed, I come from the Void Continent. I am here only to seek for the close kin of mine. It is as I expected. The Dragon Wing governor remarked with a smile. That is why I have been communicating with others to help you ascertain the matter. Jin Yu had spoken the truth. His failure of securing information about your kin would mean that your close kin could either have risen above rank 7, or he might already be dead. Then again, I dare say there is no way you would readily accept the second result. That leaves you with only one option. You will have to find a rank 8 reincarnator of the Samsara Temple. Rank 8 reincarnators are Tao Masters at the pinnacle of rank 3. Even amongst the horde of warriors that throngs the Samsara Temple, there are but only a handful of warriors of such caliber. One would hardly expect to be able to even catch a glimpse of such elusive individuals. Even with my extensive influence, I am afraid I will not be able to help you in this errand. You have much to delve on your own from this point now. The Dragon Wing governor acknowledged his regret for his inability to assist Jian Wushuang. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded gently, then he said, Nevertheless, there is no longer need for hurry since my father is not among the reincarnators below rank 7. The large and wide Samsara continent teems with numerous warriors. I can travel around while looking for him. Reincarnators of the Samsara Temple did not have to worry much about their own safety once they had reached the level of rank 6. Rank 7 reincarnators were at an even higher level, which made it more difficult to kill them. His father would surely be safe if he has surpassed rank 7. Thus, there would be hardly any need for haste. Where are you going next? The Dragon Wing governor asked. Well, I did liberate the warrior slave from the gladiators' arena who was of the Rock Demon clan. I was once indebted to another great warrior of their clan. I intend to go there first. Jian Wushuang said. When do you intend to set off? The governor pressed on. Now, Jian Wushuang said. I see. In that case, I will delay you no longer. The governor smiled, waving his hand as he conjured 2 magical tokens. Here are 2 tokens. One of them is my message token. Send word to me at need. I will do my utmost to have you as best I can. The other token is the most detailed star map of the Samsara continent available. 9/10 of the territories of the Samsara continent is mapped upon it. I think it would be useful to you. Thank you very much, Master Governor. Jian Wushuang replied. He accepted gladly the 2 tokens and bid his farewell to the Dragon Wing governor. I shall hope that we will be able to meet again, Master Governor. On the same day, Jian Wushuang began his journey to the bastion of the Rock Demon clan with Qing Bin with him. Gliding over the swords of a broad and wide plain, Jian Wushuang pored over the star map that was given to him by the Dragon Wing governor. It is still a great distance between here and the region of the dwellings of the Rock Demon clan. With hardly any usable wormholes on the Samsara continent, we will have to traverse over the entire stretch on foot. Given our traveling speed, it'll take Qing Bin and me at least 5 years to complete the journey. Jian Wushuang murmured to himself. 5 years was hardly a long time for Jian Wushuang now. In the coming days, I will delve into the studies of sword principles during my journey, Jian Wushuang said, smiling cheerfully. He cast a look to his companion behind him and beckoned. Let us continue then, Qing Bin. Yes, master, Qing Bin said, nodding with respect. Together, they slowly glided towards the lands of the Rock Demon clan. And so their journey began. Jian Wushuang would often continue his studies on sword principles during their journey. For the past 3 years at the governor's mansion, he had greatly improved his grasp on swordsmanship. It would not be long until he created his own sword principle. He was rapidly making good progress, devoting himself to intense research of sword principles with the 19 sword principles from the scroll as invaluable reference materials. During the journey, Wushuang would occasionally stop to find a quiet place to meditate and assimilate the things that he learned. There were times when he would join in with fights against other warriors when they stumbled upon duels or battles, using only his skills with the sword as a means of training by deliberately suppressing his might. He would sometimes look for a place to sleep, where he would slumber for days or even months. Thus, with the odd behaviors of Jian Wushuang making sporadic stops and delays during his journey, what was at first a 5-year journey had turned into a 15-year pilgrimage before he reached the lands of the Rock Demon clan's dwelling. It was midnight, where the same blood-red moon he once saw shone eerily from the sky. Jian Wushuang was practicing his skills with the sword alone in a forest. The strokes he performed looked odd and peculiar. Indeed, peculiar would be an apt way of describing him. At times, his strokes were swift like lightning, and yet at times, they seemed slow and frail before turning furious again like an angry serpent, intense and vicious. The strokes he demonstrated were all similar in nature, yet they were displayed in various different styles, merged together as one unique sword principle. The principle was a bizarre amalgam of different styles and philosophy, a wild and audacious blend of differing principles unified into one morbidly coalesced sword principle. At length, Jian Wushuang finally stopped. My applause, Jian Wushuang. You've finally created the first sword principle of your own. The Gu King's approving voice came. Ha ha ha, Jin Wushuang grinned brightly. He had been studying extensively the 19 sword principles from the scroll and the acumen of creating the strongest sword principle. He continued studying and buried himself in profound study and training. At long last, after 15 years, he had finally created a sword principle of his own. The sword principle might look crude and simple. It was, nonetheless, a beginning for him. What do you make of my newly created sword principle, Gu King? Jin Wushuang asked, beaming with delight. This sword principle. The Gu King's voice faltered. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, well, how can I say? It seems odd and peculiar. Chapter 1008, Turbulence. Chapter 1008, Turbulence. Peculiar? Jin Wushuang asked in return, confused. The sword principle you created seems like a cluttered blend of several different sword principles. It may be a sword principle you created on your own. The sword principle seems nevertheless a tad chaotic. The Gu King said. Chaotic? Jin Wushuang murmured in stunned silence. Even so, he could understand the reason for the Gu King's opinion. Having created the sword principle himself, yet even he knew neither what to call it nor how should he name it. The sword principle was forged by fusing the several styles of the many sword principles from the scroll, embodying the differing doctrines of several sword principles. It should be expected that the sword principle would most undoubtedly be disorganized. I agree, it is chaotic now, but this sword principle can be greatly improved when I am fully able to completely coalesce all the sword's principles as one. Jin Wushuang remarked earnestly. Well, there is a sense in forging a brand new sword principle by integrating hundreds or even thousands of sword principles. Nevertheless, no one can truly tell if this sword principle can still be enhanced into your strongest sword principle. The Gu King said. Patience, Jin Wushuang said, smiling. This is but merely my first time. I will learn the ropes gradually. Jin Wushuang was rather delighted that he had finally created a sword principle of his own. He would ponder on the rest when the time was ripe. It may be a most ordinary sword principle, but with its creation came the power that now elevates my power. At last, I truly possess a Dao Master's battle strength at the pinnacle of rank 3. Jin Wushuang smiled, feeling pleased with himself before he turned to his side. Qingbin. Master. Qingbin acknowledged. Qingbin appeared before Jin Wushuang, towering at more than 3 meters tall, clad in armor of crimson scarlet. For 15 years, Qingbin had tirelessly followed Jin Wushuang everywhere, accommodating to Jin Wushuang's whimsical and sporadic delays during the journey that have cost them substantial time. Still, Qingbin had always been loyal and respectful to Jin Wushuang without complaint. Never once he had forgotten that it was Jin Wushuang who saved him from the gladiators' arena. Is that the territory of the Rock Demon clan just ahead? Qingbin, Jin Wushuang asked. Indeed, Master. We will be within the territory after crossing over this plain. Qingbin answered. Very well, we should continue without delay then. Jin Wushuang said. Yes, Master. Qingbin replied. There was a hint of delight and joy in his voice. With that, Jin Wushuang and Qingbin set off immediately, crossing over the pasture of meadows and reached the lands of the Rock Demon clan. Soon, I will finally return to my population. As they venture closer and closer in the direction of the bastion of the Rock Demon clan, Qingbin grew more and more excited, with a noticeable spring of delight in his steps. Even Jin Wushuang could feel the joy radiating from him. But they had only just reached the lands of the clan, when, boom, boom, the clamor and bedlam of battle and carnage could be heard from afar. From a distance, Jin Wushuang could see that there were fighting and bloodshed from where he stood. There were dozens of people of opposing factions fighting in the battle. The warriors of one faction were quite large and built. Even the shortest one was more than 2 meters tall. The Titanic giants attacked violently in a crude and clumsy fashion, in great part due to their awfully strong physique. Nonetheless, they evidently weaker in number. The other faction had more than 20 men, all of whom were of the Eternal Realm, and one-third of them had reached its peak. Despite being weaker in brute strength and defensive capabilities, these men were more agile and nimble in their movements and maneuvers. The battle waged brutally between both sides, with the giants at an absolute disadvantage. Kill them all. The entire Rock Demon clan must die. Leave none of them alive. A peal of harsh roars came from the battlefield, the tremors of the pandemonium shaking even the heaven and earth. Jian Wushuang and Qing Bin came closer to the site of battle. Another group of over a dozen men joined in the battle. They were apparently the reinforcements of the smaller and more agile group. Already suffering a hard-fought battle, the side of the Rock Demon clan were immediately being subdued and trampled in an instant. Oh no! Seeing this, Qing Bin turned angry and furious. His eyes flared with murderous rage. He cursed, "Damned Black Python clan! Those are my kin, Master Wushuang, the people of the Rock Demon clan. They are in danger. I need to help them right now." As he spoke, Qing Bin hurled himself forward. Jian Wushuang stood motionless, merely watching as his eyes slightly narrowed. The aura of Qing Bin erupted in its fullness. His long adventures in the outside world and the many life-and-death fights at the gladiators' arena had welled within him a blend of brooding anger, remorse, resentment, and hate. These emotions helped shape the savage and violent aura that he unleashed, sweeping forth like a ripple of shockwave and instantly overwhelming everyone at the site of the battle. With the unexpected appearance of Qing Bin, who had returned, looks of relief and hope filled the faces of his kins of the Rock Demon clan. "You are Qing Bin? It's brother Qing Bin. It's brother Qing Bin. Quick, Qing Bin, stop them." But the enemies from the other faction, the Black Python clan, merely sneer mockingly at the sight of Qing Bin's appearance. Qing Bin? That is a name we have long heard before. It's said that he was once well known within the Rock Demon clan. However, he vanished afterward. There were rumors that he had left for an adventure, but I didn't expect his return. Nevertheless, there is nothing that a lone giant of the Eternal Realm can do to defy our might. Qing Bin returns to seek his own doom. Say no more, just butcher him along with the rest. Several warriors of the Black Python clan immediately threw themselves at Qing Bin. Qing Bin's strength was at the peak of the Eternal Realm. No one here could hope to be able to match him in strength in single combat. But there were simply just too many enemies against him, like a lone tree, trying its best to weather a horrific storm. The warriors of the Black Python clan were all of the Eternal Realm too. Any three of them who wielded strengths at the peak of the Eternal Realm could easily subdue Qing Bin. The tide of battle had hardly shifted even with Qing Bin's arrival. So life is also turbulent even in the lands of the Rock Demon clan, Jian Wushuang murmured. Noticing his cue to act, his figure shimmered abruptly, and he directly appeared at the center of the battle. His sudden leap into the fray shocked and surprised everyone. Another one? But he seems different. Is he not from the Rock Demon clan? Pay no heed. Just slaughter him along with others. Burning deeply in a fit of bloodlust, several warriors of the Black Python clan rushed over at once to attack Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang shot them a sharp look with a cold gaze and opened his mouth suddenly. Get lost. He emitted so angry a roar that held tremendous ancient god powers, which were immediately dispersed like a powerful wave of force that swept across the site of battle. Everyone ceased their movements in astonishment and bewilderment. The kinsmen of the Rock Demon clan all looked at Jian Wushuang with awe. Panic rose from their hearts. At the same time, the marauders from the Black Python clan clutched and clawed at their eyes and ears in agony as they crumbled to the ground, wailing and crying in pain. Blood trickled out of their damaged ears and eyes. None of them were dead, but the people from the Black Python clan were all shocked, discombobulated and paralyzed by this angry roar. Our retreat. Retreat now. The chieftain of the Black Python clan, a warrior of the Eternal Realm himself, howled a harsh cry, signaling the withdrawal of his men. None of them dared to remain as they fled back to where they came from miserably. Some ventured a final glimpse of fear and terror at Jian Wushuang as they leave, hoping a final glance at the person who had effortlessly routed them with a mere roar that struck despair and panic into them. Chapter 1009, Godhong. Chapter 1009, Godhong. In mere moments, the numerous warriors of the Black Python clan, who were formerly seething with bloodthirsty rage, were all routed. Jian Wushuang's angry roar had struck so great a fear into their hearts that their blood froze. None of them dared to stay and endure his wrath. Master Wushuang. Qing Bin went to Jian Wushuang immediately. The rest of the Rock Demon clan gazed at Jian Wushuang with gratitude and awe. "Thank you for rescuing us, Master Wushuang," Qing Bin said. If it were not for Jian Wushuang's help, he and his kin would have been slaughtered by the Black Python clan. "Why the hostilities by the Black Python clan?" Jian Wushuang asked. "It is as thus," Qing Bin explained. "There are nearly 100 races and clans in this region. Among these populations, the Rock Demon clan and the Black Python clan reign the strongest. Both are the stronger populations around here. Hence, conflicts and battles ensue tirelessly as both clans fought to maintain their influence and interests. Animosity between both clans have persisted for many years now." "I see," Jian Wushuang remarked, his eyebrows raising with faint surprise. "The Rock Demon clan one of the stronger populations?" Prior to arriving here, he had presumed that the Rock Demon clan was a common or lesser population. Never did he know that the clan was a stronger population that commanded a minor degree of authority. Even across the entire Samsara continent, the stronger populations numbered few and scarce. They were clans or race that possessed considerably potent overall strength. "Take me to Godhong, Qing Bin," Jian Wushuang said promptly. "Yes." Qing Bin immediately led the way. Before long, they reached the stronghold of the Rock Demon clan. The stronghold of the Rock Demon clan was surrounded by a ring of mountains. Within the bastion of the clan were numerous buildings and structures that housed millions of their kin. Even among the stronger populations, it was rare for a race to have a population of millions of kinsmen. The Rock Demon clan was beyond any doubt one of the stronger populations that commanded respectable overall strength over the lesser races and clans. Still, it was among the weakest of stronger populations across the continent. They have 10 Dao Masters in their midst, the least possible number of Dao Masters for stronger populations. The greatest warrior of the clan was none other than Godhong, a Dao Master of rank 3. Still, he wielded only the elementary proficiency of rank 3. It was the awakened Rock Demon bloodline that flowed through his veins which had endowed him with an extremely sturdy physique, allowing him a slight edge even in fights against rank 3 Dao Masters with advanced proficiency. Following closely behind Qing Bin, Jian Wushuang was led directly into the bastion of the Rock Demon clan, where he was arranged for an audience with Godhong in a grand hall. Clad in armor of cyan hue, Godhong was a bald man who towered at an intimidating height of more than 5 meters. There he stood, they saw, at the forefront of the hall like a huge mountain. "Is he Godhong?" Jian Wushuang asked himself, staring at Godhong with astonishment and disbelief. The mere shred of consciousness of Godhong during their encounter in the ancient world had left a vivid and lasting impression that had never ceased to awe him. Jian Wushuang could hardly forget the amazement and awe that he reserved especially for the consciousness that was shaped by the residual powers left in a mere severed finger of Godhong. Yet, now, meeting Godhong for the first time in person, Jian Wushuang could hardly feel neither admiration nor adoration for the person he once respected. "Brother Hong, it is I, Qing Bin, who has returned." Qing Bin rushed over to Godhong and fell to his knees before the hulking man with great excitement, bowing his head down on the ground with utmost reverence as his voice echoed through the alcoves of the hall. "It is good that you have returned. On your feet now." Relieved and comforted, Godhong dismissed with a simple wave of his hand as he watched his long-lost kin immediately got to his feet. "This is Master Jian Wushuang, Brother Hong. He is the reason that I am able to return alive. More so, It was he who had earlier saved our kinsmen from the Black Python clan and had routed their warriors. Oh, God Hong turned to look at Jian Wushuang. My name is Jian Wushuang, Senior. My deepest respects to you. Jian Wushuang greeted him. Jian Wushuang? God Hong asked strangely. There was a faint glimpse of recognition in his eyes. You might remember, Senior, that many years before, a severed finger of yours had fallen into a domain called the Ancient World. The finger contained a sliver of your consciousness. The consciousness from the severed finger had encountered a young fellow and had taught him the immortality secret skill. The young fellow was also imparted with the technique of enhanced magic, Thunderbolt. Jian Wushuang said, smiling. God Hong's gaze instantly transfixed upon Jian Wushuang with a surprised stare as he realized who Jian Wushuang was. He said, You were the young man from the ancient world? I am, Jian Wushuang said. How is this possible? God Hong looked at Jian Wushuang with amazement. He said, You were but a fresh sapling then, still young and untrained in combat and martial skills when the shred of my consciousness met you. It has hardly been 2,000 years, and yet, in such a short time, you have managed to achieve such power and strength. God Hong was filled with astonishment. He had merely intended to show some kindness to a helpless weakling when they first met. Despite once encouraging Jian Wushuang to reach for greater heights and proposing that the young man visit him in the future, he did not expect that Jian Wushuang would indeed thrive and progress so swiftly. But now, Jian Wushuang had indeed come to him in less than 2,000 years. You had saved Qing Bin and had repelled our enemies from the Black Python clan. I simply don't know how to express my gratitude to you. God Hong said with a smile. You are being too polite, Senior. I would not be here if it were not for the kindness that you have shown me so many years ago. Jian Wushuang said. Nevertheless, Jian Wushuang spoke true. His encounter with God Hong had given him the means which enabled the breakthrough of his strength and granted him the immortality secret skill. The very same immortality secret skill had been key to his continued success. It was hardly an exaggeration that it was God Hong who had paved the way for Jian Wushuang's climb to power. Ha ha ha. I had helped you then because I had perceived you as a pleasant and likable young man. Yet, never would I be able to foretell that you would be able to blossom and thrive to such greatness. God Hong burst into laughter as all semblances of his intimidating and stern self immediately diminished. Just then, God Hong muttered with surprise. His expression took a drastic change. What is wrong, Brother Hong? Qing Bin asked, looking at God Hong. It's a beacon calling for help. I must look into it right away. God Hong said grimly. Could it be the Black Python clan again? Qing Bin asked, his face darkened with gloom. I am afraid it is true. There have been many changes within the Black Python clan while you were away. They have revolutionized their inner workings that they have now landed us, the Rock Demon clan, in a very dire and disadvantaged position. God Hong lamented with a sigh before he turned to glance at Jian Wushuang. I am afraid I have business to attend to, young friend. Our conversation will have to continue some other time. Please stay with us and enjoy our hospitality while you're here. Qing Bin will show you around our clan. There is an area which might interest you. It is a place where it might be useful to students in the skills of swordsmanship like you. Qing Bin will lead you there as well. With that, God Hong took his leave and left. Please come with me, Master Wushuang, Qing Bin said with a smile. Very well. Jian Wushuang replied curiously as he nodded. God Hong had mentioned of a site which will help greatly the students of the mastery of swordsmanship. What manner of place could that be? Chapter 10:10 The Legacy of the Sword Emperor. Chapter 10:10 The Legacy of the Sword Emperor. The bastion of the Rock Demon clan was a wide and large city. Qing Bin and Jian Wushuang had wandered long before they finally came to the bottom of a huge mountain gorge that was deep behind one of the great mountains that overlooked the city. They were between the massive rocky-faced walls of the deep ravine. Here we are, Master Wushuang, Qing Bin said as they came to a stop, The finger of his outstretched arm pointed to the huge, jagged walls. "Look, master." Jian Wushuang looked closely into the distant. What he saw made him froze. "It's—" With his eyes twinkling with awe and amazement, Jian Wushuang saw many marks upon the walls. Unlike the rough faces of the walls, the marks were incredibly precise and smooth with varying depths and declinations, very much similar to the marks left upon a slab of butter by a hot and keen blade. These were all marks left by swords. Marks that have cleaved and hewed deep into the solid walls of rock with differing depth. There were 9 of them in all. Jian Wushuang looked at the 9 sword marks on the walls of the chasm, feeling horrified and yet amazed. Too smooth. These sword marks are just too smooth. How sharp would a sword have to be capable of carving so deeply and smoothly into solid rock? How swift would the skills of its wielder have to be able to harness such power? Jian Wushuang breathed absent-mindedly as he studied the first sword mark. The first sword mark was the shallowest of the 9. Despite its age, Jian Wushuang could still faintly perceive the aura left by the stroke, a destructive will to inflict damage that appalled him. As he examined the mark, Jian Wushuang could slowly envision a figure, the silhouette of a swordsman who swung his sword and left the mark on the wall with finesse and grace. Too fast. This stroke is too fast. Jian Wushuang gasped, astonished before he moved on to the second sword mark. The second mark was deeper still, containing a richer residue of aura left so long ago. Jian Wushuang could envision once more the figure of the swordsman brandishing his blade. The dance of his sword bore the vestiges of the same swordsmanship, the only difference that this second mark was left by a stroke swifter than the first. Already the stroke which had birthed the first sword mark was fast enough to amaze Jian Wushuang, but the stroke that had created the second mark was even faster still. Then he saw the third, the fourth, and the subsequent marks that followed. As the marks became deeper and deeper, the swordsman from his vision demonstrated the strokes of his swordsmanship with speeds that outvied one after another, growing increasingly faster and faster. Finally, he saw the 9th and the final sword mark. The mark cleaved deep into the rock that it appeared it could even sunder the mountain half. It clearly bore the traces of the strongest force unleashed by the swiftest stroke. In his vision, Jian Wushuang could fully visualize the silhouette of the swordsman, showing to him the swordsmanship in its fullness. The speed of the stroke was what left him horrified. It was so fast that not even Jian Wushuang could see it clearly. It bore such terrible swiftness that Jian Wushuang knew even he himself would only be helpless before such an overwhelming speed. Finally, he saw the 9th and the final sword mark. I believe it was an incredibly powerful swordsman who was once here to meditate on his mastery of swordsmanship and hone them to perfection. The 9 marks on the wall of the gorge were left during his training. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. All 9 marks were left by the very same stroke, repeated again and again. But the differences in the depths of the strokes showed the gradual rise in force that was accorded by the increase of speed in the execution of the stroke. It was, beyond a doubt, the manifestation of how the swordsman had pushed his skills to its limits step by step. "What do you think of them, Master Wushuang?" Qingbin asked as he looked at Jian Wushuang. Extremely shocked. Jian Wushuang answered truthfully. "Everyone from our clan, those who study swordsmanship, were the very same amazed and shocked expression that you now wear when they first laid eyes on these marks," Qingbin said with a smile. "It was about 20,000 years ago when a mysterious swordsman happened to venture here. Struck by a sudden glimpse of inspiration, he stopped here and meditated on his skills. He was then discovered by some of my kin who had tried to drive him away. But in his act to ward off those who disturbed his meditation, he carelessly cast a blow from his sword that had then created the first mark that you had seen earlier. This terrified everyone present, including Brother Hong. With respect for his skills, Brother Hong commanded that no one were to disturb the meditation of the swordsman. In fact, he had even assigned sentinels who watched for the safety of the swordsman, guarding him peacefully at the entrances of the gorge. For 2 years, the swordsman remained until his departure. We then discovered the 9 sword marks that he had left on the granite wall of the chasm. They were gifts from him, in return for the hospitality that we have accorded him for 2 years. Compensation? Jian Wushuang uttered, breaking into a giggle. The 9 sword marks were a great boon to any swordsman seeking to hone their skills. It was a very heavy gift from the swordsman to the Rock Demon clan for his 2-year-long stay in the ravine. Do you know of the name of this master swordsman, Qingbin? Jian Wushuang asked. I do. Qingbin promptly said. Before he left, he had revealed that his name was Sunrise. Sunrise? The Sunrise Sword Emperor? Jian Wushuang gasped, his eyes opening wide. There was but only one swordsman in the entire Green Fire world who bore the name of Sunrise. He was none other than the Sunrise Sword Emperor, the undisputed greatest swordsman of the Green Fire world. No wonder, Jian Wushuang said, no wonder these marks are so powerful and incredible. These are the hallmarks of the skills of the Sunrise Sword Emperor himself. Jian Wushuang felt a rapturous delight in his heart as he looked in awe at the sword marks. It was imperative that he created a stronger sword principle. The 9 sword marks left by the Sunrise Sword Emperor would be of great hope to that vocation. Most importantly, the 9 swords marks showcased a gradual process to pursue perfection. These sword marks, Jian Wushuang stared at the first sword scar carefully, instantly fascinated by the inspiration it embodied. Within moments, his eyes blinked shut. Master Wushuang. Qingbin tried to call out to him, but he saw Jian Wushuang closing his eyes suddenly before he drew his sword and began waving it around as he practiced his strokes in the middle of 2 lofty mountain faces. Realizing that Jian Wushuang was ensnared by a similar reverie of an awakening inspiration, Qingbin retreated silently out of the gorge, leaving Jian Wushuang alone deep in his meditation peacefully. Completely awashed with the euphoric delirium, Jian Wushuang fell into a deep trance of meditation, losing completely all sense of time. In a mere flash, 3 days had passed, but Jian Wushuang was still deep in his trance, waving his sword in practice. But the speed of his skills had increased substantially. Floating in midair, Godhong, who had returned from his business, and Qingbin stood abreast side by side, watching at Jian Wushuang who was still inside the gorge. Our young friend shares a certain kismet with me, and he has great potential. In only 2,000 years, he had managed to reach such immense strength. It will be hardly long before he truly becomes an invincible warrior. Godhong smiled and then glanced at Qingbin beside him, saying, Let no one into the gorge for now. We will leave our young friend here on his own as he mediates peacefully. Chapter 10:11 Aurora Sword Principle. Chapter 10:11 Aurora Sword Principle. In the rift of the territory of the Rock Demon clan, Jian Wushuang was stunned when seeing the 9 sword scars on the mountain wall. Judging from the 9 sword scars on the wall, he could imagine Sunrise Sword Emperor swiped faster and faster. The last one was so fast that it was even beyond Jian Wushuang's imagination, which completely refreshed his knowledge of swordsmanship. He then forgot about everything, immersing himself in meditation upon sword principle. Under the command of Godhong, the clansmen of the Rock Demon clan who used to meditate upon sword principle didn't come to the rift to bother Jian Wushuang during these days. Jian Wushuang threw himself into study, meditation, and practice. In a wink, 5 years had passed. Jian Wushuang stood quietly in the rift, staring at a vertical boulder in the front. Then he drew out his sword right away. Jian Wushuang drew his long sword out. With a flash of sword light, he put it back to the sheath. If an ordinary person saw this, he wouldn't believe his eyes, or he would think that Jian Wushuang didn't even move. Yet at this moment, the vertical boulder in front of Jian Wushuang was sliced in the middle of its body and finally fell to the ground. Its cut was extremely smooth and flat. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang couldn't help putting a smile on his face. Congratulations, Jian Wushuang. You have created the second sword principle of your own. The voice of Gu King rang in Jian Wushuang's mind. Haha, Jian Wushuang said with a grin. It never occurred to him that there would be 9 sword scars left by Sunrise Sword Emperor in the territory of the Rock Demon clan. What was more, the 9 sword scars were from easy to difficult, which made it quite easy for Jian Wushuang to meditate on. Through this meditation, he had been inspired in many ways. It helped him create his second sword principle over the 5 years. I created the first sword principle by absorbing the essences of many sword principles and integrating them to make a more powerful and horrible sword principle. Through evolution, this sword principle should unify into one at the end. But the second sword principle, Jian Wushuang said. Jian Wushuang squinted slightly. The second sword principle came from the 9 sword scars left by Sunrise Sword Emperor through meditation. It also focuses on speed. By now I just learned its basis. It was also a sword principle at the most common level. As for its name, for now, I shall just call it Aurora Sword Principle. He had created 2 sword principles. One of them was Coalescent Sword Principle, and the other one was Aurora Sword Principle. Both of them were sword principles at the common level. Yet, there was still a lot of room for improvement. Needless to say, as for Coalescent Sword Principle, he could make it more and more powerful by integrating more sword principles and making a perfect combination of essence of those sword principles. As for Aurora Sword Principle, speed was the most important thing. Now that Jian Wushuang had only preliminarily mastered it, obviously he could make it more powerful. Jian Wushuang, although you have created 2 sword principles and enhanced your overall strength, your swordsmanship can't enable you to display your sword principles to full extent. Therefore, now you shouldn't focus on improving the level of sword principle. Instead, you should turn to swordsmanship suitable for your sword principles. The voice of Gu King rang in his mind again. Only when your sword principle match with your swordsmanship perfectly can you completely fulfill yourself. I see. Jian Wushuang nodded and said. He was also aware of his drawbacks on swordsmanship. Boundless Heaven sword art was his best swordsmanship. However, Boundless Heaven sword art just focused on power, which was apparently not suitable to improve his 2 sword principles. It's not difficult to create a matching swordsmanship to fully display Coalescent Sword Principle. After all, it unifies all swordsmanships into one, which makes it applicable to various swordsmanships. The problem is Aurora Sword Principle, Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. About the swordsmanship suitable for Aurora Sword Principle, I do have an idea, but it needs to be tested in constant efforts. The 9 sword scars left by Sunrise Sword Emperor are profound and extensive. It has a lot in common with my Aurora Sword Principle. It probably can inspire me in many ways to create a matching swordsmanship. Jian Wushuang looked up at the 9 sword scars on the mountain wall and then started digging into swordsmanship. When he first arrived Samsara continent, he was so eager to look for his father. But now, he was totally calmed. The 9 sword scars left by Sunrise Sword Emperor were of great use to him. He would certainly want to stay longer to improve his sword principles as well as his swordsmanship level. As time went by, Jian Wushuang had long forgotten about everything else. In a flash, Jian Wushuang had already been meditating in the rift for 13 years. Upon the void outside the rift, Godhong and Qingbin stood side by side. Master Wushuang is still cultivating there. Looking down at Jian Wushuang, who was absorbed in studying swordsmanship, Qingbin secretly praised. He has completely indulged in swordsmanship meditation. Godhong said with a smile, Jian Wushuang is not only extremely talented but also a lot more diligent than most people. No wonder he can make such an achievement in less than 2,000 years. By the way, during these days, was there discontent from the clansmen who used to meditate in the rift? No. Qingbin shook his head and said with a smile, when Master Wushuang first came to our clan, he helped us to defeat numerous experts of the Black Python clan and saved a lot of our clansmen. Everyone in our clan knows what he did. They appreciate him a lot, including clansmen who cultivate sword principles. Therefore, no one has complained about it when they knew Master Wushuang has been cultivating in the rift. That's good, Godhong said, nodding slightly. This young man has got extraordinary potentials. He'll achieve great success in the future. It's also beneficial for us to be friendly with such a potential expert. That's right. Qingbin nodded along and said. Speaking of the Black Python clan, Something might go wrong among them judging from their actions these days. Godhong suddenly frowned and said, "In terms of strength, the Black Python clan is much stronger than us. In the battle between us, they will come at us outrageously as long as we win a little. However, this time we have gained such a big advantage, yet they didn't react it at all. It is absolutely unusual. Take my order. Tell our clansmen to be careful as much as possible. My gut tells me that the Black Python clan is planning something drastic." Something drastic? Qingbin appeared puzzled, but immediately realized. He said, "I see." Godhong and Qingbin didn't stay any longer in this void. Soon they left. Jian Wushuang was still alone in the rift, concentrating on practicing his swordsmanship. Since he created the second sword principle, it had been 8 years in total. His swordsmanship was quite different from what it used to be. Chapter 10:12, Incident. Chapter 10:12, Incident. In a grand hall, many experts of the Black Python clan gathered together. Everyone looked quite excited. "We've finally come to this day, after preparing for so long." The leader of the Black Python clan was an insidious man with a little black snake coiling on his shoulder. He looked around with ice-cold eyes like vipers and said, "We are going to do it today. Follow everything by the plan. This time, we must make them pay a heavy price and leave them to go to the dogs." Yes. One after another, the experts of the Black Python clan around him nodded excitedly. After fighting against each other for so many years in this territory, the enmity between the Black Python clan and the Rock Demon clan had long gone into a situation in which they would fight to the death. The two populations would trample the other side underfoot downright without hesitation given a chance. And this time, for the Black Python clan, it was definitely a now or never chance. "Master Di Yin, later when Godhong shows up, I will have to bother you to deal with him." The insidious man looked towards a black-robed elder sitting next to him and said with a hint of modesty. On hearing this, the black-robed elder raised his head slightly and unfolded his skinny old face. Black mysterious cracks could be seen all over one of his cheeks. If Jian Wushuang was there, would have recognized him at a glance. The black-robed elder was Di Yin, the expert from the Sky-Devouring clan who worked with Jin Yu to ambush Dragon Wing Governor and him outside of Jin Yu's castle back then. Di Yin came from the bloodline of the Sky-Devouring clan and liked to devour the essence blood of all kinds of exotic beasts. He once had his eye on Dragon Wing Governor. However, he had to give up because Jian Wushuang got in his way. After that, he traveled along and happened to come to this territory as well. Then he accepted the invitation from the experts of the Black Python clan and came to help them defeat the Rock Demon clan. The Rock Demon clan has been known for powerful body defensive ability. Godhong had awakened a part of the bloodline and reached the level of rank 3 Dao Master. Even I am not totally sure that I could kill him for good, but I could manage to wound him badly. The black-robed elder Di Yin said, "It will be enough as long as you can inflict serious injuries on him and hold down his battle strength for a short while. If the plan works, the overall strength of the Rock Demon clan will be severely cut down, and Godhong will also be unable to use his strength. Then our Black Python clan could unite the experts to wipe out the whole Rock Demon clan," the insidious man said in a low voice. In this way, the Black Python clan should be the only advanced population over the territory ever after. Dian laughed and said, "Haha, I still have to bother you to help us achieve that, Master Di Yin." The insidious man laughed along and said. Soon the experts of the Black Python set off. In the rift of the territory of the Rock Demon clan. Buzz, buzz. The whole rift was full of sword essence. Yet Jian Wushuang, who was in the very center of sword essence, stopped and slowly put back his sword. "After digging for so many years, I finally completed this move," Jian Wushuang said with a delightful face. "Jian Wushuang, the talent you have got on sword principle is undoubtedly marvelous. You can create such a weird swordsmanship." Gu King spoke to his mind. "Your sword principles are just at the common level, but the move you created is tremendous. Even those experts who have created sword principle at the universe level won't necessarily be capable of working it out. I have to thank Sunrise Sword Emperor for leaving these 9 sword scars. Besides, I am also grateful to Master Ku, who guided me at the beginning." Jin Wushuang laughed and said. After Jin Wushuang created the second sword principle of his own named swordplay of Aurora, he spent 8 years digging into swordsmanship. By now, he had finally made a great achievement on swordsmanship and fulfilled his goal. While this original body of mine was indulged in the study of swordsmanship, the other one has been meditating on the connotation of the strongest sword principle. Thus I have come to some understandings in which I feel that I am quite close to creating my third sword principle. Jin Wushuang smiled and said, "People would surely be deeply shocked if they were told about someone who had created 2 sword principles successively in just a few decades and was about to create the third one. After all, sword principles were unimaginably profound. There was no way they could be created at will." But Jin Wushuang was different. He got a great gift in sword principle along with many treasures and opportunities that facilitated him. Most important of all, he had the strongest sword heart. The rule that the strongest sword heart must be metamorphosized from the strongest sword soul played an essential role in the meditation on sword principles. In comparison to other warriors of sword principles, Jin Wushuang got a much greater innate advantage. Even Gu King said that Jin Wushuang should at least create one of the strongest sword principles before he became a Dao master. Yet how many cultivators of sword principle would dare to set their goal to achieve the strongest sword principle in the whole green fire world? But for Jin Wushuang, who had the strongest sword heart, achieving the strongest sword principle was merely a starting point. Jin Wushuang was murmuring, but suddenly, boom! A dreadful roar came down from the distant void with a rush, carrying a horrible aftermath that spread to the whole Rock Demon clan. Ha ha! From today on, the Rock Demon clan will no longer exist on the Samsara continent. A loud and cold laughter came through the air like a heavy thunder, echoing in the entire residence of the Rock Demon clan. In an instant, the whole Rock Demon clan was startled. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Numerous experts of the Rock Demon clan rushed towards the residence of the Rock Demon clan with astonishment and anger on their face. What happened? Jin Wushuang glided to the void above the rift. Overlooking to the distant void, he could see the edge of his vision where several grand auras were approaching slowly. There were 8 auras in total, and all of them belonged to the real experts at Dao Master level. And most importantly, the 8 Dao Masters all came with tremendous killing intent. Apparently, they were not from the Rock Demon clan. What happened? Jin Wushuang said doubtfully. Master Wushuang, Master Wushuang. As there came an anxious voice, Qingbin glided to Jin Wushuang hurriedly. Qingbin, what happened? Why would there be some people directly intruding the residence of the Rock Demon clan? Jin Wushuang frowned and asked. With 10 Dao Masters, led by Godhong, who was a rank 3 Dao Master, the Rock Demon clan was some way an advanced population. Within this territory, no one dared to mess with them except for the Black Python clan. Although the strength of the Black Python clan was slightly greater and the fight between the two populations was a bit crazy, the Black Python clan wouldn't dare to assault the city of the Rock Demon clan if there was no specific treasure that they coveted so much. Something happened. Something serious happened. Qingbin growled in a low voice, and his eyes turned red. He said, "The Black Python clan set us up. A medium population was bribed by them and joined their conspiracy. For elders of US who went out for business all fell today." Chapter 1013, Death Shadow. Chapter 1013, Death Shadow. What? Jin Wushuang asked, unable to hold back his surprise. As an advanced population, the Rock Demon clan included not a few experts. Generally, the elders of the clan were Dao Master experts. For elders had fallen. It meant that 4 Dao Masters had fallen. There were just 10 Dao Masters in the whole Rock Demon clan. Even more, Brother Hong was beaten up by them. Qingbin said urgently, "I don't know how the Black Python clan called in an expert." He suddenly showed up and severely injured Brother Hong during the head-on fight between Brother Hong and the leader of the Black Python clan. If it were not for Brother Hong's incredible skill in defense, he would probably have got killed. Even God Hong got severely injured? Jian Wushuang said, squinting slightly. Including God Hong, there were just 10 Dao Masters in total in the Rock Demon clan. Now 4 of them had fallen at a time, and even God Hong got severely injured, making the battle strength of the high-level leaders of the Rock Demon clan sank to a low level. Not surprisingly, the experts of the Black Python clan dared to directly intrude into the city of the Rock Demon clan. Master Wushuang, Brother Hong told me to ask you to leave immediately. Qingbin said, after all, you don't belong here. You are not supposed to engage in the collision between our Rock Demon clan and the Black Python clan. So just get out of here. No need to leave immediately. Jian Wushuang shook his head while gazing at the 8 Dao Masters of the Black Python clan in the distance. He could sense the monstrous killing intent from them. He said, the Black Python clan have fought with the Rock Demon clan for so many years. They finally got such a great opportunity, so they won't give you a break. Not surprisingly, the Black Python clan must have sent out all the experts today. The Rock Demon clan is in danger. Jian Wushuang, what do you intend to do? He heard Gu King's voice. I'm indebted to God Hong. Besides, during these years, I got a lot of help from the Rock Demon clan. They did me such a great favor, so I should do something for them in return. Jian Wushuang said with a smile. You want to help them? Gu King said apathetically. You tell me, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile, while Blood Mountain sword appeared in his hand. Master Wushuang, what are you doing? Qingbin stared at Jian Wushuang with amazement and said, Qingbin, just stand here and watch. Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile, then flying forward. Jian Wushuang flew across the void with ease like a ghost and soon got to the battlefield ahead. At this moment, the 2 populations were in an intense battle. Led by the 8 Dao Masters, numerous experts of the Black Python clan had directly intruded into the city of the Rock Demon clan. Numerous clansmen of the Rock Demon clan struggled to fight back. However, the battle strength of the high-level leaders of the Rock Demon clan was considerably inferior to that of the Black Python clan. Although the left Dao Masters of the Rock Demon clan joined the fight, they were soon beaten back by the 8 Dao Masters of the Black Python clan. No one could stop the 8 Dao Masters of the Black Python clan. Haha, kill them all. Our Black Python clan is the unchallenged leader of this territory from today. The Rock Demon clan, after all these years of fight, today is the extermination day of your clan. Angry roars and loud laughs reverberated between heaven and earth. Led by the 8 Dao Masters, the experts of the Black Python clan killed wantonly in the territory of the Rock Demon clan. Meanwhile, the Rock Demon clan was barely capable of fighting back. At this moment, Jian Wushuang showed up in the midmost battlefield like a ghost, as well as in front of the 8 Dao Masters of the Black Python clan. All the 8 Dao Masters saw, but they didn't pay much attention. Where does the brat come from? Get the hell out of here. A bald man waved his robe, and instantly there came a blast of power which formed a sharp sword shadow. It came towards Jian Wushuang's head. Jian Wushuang stood there indifferently with the corners of his mouth lifted to a special arc and his eyes fixed on Blood Mountain sword in his hand. I've just created this swordsmanship and never displayed it in the presence of anyone. Today I should try its power on you 8 Dao Masters, Jian Wushuang murmured. Without any big movement, he just waved his sword casually. It was just a casual swipe which looked like a child's swipe. However, just as he waved Blood Mountain sword, a burst of horrified sword essence exploded at the moment. A sharp sword shadow was unleashed directly. Fast, it was so fast. It was definitely several times faster than any swordsmanships that Jian Wushuang had displayed before. At first, the 8 Dao Masters in front of Jian Wushuang didn't take Jian Wushuang seriously, because he was just at Eternal Realm level. But when they saw this sharp sword shadow unleashed, they showed a trace of astonishment in their eyes. While they saw the sword shadow, a strange power directly overwhelmed them. At this moment, as their consciousness fell into a temporary pause, they were dumbfounded like a fool. Swish. After a low hum, peace was restored and the sharp sword shadow had vanished. Jian Wushuang stood in the void, slowly returning Blood Mountain sword to the sheath. Watching the 8 Dao masters standing there still, he said with a faint smile, "I should thank Master Ku for inspiring me so that I could create this swordsmanship." Master Ku was one of the 18 masters of the Void Temple. Jian Wushuang used to have a fight with Master Ku outside of the imperial city of Tang of the East. Jian Wushuang still vividly remembered Master Ku's most powerful move. The move was stunning and incredibly fast. The most important thing was that the move contained consciousness attack as well. The saber technique and consciousness attack combined perfectly. The move shocked Jian Wushuang so much that it constantly crossed his mind when he tried to create a matching swordsmanship for Aurora Sword Principle during the past years. Thus, he intended to combine consciousness attack with his swordsmanship perfectly. After all, he was rather adept in consciousness attack. Through several years of study, he finally created this swordsmanship that had the speed of the Aurora Sword Principle and the consciousness attack. This move was incredibly fast. Meanwhile, the consciousness attack included in the swordsmanship was perfectly displayed after being greatly improved by the swordsmanship. It was even much more powerful than mind-controlling secret skill displayed by Jian Wushuang with all his strength. What was more, mind-controlling secret skill needed to be displayed by Jian Wushuang in a painstaking and complicated way. The sweeping consciousness attack could be easily noticed. Nevertheless, the consciousness attack included in the swordsmanship really came quietly without a sign, which created this extremely weird but incredibly fast move. "This move is named Death Shadow," Jian Wushuang murmured. As he finished his words, the 8 Dao masters who hovered in the void ahead of him fell feebly one after another. 8 figures fell at the same time. This scene made the whole battlefield fall silent. Chapter 10:14. A move? Chapter 10:14. A move? In a hall in the deepest part of the territory of the Rock Demon Clan. Third Elder, how is the preparation going? God Hong asked, sitting on a throne. He looked very pale, and his eyes were bloodshot. The elder experts of the Rock Demon Clan were gathering at the bottom of the hall. 100 talented young clansmen have assembled. They can set off at any moment. The third elder of the Rock Demon Clan, the only Dao Master expert in the hall besides God Hong, said with a trace of misery. The Rock Demon Clan ran into an unprecedented crisis. Except for God Hong and him, the other Dao Masters were struggling to resist the attack of the Black Python Clan. Meanwhile, they gathered in the hall, trying to leave a batch of descendants for the Rock Demon Clan. God Hong, our Rock Demon Clan was really in such a plight? An old lady with a dragon staff in hand asked in a deep voice. With a shudder of his huge body, God Hong said seriously, "We are trapped by the Black Python Clan and suffered a great loss of the high-level battle strength. Even I'm seriously injured. There is less than 30% of our battle strength left. What's worse, the Black Python Clan has called in a Dao Master expert at the peak level of rank 3 to help them. Although the overall strength of our clan is almost equal to that of the Black Python Clan, we are unable to resist them with the huge gap between the battle strength of our high-level leaders and that of theirs. It's impossible that the Black Python Clan will spare our clan. We are almost doomed." God Hong gripped his hands tightly and said while trembling physically and mentally. Doomed. It was such a simple word, but enough to drive the Rock Demon Clan mad. God Hong raised his head again, and his eyes reddened. He said, "Our Rock Demon Clan can be destructed and completely vanish in Samsara continent. Nevertheless, the bloodline of our Rock Demon Clan that has been passed on for long years can't be cut off today. Third Elder, later other elders and I will think of a way to distract those experts of the Black Python Clan. Then you should seek an opportunity to lead the 100 talented young clansmen to leave this territory. From now on, all of you should conceal your identities and never reveal you're from the Rock Demon Clan to anyone. Besides, later other elders and I will fight to the death, but numerous clansmen don't need to do so. Tell them to get away as much as possible. The more of them get away, the more descendants of our rock demon clan can survive. Got it? God Hong's voice reverberated around the entire hall. In the hall, all experts of the rock demon clan took death calmly with a resolute expression. Quite a few of them even looked insane. It was the genocide battle of the rock demon clan. They were high-level experts of the rock demon clan. Besides, Third Elder got his necessary task. The rest of them would definitely fight to the death and stay with their population. However, just at this moment, Big Brother Hong, with an anxious voice, someone rushed into the hall in haste. It was Qing Bin. What's the matter? They failed to block the enemies? God Hong asked, suddenly gripping his hands. No, it's not about it. It's Wushuang, Master Wushuang. Qing Bin apparently came here in great haste, so he failed to say it clearly due to shortness of breath. Jian Wushuang? Didn't I tell you to lead him away at once? God Hong said in a deep voice. No, Master Wushuang didn't leave. Instead, he joined the fight and directly killed the 8 Dao Masters of the Black Python clan. Qingbin finally calmed down and said, What? All the people in the hall, including God Hong, were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their ears at first. Jian Wushuang killed the 8 Dao Masters of the Black Python clan? Qingbin, what did you just say? God Hong repeated anxiously. Master Wushuang joined the fight and directly killed the 8 Dao Masters who intruded the residence of our rock demon clan. What's more, Master Wushuang did it with just a move. Qingbin said seriously. This time, everyone heard him clearly. But after hearing it clearly, they were panic-stricken and sick at heart. Jian Wushuang was the young man who had been a guest in the city of the Rock Demon Clan and meditated upon the 9 sword scars left by Sunrise Sword Emperor in the rift during the past years. Did he kill the 8 Dao Masters of the Black Python clan? What was more, he did it with just a move. Are you kidding me? Third Elder was the first to exclaim. We shouldn't blame him. After all, it was unusual in every respect. They were Dao Master experts, not just some cabbages on the street. They couldn't be killed so easily. After all, as a top expert, each Dao Master had his own trump card. They couldn't be killed easily. Even if all of the 8 Dao Master of the Black Python clan were the most common rank 1 Dao Masters, it still needed extraordinary skill and strength to kill them with just a move. At least, no one from their Rock Demon clan possessed this strength. Furthermore, the Dao Masters of the Black Python clan were generally at a high level. Among the 8 Dao Masters who had been killed, there were 5 rank 2 Dao Masters and only 3 rank 1 Dao Masters. It would be even harder to kill 8 Dao Masters like them at the same time with just a move. But now Qingbin told them that Jian Wushuang, who was just at Eternal Realm level, killed the 8 Dao Masters with just a move. Could it be possible? Qingbin, are you sure that he killed them with just one strike? God Hong asked in astonishment. I'm positive. Many of our clansmen witnessed that. The bodies of the 8 Dao Masters of the Black Python clan still lie under Master Wushuang's feet. Brother Hong, we can go there and have a look if you'd like to. Qingbin quickly replied. Let's go there and have a look. Without thinking about something else, God Hong instantly rushed out of the hall and directly headed for the battlefield at the forefront. The high-level experts of the Rock Demon clan naturally followed him. Soon, they showed up around the battlefield and saw what was happening in front of them. In the vast void, more than 1 million clansmen of the Rock Demon clan and the Black Python clan gathered there. With so many people around, it should be extremely noisy. However, at this moment, they were horribly quiet in this void. There was total silence without any noise. It was like the entire space and time were frozen. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the scarlet-robed man with a long sword on his back in the very center of the void. The scarlet-robed man had a faint smile on his face. Under his feet, there were 8 bodies. Although they were dead, they still wore terrified expressions and auras of Dao Masters. There was an extremely clear sword scar respectively at every corpse's neck. Both the shape and the cut of the sword scar looked exactly the same. Obviously, someone killed the 8 people at the same time with just a move. Just a move. Chapter 10:15. You again. Chapter 10:15. You again. So it's true? Godhong said in astonishment. Those experts who followed him here also looked stunned. When first hearing the news from Qing Bin, they seriously doubted it. But now they had to believe what they saw. Indeed, Jian Wushuang killed the 8 Dao Masters of the Black Python clan with just a move. How did he do that? Godhong couldn't help thinking. Meanwhile, Jian Wushuang, who had been the focus between heaven and earth, suddenly raised his head. In the distance, he saw several figures fly towards him and appeared in front of him instantly. Certainly, they were the clan leader and the remaining Dao Masters of the Black Python clan. The overall strength of the Black Python clan was much better than that of the Rock Demon clan. Certainly, the Black Python clan included more Dao Masters. Except the 8 killed by Jian Wushuang, there were still 6 left. Damn it! The leader of the Black Python clan was the insidious man with a small black snake on his shoulder. Watching the 8 bodies on the ground, he looked extremely sullen, shaking violently. There were 8 Dao Masters. Their Black Python clan had only 14 Dao Masters in total. Now more than half of them had been killed by Jian Wushuang. Naturally, the insidious man felt so distressed. Nevertheless, regardless of his distress, he witnessed Jian Wushuang's great strength. He had watched the fight in the void not far away. His original plan was that the 8 Dao Masters led numerous experts of the Black Python clan to fight their way to the city of the Rock Demon clan. Then, he and other Dao Masters awaited the badly hurt Godhong. Finally, they would immediately kill him the moment he showed up. However, no one had expected that a sword principal expert just at Eternal Realm level showed up and killed all the 8 Dao Masters before Godhong showed up. Jian Wushuang's move also shocked him tremendously. It was so fast. It was so fast that there was not enough time for him to rescue them. Where does the brat come from? When did the Rock Demon clan have such an incredible expert at Eternal Realm level? The insidious man fixed his eyes on Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang glanced up at him as well, but soon his eyes rested on a black-robed elder. Well, I didn't expect that I would meet an acquaintance. We are really enemies on a narrow road. Jian Wushuang said in a cold voice. Kid, you again? The black-robed elder also raised his head. He glanced at Jian Wushuang in astonishment. Jian Wushuang immediately recognized the black-robed elder was the expert from the Sky-Devouring clan. The elder and Jin Yu joined force to ambush Dragonwing Governor and him. Likewise, the black-robed elder Di Yin also recognized Jian Wushuang. So you are the expert who helps the Black Python clan? Jian Wushuang asked with a faint smile. That's right. Di Yin nodded and said in a cold voice, Brat, you stopped me from killing Dragonwing Governor before. Today, I'm going to help the Black Python clan exterminate the Rock Demon clan, and you are going to spoil my plan again? You seem to have a problem with me, right? I was indebted to the Rock Demon clan. If you are going to kill them, I have no choice but to fight with you. Jian Wushuang said coolly. Di Yan's face suddenly darkened. Master Di Yan, that's enough. Just kill him. The insidious man beside him urged in a cold voice. Shut up. Glancing at the insidious man, Di Yan snapped in a deep voice. You think it's so easy to kill this brat? Di Yan had gone through Jian Wushuang's horrible defensive ability. These days, he could still feel a dull pain inside his broken teeth. To kill Jian Wushuang, it was impossible for him. If he's helping the Rock Demon clan, it'll be quite difficult for you to exterminate them. Di Yin said in a deep voice. How come? No matter how powerful the brat is, he's just at Eternal Realm level. Can't you kill him with all your full strength? The insidious man refused to yield. He ground his teeth with rage, while his eyes turned red. Master Di Yin, if you can kill him with all your strength, I can pay you 30% more of the reward I've promised. The insidious man encouraged coldly. Oh, Di Yin said, raising his eyebrows. He was not familiar with the Black Python clan. The reason why he decided to help the Black Python clan was that the insidious man promised him a lovely reward. Now he could get paid 30% more. It was rather tempting for Di Yin. I can promise you to kill him with all my strength, but I can't make any guarantee, Di Yin said. As long as you help us, I'll pay you 30% more regardless of the result. The insidious man said, clenching his hands. I don't believe that our preparations during the past years will be ruined by a nobody who is just at eternal realm level. Well, I will do my best, Di Yin said and moved at the next moment. But on his way toward Jian Wushuang, Di Yin sneered secretly. He's so dumb as to trust me. He knows nothing about the brat's horrifying defensive ability. I can't kill him even with my full strength. But since he's willing to pay 30% more, I'll put on a good show for him. Di Yin didn't think about killing Jian Wushuang at all. He just wanted to pretend to go all out and then be defeated by Jian Wushuang. In the end, he could get the extra 30% reward. Watching Di Yin coming towards him, Jian Wushuang had a weird smile on his face. Jian Wushuang thought, at that time, outside of Jin Yu's castle, I was still at a disadvantage when I engaged the old fellow. I could only make him leave using my defensive ability. Back then I didn't create any sword principle nor incredible swordsmanship, but now, I've created 2 sword principles and been able to unleash their power at the same time. Besides, I've created 2 matching unique swordsmanships to greatly promote their battle strength. I'm wondering what will happen if I fight with the old fellow again today. Jian Wushuang wore a cold look and was eager to fight. Kill! With tremendous battle intent, Jian Wushuang shouted in a deep voice. As he moved, he had a face-to-face collision with Di Yin, who came towards him. A burst of overwhelming sword essence immediately exploded at the moment they collided. Jian Wushuang held Blood Mountain Sword tightly with one hand, while Blood Mountain Sword was trembling and emitting bursts of overwhelming power. As fierce lights flashed in his eyes, he shot Blood Mountain Sword directly toward Di Yin. This move was extremely cold and emotionless. This move was created by Jian Wushuang based on his first sword principle, the Coalescent Sword Principle. This move was named Ruthlessness. Chapter 10:16 Fight with Di Yin again. Chapter 10:16 Fight with Di Yin again. Buzz. Emotionlessly, the cold and ruthless sword lights directly appeared in front of Di Yin and flustered the latter. It was only one swordsmanship, but in Di Yin's eyes, it was such a strange swordsmanship that seemed to contain several different essence. Humph! Di Yin snorted and suddenly clapped his wrinkled hands. The power came overwhelmingly like a piece of dark cloud. Whoosh! The strong sword lights swept and completely tore apart the dark cloud. The remaining sword lights still came at Di Yin. What? Di Yin was startled. He immediately waved his sleeves to disperse these sword lights. Buzz! A sword shadow had quietly appeared beside Di Yin. So fast, Di Yin couldn't help narrowing his eyes. A powerful consciousness attack directly came to him at the moment he saw the sword shadow. It was the perfect combination of swordsmanship and consciousness attack. It was a move named Death Shadow. The sudden consciousness attack directly swept over Di Yin without any sign. Although Di Yin was a peak rank 3 Dao Master, at this moment he still felt a sharp pain in his consciousness and couldn't help trembling. Nevertheless, he managed to take the consciousness attack. In face of the consciousness attack, he instantly slapped on Jian Wushuang's longsword lightning fast and fended off Jian Wushuang's sword shadow. At the same time, he also retreated. Humph! Jian Wushuang snorted. The power of Blood Mountain Sword in his hand increased greatly, and at the next moment, his swordsmanship was in full swing. Swoosh! 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 The sword shadows chopped, swept, or stabbed. Each of them was lightning fast. They were so fast. Apparently, Jian Wushuang had used his Aurora Sword principle to the utmost. Every sword shadow came out lightning fast one after another. The swordsmanship, Di Yin said in great astonishment. It should be noted that he had a fight with Jian Wushuang more than 20 years ago. Although Jian Wushuang showed great strength at that time, Jian Wushuang was much weaker than him. In terms of swordsmanship, He did not remember Jian Wushuang displayed any remarkable swordsmanship. But now, Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship was much better than before. Although his swordsmanship was almost ordinary and not very powerful, he was so fast and vigorous. Jian Wushuang's power amplifications of 3-star Ancient God Power and Star River Secret skill were 90 times, and the power of blood-killing armor had increased by 10 times in Stage 1. Thus, his power had soared. At that time, Jian Wushuang could display the battle strength close to peak rank 3 level without help from any sword principle. Now he had created 2 sword principles. With the help of the 2 sword principles, he had reached the peak of rank 3, which made him even a bit more powerful than Di Yin. With the fast speed, great strength, and incredible swordsmanship, Jian Wushuang completely overwhelmed Di Yin at the moment. Di Yin totally failed to fight back. How is it possible? How is it possible? Di Yin roared wildly in his heart. It has been less than 30 years since then. How is it possible that he has promoted his strength so much? It's impossible. Di Yin was drastically astonished. Di Yin did not know that Jian Wushuang had just spent 2,000 years on cultivation since he was born. What was more, he had spent over 1,200 years rebuilding his body. As an inverse cultivator, he possessed the flawless foundation and the strongest sword heart beyond Di Yin's imagination. Besides, he had the help from plenty of treasures and opportunities. 30 years was long enough for Jian Wushuang to promote his strength greatly. Di Yin was overwhelmed. Meanwhile, the battle intent in Jian Wushuang's eyes grew more and more intense, and his swordsmanship was increasingly faster. Retreat! Retreat right away. Di Yin calmed down. He watched Jian Wushuang in panic, and then retreated immediately when he spotted an opportunity. He fell to the back category of the Sky-Devouring clan and was talented at speed. Not even Jian Wushuang could capture him if he managed to run. Thus, the fierce battle between them stopped. Up in the void, Jian Wushuang still stood there with tremendous battle intent. He stared at Di Yin coldly and said, "What a pity. I can barely suppress him in our fight. However, it's not very practical for me to kill him." Jian Wushuang was also reluctant. After all, Di Yin was a real peak rank 3 Dao master gifted at speed. It was indeed pretty difficult to kill him. Jian Wushuang felt reluctant. People watching their fight were dumbstruck. Jian Wushuang, he defeated a peak rank 3 Dao master? Godhong and numerous experts of the Rock Demon clan looked extremely shocked. Godhong was especially awestruck. He used to fight with Di Yin. Even with his extremely strong body, he got seriously injured by Di Yin in less than 2 rounds and withdrew in panic. Di Yin's great strength made him a top dog in the entire Samsara continent. But now Di Yin was defeated by Jian Wushuang. Defeated by a young man who was an eternal realm expert from the ancient world and was favored by him 2,000 years ago. How did that happen? The insidious man, leader of the Black Python clan, watched all this in surprise and asked. In the meantime, Di Yin appeared beside him, looking rather miserable. "Did you see that?" Di Yin said with a trace of anger on his face, while his eyes were also filled with rage. "I've gone all out, but... Emolin, let's retreat. With the brat helping the Rock Demon clan, your Black Python clan is unable to exterminate them," Di Yin said in a deep voice. Emolin was the name of the insidious man, leader of the Black Python clan. The insidious man Emolin's face was sullen. He looked over at Jian Wushuang and fixed his eyes on him with endless hatred and reluctance. Reluctant, he was very reluctant indeed. This time their Black Python clan prepared everything well and even called in Di Yin for help at a high cost. They ambushed 4 Dao masters of the Rock Demon clan, seriously injured Godhong, and even had intruded the residence of the Rock Demon clan. Everything went as planned. However, no one had expected that at the brink of exterminating the Rock Demon clan, there came such an incredible Eternal Realm expert from the Rock Demon clan. The Eternal Realm expert killed 8 Dao masters under his command and even defeated Di Yin. With this Eternal Realm expert helping the Rock Demon clan, Emolin clearly knew that it was impossible for their Black Python clan to exterminate the Rock Demon clan today. If they continued their desperate attempts, Their Black Python clan might be the one that was exterminated. Let's retreat, Emo Lin said, while his heart was bleeding. Chapter 10:17 Retreat. Chapter 10:17 Retreat. Numerous experts of the Black Python clan retreated. They retreated reluctantly with the bodies of the 8 Dao Masters. At the sight of this, the Rock Demon clan cheered for the victory in great excitement. Jian Wushuang. God Hong led numerous experts of the Rock Demon clan, coming up to Jian Wushuang with tremendous gratitude and respect in their eyes. In this world, people always respected the strong. For people of the Rock Demon clan, obviously, Jian Wushuang was such a strong expert. Thanks a lot, God Hong said in a solemn voice. He was quite clear that if it were not for Jian Wushuang's help, his clan would probably have been exterminated today. Back then in the ancient world, I was indebted to you. Besides, you've taken good care of me during these years. Certainly, I should pay you back for your favor. Jian Wushuang said with a smile, but it's a pity that I couldn't kill the clan leader of the Black Python clan for avoiding later trouble, because he kept hiding behind, in a distance from me. Now the Black Python clan has retreated, but I'm afraid that they won't let go easily. This time, the Rock Demon clan suffered a great loss, but obviously, the Black Python clan suffered more. 8 Dao Masters had been killed by Jian Wushuang, which was enough to distress the Black Python clan greatly. The Black Python clan would definitely take frenzied revenge if they were capable of doing so. God Hong and numerous experts of the Rock Demon clan all looked solemn. They also knew that the crisis had just been resolved temporarily today. Elder God Hong, the 9 sword scars left by Sunrise Sword Emperor is of great use to me. Can I stay in the rift for another period? Jian Wushuang asked. Certainly. God Hong nodded repeatedly and said, you can stay in the rift, no matter how long you want. I've told them not to disturb you. By the way, since you are more powerful than me, it's unnecessary for you to keep calling me Elder. You can directly call me by my name or call me Big Brother Hong like Qingbin. Then thank you for your treat, Big Brother Hong, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. Then he floated out of there and directly headed for the rift where the 9 sword scars were located without talking to those experts of the Rock Demon clan. On his way, Jian Wushuang heard Gu King say, Jian Wushuang, you've created the Aurora Sword Principle and the Death Shadow. The 9 sword scars should be of little use to you now, but you said that you still needed to stay in the rift for meditation for some time. You do it for the Rock Demon clan, right? Gu King, you know me better and better after parasitizing in my body for so long. Jian Wushuang said with a smile, I should help them through. The Rock Demon clan has just suffered from a great loss, and the Black Python clan won't let go easily. If I leave at this moment, I'm afraid that the Rock Demon clan will still be exterminated. In that case, I might as well stay in the residence of the Rock Demon clan for another period. It won't be too late to leave after the Rock Demon clan completely recovered. What's more, although the 9 sword scars are less useful to me than before, they are still of some use. Gu King groaned slightly without saying anything else. Jian Wushuang returned to the rift again and continued his meditation upon Sword Principle. Numerous clansmen of the Rock Demon clan were uncommonly grateful and respectful to Jian Wushuang. If there were still very few Sword Principle warriors who had complained that Jian Wushuang kept occupying the rift, now these clansmen expected him to stay there all the time. It brought their clan much more confidence and benefits to have such an incredible expert in their residence. In a grand hall on the territory of the Black Python clan. Asshole. Damned bastard. We were so close to exterminating the Rock Demon clan. Just at this moment, a Sword Principle expert showed up. Where does the brat come from? Emo Lin, the clan leader, started to roar insanely from the moment he stepped into the hall. On hearing these roars, the experts of the Black Python clan who stepped into the hall at the same time fell into silence, their expressions extremely unpleasant. This time their clan had indeed suffered a double loss. They didn't exterminate the Rock Demon clan. Instead, 8 of their Dao Masters had been killed. Master Di Yin, I heard the conversation between you and the brat. You've known him long before? Mo Lin asked, looking toward Di Yin. Di Yin slowly sat down on a throne and began to talk after the hall became silent. I met the brat before indeed. His name is Jian Wushuang. Although he's just an Eternal Realm expert, his battle strength is comparable to that of a rank 3 Dao Master due to his bloodline or something else. Over 20 years ago, I used to fight with him. Back then, he could barely survive in the fight. Di Yin described the fight with Jian Wushuang like this. But actually, Jian Wushuang survived in the fight with great ease. He just could do nothing to Jian Wushuang at that time. Over 20 years ago, his strength was close to rank 3 peak at most, but today, speaking of this, Di Yan's face suddenly darkened. He said, today he showed the strength which is definitely at the peak level of rank 3. Even I was at a disadvantage in the fight with him. He has made an unimaginably rapid progress indeed. Bastard, Mo Lin said, clenching his teeth. Our Black Python clan has prepared for so many years and paid such a high price for it. We must not waste all our previous efforts because of him. We must think of a way to kill him or drive him away. Master Di Yin, do you have any idea? Di Yin narrowed his eye and said, Jian Wushuang has tremendous strength as well as incredible defensive capability. It's impossible for me to kill him by myself, but... On hearing the word, but, Mo Lin immediately raised his eyebrows and said, Master Di Yin, tell me whatever idea you got. As long as we can kill the brat and exterminate the Rock Demon clan, we can negotiate no matter what price we need to pay. Di Yin forced a smile and said, it's not that we can do nothing about it if we really want to kill him. As far as I know, Jian Wushuang killed a gold-clothed deacon of the Samsara Temple before. A gold-clothed deacon? Mo Lin was stunned. Gold-clothed deacons can be considered as higher-ups of the Samsara Temple. There are just a few of them. If any of them dies, it will be a great loss for the Samsara Temple. Since Jian Wushuang killed a gold-clothed deacon, the Samsara Temple won't pretend that nothing has happened no matter why he did that. Di Yin said with a faint smile. Chapter 10:18 Someone from Samsara Temple. Chapter 10:18 Someone from Samsara Temple. Do you mean that we'll pass on the dirty work to Samsara Temple? Mo Lin looked over at Di Yin. Exactly. Di Yin smirked. As far as I know, Samsara Temple has learnt that Jian Wushuang killed one of their gold-clothed deacon. They must be searching for him all these years. Once we inform them of Jian Wushuang's whereabouts, they will certainly send their experts over. Is that so? Mo Lin replied. I happen to be acquainted with another gold-clothed deacon. I'll send a message for him right now, so that he can report on Jian Wushuang. Good. Di Yin nodded. In your message, describe Jian Wushuang's strength and defensive power in detail, so that they can send a well-matched opponent. Right. Mo Lin sent the message at once. It didn't take long for a reply. The gold-clothed deacon I contacted has filed a report. We'll receive news soon. Mo Lin rejoiced. Then we'll just wait patiently. In the meanwhile, we'd better watch over Rock Demon Clan and what they are up to, Di Yin added. All right. Mo Lin nodded and gave instructions for the arrangement. Peace was soon restored to the city of Black Python Clan. But it was short-lived and lasted only for one day. Good news. The gold-clothed deacon told me that Samsara Temple has dispatched their expert. Mo Lin cried out with excitement. Samsara Temple is rather efficient. We've just reported it, and their expert set off in less than a day. Di Yin was elated. By the way, who did they send? A Dao Master called Dreamless. I heard he's a rank 8 reincarnator. Mo Lin replied. Dao Master Dreamless? Di Yin squinted as he searched through his memory. His eyes lit up as he recalled the Dao Master. I remember him, he cried. Lord Di Yin, do you know him? Mo Lin asked. Rank 8 reincarnators were rare in the entire Samsara continent. Although he was a leader of a strong population, Mo Lin was still not in a position to meet the reincarnators. I've only heard of him. He's indeed a rank 8 reincarnator, as well as a heaven-level law executor. He's one of the well-known top experts in Samsara continent. Di Yin said with a serious look. Although he's only at rank 3 peak, he's the best among his peers. Most importantly, he excels at attacking. His offensive power would easily make him the third most powerful celestial master in Green Fire World. He's that good? Lin asked, eyes wide. He could hold the third place among Green Fire World's celestial masters? When it comes to offensive power, there were many experts, such as Emperor Xiao and Emperor Yun, who were almost at the level of a celestial master. These experts were much stronger than normal Dao masters at rank 3 peak. But even Emperor Xiao dared not to claim the third place with his offensive power, which meant that Dao Master Dreamless was better skilled at offensive power than Emperor Xiao and Emperor Yun. Jin Wushuang is known for his defensive skill. Mediocre Dao Masters of rank 3 peak don't stand a chance in front of him. But Dao Master Dreamless might succeed. I can't ask for anything better. Once Jin Wushuang is killed, Rock Demon Clan will vanish too. Lin cried out with excitement. Let's wait for Dao Master Dreamless. He should be arriving in a few days' time. Di Yin chuckled. Like Void Temple, Samsara Temple had set up numerous wormholes on Samsara continent. However, their wormholes were not accessible by just anyone, no matter the price offered to grant access. Which is why while normal people walked on foot, Samsara Temple experts are able to make use of the wormholes for a faster journey. 3 days later, in the void above the city of Black Python Clan, Lin, Di Yin, and other experts from Black Python Clan all waited in silence. Before long, a bright golden light appeared, making its way towards the crowd. It came to a stop before the crowd, and a figure dressed in a golden robe came into view. A dignified, handsome young man appeared with his magic weapons, which were 2 long spears, behind his back. Lin, Di Yin, and the others greeted the golden-robed man at once. Leader of Black Python Clan, at your service. Lin bowed respectfully. Black Python Clan? Barely paying any attention to Lin, the Dao Master looked over to Di Yin instead. He noticed that among these experts, only Di Yin was at rank 3 peak. Who is this? Dao Master Dreamless asked. I'm Di Yin, at your service. Di Yin replied modestly. Di Yin? The Dao Master narrowed his eyes. Sky-devouring bat Di Yin? Dao Master Dreamless has actually heard of me. What an honor. Di Yin smiled faintly. Well, there are only 2 sky-devouring members on Samsara continent. One of them is you and the other is your father Empyrean Patriarch. Dao Master Dreamless continued, your father Empyrean Patriarch is rather brutal. Many great populations and clans, including Samsara Temple, are all afraid of him. As his only son, you'll naturally be noticed by the Samsara Temple. But why are you involved in this matter? I wouldn't dare to interfere with Samsara Temple's affairs, but this time is a coincidence. Lin has asked me to deal with Rock Demon Clan, but alas, Jin Wushuang came along. To be honest, he's rather capable. Although I'm at rank 3 peak, I am no match for him. Di Yin looked ashamed. Even you can't defeat him? The Dao Master could not help but gave a look of astonishment. He had no idea just how strong Di Yin really was. But he was aware of how destructive his father Empyrean Patriarch was. Di Yin, a descendant of Sky-devouring clan and an expert of rank 3 peak, surely would not be lacking in power. But Di Yin could not defeat Jin Wushuang, which adequately shows how capable the latter was. I heard that he's only at Eternal Realm level. I'd like to meet a man at Eternal Realm level with such battle strength. Dao Master Dreamless eyes flashed with anticipation. Chapter 1019, Dragon Trapping Array. Chapter 1019, Dragon Trapping Array. Well, let's set off now, Di Yin suggested. Sure. Dao Master Dreamless nodded. But I must clarify this. I will only deal with Jin Wushuang. I won't intervene in the war between Black Python Clan and Rock Demon Clan. Of course. Both Di Yin and Lin gave an easy smile. Jin Wushuang was the reason why Black Python Clan could not defeat Rock Demon Clan. If Tao Master Dreamless managed to get rid of Jin Wushuang, whom Rock Demon Clan had been dependent on, Rock Demon Clan will inherently be at Black Python Clan's mercy. Moments later, Tao Master Dreamless appeared from a void before Rock Demon Clan's residences. Di Yin, Mo Lin, and other experts followed behind the master. Jin Wushuang. Tao Master Dreamless' powerful voice could be heard by the entire Rock Demon Clan. The intensity of the voice shocked even Rock Demon Clan. In the valley, Jin Wushuang was practicing his swordsmanship in solitary. I'm almost there. What's the last component? Brows knitted, he racked his brains for an answer. He had assimilated the coalescent sword principle and the aurora sword formation. The third sword principle was nearly integrated as well. But Jin Wushuang could not overcome the final step to achieve full assimilation. Suddenly, Jin Wushuang, the powerful voice which had rang throughout the entire Rock Demon Clan, reached the little valley where Jin Wushuang was. Jin Wushuang looked up in the direction of the sound. Brother Wushuang. Along with Rock Demon Clan's experts, God Hong hurried into the valley. Brother Hong, what's the matter? Jin Wushuang asked. It's the Black Python Clan. They're here again. They brought someone to help them this time. God Hong looked worried. Oh. Jin Wushuang nodded. He wasn't surprised. He had fully expected that Black Python Clan would not let the matter rest. Who did they bring along? Jin Wushuang asked. I don't know. God Hong shook his head. All I know is that he is good at spears and has a strong aura that is stronger than most experts at the peak of rank 3. But he is not a celestial master. Not a celestial master? Jin Wushuang smirked. Jin Wushuang is well aware of his defense skills. To pose as a threat to him, one must be a celestial master. Since the person who Black Python Clan had brought along was not a celestial master, he had nothing to worry about. Gu King, is there anything that can hinder one's movement among the treasures that Dao Yuanzi had left behind? Jin Wushuang doubted. There is. What are you going to do with it? Asked Gu King. The 9 sword scars are losing their power, and I don't intend to stay here anymore. If I can, I'd like to get rid of the Black Python Clan once and for all. Jin Wushuang replied. Dao Yuanzi left a large collection of treasures. There are ones which prevents one from running away, though the only one you'll find helpful will be the dragon trapping array. Gu King added. Dragon trapping array? Jin Wushuang asked. The dragon trapping array is an ordinary spell formation in Eternal Chaotic World, but it's an impressive one in Green Fire World. The spell formation will cast a temporary defensive cover once it's set up. Save for the spellcaster, anyone trapped within the defensive cover will have their speed of movement reduced. The enemies can escape within a short period of time. With their speed of movement significantly reduced, you are presented with the opportunity to kill them, Gu King continued. Dao Yuanzi left behind a complete set of dragon trapping array, which you may set up secretly. But some chaos gems will be required to cast the spell formation. How many Chao gems are needed? Jin Wushuang asked. It depends on how long you need the formation to last for. On average, to maintain the formation for 15 minutes, you would need 10 chaos gems. Gu King answered. 10 chaos gems for 15 minutes? Jin Wushuang repeated, eyes glowing. For an expert like Jin Wushuang, 15 minutes was sufficient to engage in several rounds of battle. With some extra effort, he will be able to destroy the entire Black Python Clan in less than 15 minutes. I'll take the dragon trapping array. Jin Wushuang made the decision and summoned his slaughter body. Take care of them for me, Jin Wushuang ordered, passing an interspatial ring to his slaughter body. Okay. The slaughter body nodded slightly and left with the lightness and fluidity of a ghost. Jin Wushuang, what are you? God Hong and the others couldn't understand what was happening with the appearance of slaughter body. Brother Hong, let's go and meet Black Python Clan. Jin Wushuang merely smiled and headed towards the void. In the void before the residences of Rock Demon Clan, Dao Master Dreamless headed a group of soldiers while holding long golden spears. The master emitted a strong aura. Swish, 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 swish. In a flash, Numerous figures flew before Tao Master Dreamless, floating in the air. Is that the person who Black Python clan is engaging help from? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes at Tao Master Dreamless. He could feel the pressure that Tao Master Dreamless is giving him. He experienced similar level of pressure when facing Emperor Xiao or Emperor Yun. He is likely to be a match for Uncle Xiao, Jian Wushuang thought. So, you are Jian Wushuang? Tao Master Dreamless returned the stare. I am. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. I'm Tao Master Dreamless, heaven-level law executor of Samsara Temple. Not long ago, you killed our gold-clothed Deacon Jinyu. Today, I'm here to take your life. The Tao Master declared in a deep tone. The Master's words were a shock to Rock Demon Clan's experts. He's from Samsara Temple? Did Master Wushuang kill a gold-clothed deacon of Samsara Temple? Damn, a law executor from Samsara Temple. This means trouble. The faces of Godhong and others turned white in distress. Jian Wushuang simply wore a faint smile and asked the Master, Tao Master Dreamless, may I know how are you going to take my life? I'll kill you right here. The Tao Master retorted coldly and darted towards Jian Wushuang. Shoo! A terrifying noise resonated throughout the void. Tao Master Dreamless shifted from his original position to where Jian Wushuang was in an instant. His long golden spears were aggressively directed at Jian Wushuang. Chapter 1020, Tao Master Dreamless. Chapter 1020, Tao Master Dreamless. Those spears. Jian Wushuang regarded the intimidating gold spears that pierced through the void and left a damaged portal. Though shocked, Jian Wushuang managed to draw his blood mountain sword, which was quaking with power. Ruthlessness. With a shout, he struck. A stifling power blanketed the area. The strike was ruthless and direct. Clang! The edge of the sword and the tip of the long gold spear clashed, shattering the void nearby. Jian Wushuang's arms trembled at the force of the blows, and he could not help but stagger back. His power is astounding, Jian Wushuang exclaimed to himself. In terms of strength, the Tao Master was far superior to him. Go! With another shout, Tao Master Dreamless lunged out with his gold spear again. Chew! 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 He struck 3 more times, every blow fast and terrifying as a venomous snake. With cold resolve in his eyes, Jian Wushuang brandished his blood mountain sword. Since Jian Wushuang had devised the Aurora Sword principle, he was able to keep up with the Tao Master's speed. Clang! 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 Jian Wushuang's arms shivered at the force of each blow. Humph! Jian Wushuang lashed out at the Tao Master's neck with all of his strength. Death Shadow! Clang! Light flashed off his sword as Jian Wushuang launched an immaterial consciousness attack. Tao Master Dreamless went still at the attack, but recovered quickly and struck again. He easily warded off the Death Shadow and forced Jian Wushuang to retreat, once again. Suddenly, the Tao Master's fighting seemed to improve. He struck continuously, sometimes stabbing, sometimes slashing, and sometimes even throwing out the length of his spear. Every blow the Tao Master launched was formidable. He was far more capable than an ordinary Tao Master at the peak of rank 3. He's too powerful. Though Jian Wushuang could keep up with his opponent's speed, the latter was much stronger. Every time he blocked a blow, Jian Wushuang's remaining strength dwindled. All the consecutive strikes were beginning to test his endurance. Damn it, I can't do it anymore. Jian Wushuang was pale-faced and trembling, and he could no longer ignore the sharp pain in his arms. All of his strength left him suddenly. Tao Master Dreamless lashed out with his spear. The force of the blow dented the blood mountain sword. Vehemence gleamed in the Tao Master's eyes. Ultimate dragon killing. Chew! A blinding golden light emerged. The light shone like a golden sun before it barreled toward Jian Wushuang. Everywhere the light touched, the void shattered. The single strike of the spear seemed to destroy everything. Jian Wushuang squinted at the strike and attempted to block it. His blood mountain sword fell to the side and failed to ward off the impact, which hit him square in the chest. Clang! A clash resounded. What? The Tao Master looked up in surprise. A crimson mist from his robe covered Jian Wushuang's entire body. The tip of the spear wounded Jian Wushuang, but failed to fatally pierce him. Shoo! The force of the blow threw Jian Wushuang back. He grunted from the impact and coughed up blood. Jian Wushuang was wounded. Even with the blood-killing plate armory, Jian Wushuang was wounded by the spear. It was the first time that he had been hurt after he became a 3-star ancient god and acquired the blood-killing plate armor. Under normal circumstances, even with a direct hit, Jian Wushuang would remain unscathed. When Di Yin had landed a blow on Jian Wushuang, he was not only unharmed, but had somehow caused Di Yin to break a tooth. The fact that the Tao Master was able to wound Jian Wushuang was a testament to his abilities. The observers, however, were amazed that Jian Wushuang was not more seriously injured. He's only slightly injured after taking a hit like that in the chest? My God, how strong is his defensive power? It is really insurmountable. The crowd roared and bellowed. God Hong widened his eyes. I've awakened my rock demon giant bloodline, and I'm a master in defense. But even if I became 10 times stronger, I still couldn't ward off that blow. How is he only slightly injured? The crowd was astounded. Even Tao Master Dreamless himself was surprised. You're not badly injured? Tao Master Dreamless. Di Yin continued with a serious voice. Even though you can't kill him with one strike, he's injured now, and all you have to do is continue to attack. Soon, he'll be defeated. I have to keep attacking? The Tao Master considered the action, but his expression suddenly changed. He noticed Jian Wushuang's expression. During the previous round of battle, Jian Wushuang must have known the outcome. Jian Wushuang was supposed to look shocked or terrified, or at least disheartened at being injured in such a fashion. Instead, Jian Wushuang seemed pleasantly surprised. Yes, he was surprised, perhaps even elated. That blow! Jian Wushuang yelled in his heart as his eyes flashed with excitement. Tao Master Dreamless strike was powerful and overwhelming. Almost no one could have blocked it. Jian Wushuang was inspired by it. Such power, so violent and overpowering. Isn't this just what I need to devise the third sword principle? Chapter 1021. The Scarlet Yang Sword Principle. Chapter 1021. The Scarlet Yang Sword Principle. Jian Wushuang was indeed astonished. He had studied the powerful Yang Sword Principle he acquired from Dao Yuanqi extensively. From Dao Yuanzi's instruction, he had developed the better part of the sword principle and had almost succeeded in completing it. He had been stumped by the last step, however. Tao Master's powerful strike just gave him inspiration. I must provoke him to draw out his attacks. The more techniques I see, the more I'll be able to understand. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists and called out, Gu King! Leave it to me. His ability is unfounded, but it will take but a second for me to heal you. Gu King said seriously. As a plenilune centipede, Gu King had mastered the skill of healing. It was because of both his own great defensive power and Gu King's healing skills that Jian Wushuang believed that he was invincible. Fight! Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with renewed spirit, and with a roar, he lunged toward the Tao Master. Humph! The Tao Master resolutely stared down his attacker. The second round of the battle was even more ferocious. Tao Master Dreamless was faster and more vicious, and Jian Wushuang strained to parry the brutal blows over and over again. Ultimate Dragon Killing. The Tao Master struck Jian Wushuang once again, and the latter was thrown back. Within moments, however, Jian Wushuang came at him again. Again, Jian Wushuang was provoking the Tao Master, regardless of his own injuries. Die! Ultimate Dragon Killing. Tao Master Dreamless put his full might behind his more powerful maneuver. He hit Jian Wushuang again and again. If his opponent had been anyone else, they would have died on the spot. However, after being injured numerous times, Jian Wushuang continued to spring back, as determined as ever. This might have been reasonable if the Tao Master had only struck once or twice, but his opponent had been hit at least 10 times and was still full of energy. How is this possible? How is he unharmed? Tao Master Dreamless was in shock. The crowd was also dumbfounded. They had all failed to sense Gu King inside Jian Wushuang, healing him immediately each time a blow landed and sustaining his strength and stamina. There's no other way. I have to use my secret weapon. Tao Master Dreamless' eyes were purposeful. He drew out a jade bottle and swallowed a drop of essence blood. Immediately, his aura flared up and his pupils burned a fiery red. With his eyes fixated on Jian Wushuang, he lifted his spear to attack. Golden Dragon Drill. With a loud shout, Tao Master Dreamless twisted his wrist and threw out his spear in a strange maneuver. The nearby void was shattered immediately. Out of nothing emerged a giant black hole, and at its center was a golden vortex. From deep within the vortex, the long spear launched out at Wushuang in the form of a dragon. The earth shook. The crowd stared at the golden dragon in unprecedented astonishment. Sodes, Dian was also amazed. The great power of a celestial master. With just one drop of essence blood, Tao Master Dreamless was able to perform his move at the level of a celestial master. The blow sent tremors into the earth. The strike rattled the crowd. Jian Wushuang froze at the sight of the dragon. Take this maneuver. The attack filled Jian Wushuang's vision. It was a paralyzing and dominating blow. As the spear sped toward him, the secret of the third sword principle dawned on Jian Wushuang. Could this be the answer? He finally deciphered his dilemma. Jian Wushuang was ecstatic. Right as the spear reached his chest, he returned the blow. Jian Wushuang's strike was just as aggressive, and perhaps even more vicious. All of his strength poured into the blow. Bam! The ground quaked at the ear-piercing sound. Shoo! Jian Wushuang was forced backward like a flowing light. When he finally found his footing, Jian Wushuang felt a sweet taste climbed into his mouth and spat out blood. Drained of color, his face still reflected a curious expression. On the other side, standing in the void, Tao Master Dreamless was also pale. It was not easy for him to release his strongest attack. With astonishment in his eyes, he looked to Jian Wushuang. You've broken through? He spoke slowly. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang smirked and wiped the blood from his mouth, saying, I couldn't have devised my third sword principle so fast if it wasn't for you. Thank you. Indeed, without the inspiration of Tao Master Dreamless' fierce attack and excellent spear skills, Jian Wushuang would not have succeeded in inventing his own third sword principle so soon. During the fierce battle, he had been enlightened. The secret of the last step dawned on him, and the third sword principle finally revealed itself. Staring at the Blood Mountain sword in his hand, Jian Wushuang murmured, My third one is Dao Yuanzi's legacy. It's young, fierce, and overwhelming. It's replete with power. It will be the Scarlet Young Sword Principle. After the Coalescence Sword Principle and the Aurora Sword Principle, Jian Wushuang finally devised his third one, the Scarlet Young Sword Principle. Being the strongest sword principle, it achieved the universe level at its creation. Chapter 1022, There is no escape. Chapter 1022, There is no escape. I've used my best hit, but still haven't defeated you. Instead, you had a breakthrough. Now that you are even stronger, I do not have the ability to kill you, said Tao Master Dreamless as he drew back his long spear, resigned. Jian Wushuang gave a wry smile. In creating the third sword principle, which was at the universe level, he had greatly strengthened himself in offensive power. He would be almost unparalleled in skill. Now, Tao Master Dreamless wouldn't even be able to hold him off, let alone kill him. Jian Wushuang. Tao Master Dreamless tossed a token in his direction. Though hesitant, He reached out to catch to the token in his hands. The moment it touched his hand, a voice echoed through his mind. Jian Wushuang, we, the Samsara Temple, know that 20 years ago, Jian Yu attacked you first, and you only killed him in defense. You didn't mean to provoke us. Dao Master Dreamless' mouth did not move as his message was sent through the token. He clearly wanted a private conversation with Jian Wushuang. To be completely transparent, I did not come with the intention of killing you. We only wanted to teach you a lesson since you killed a gold-clothed deacon. We couldn't just let you get away with it. We didn't want to kill you because you have great potential. Perhaps you can join the Green Fire Palace and serve as our soldier. We won't kill a prodigy like you unless absolutely necessary. When I said I wanted to kill you on the spot, I was merely attempting to provoke you into using your full strength. Please forgive me if I've been rude. Dao Master Dreamless sounded sincere. The order he received was simply to teach Jian Wushuang a lesson, not to kill him. The Samsara Temple know about Jian Wushuang's overwhelming defensive power, so if they really wanted to kill him, they would have sent a celestial master instead of the Dao Master. Not even Dao Master Dreamless expected that after using his full strength he would fail to even scratch Jian Wushuang. On the contrary, he had incited Jian Wushuang's discovery of his third sword principle. Now that Jian Wushuang had gained so much power, there was no point in continuing to fight. Thus he had clarified his intentions and apologized to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was shocked at the Dao Master's words. He thought that the Samsara Temple wanted to kill him, but it was far from the truth. Did Samsara Temple really only want to teach him a lesson as a punishment? The Green Fire Palace? Jian Wushuang was curious. It was not the first time he had heard of it. During the time that the royal palace of Tang of the East was besieged by 3 larger countries, the Tang Emperor nearly killed the other ruler. However, since the ruler was from the Green Fire Palace, the Tang Emperor had to spare him. For the second time, Jian Wushuang failed to discover what the Green Fire Palace was. Restraining his curiosity, Jian Wushuang refrained from asking about the palace. Dao Master, since you don't intend to kill me, then the Black Python clan, Jian Wushuang sent back a message through the token. We do not interfere with the business of the Black Python clan, so you may do as you please, Dao Master Dreamless said. Thank you for your permission. Jian Wushuang let out a smile as sharp as the edge of his blade. The crowd could not hear a single word of their conversation through the token. However, the battle they had witnessed was still at the forefront of their thoughts. How is this possible? Dao Master Dreamless performed a strike at Celestial Master level. How did he fail to kill Jian Wushuang? And how did Jian Wushuang discover his sword principle instead? What happened? Dian, Emolin, and many other experts from the Black Python clan were all baffled. Dian was trembling. Before this battle, Jian Wushuang could already him in terms of battle strength. But now, after Jian Wushuang successfully devised his third sword principle, he would be able to kill him easily. Emolin, let's go, Dian whispered. Emolin was reluctant to lose this chance, but he had to leave. Since they were no longer able to kill Jian Wushuang, the only option was to leave with the rest of the Black Python clan. Except just as they turned around, they heard a voice call out. You've really made yourselves at home, haven't you? Jian Wushuang's cold voice reverberated across the sky. Dian, Emolin, and other Black Python clan experts all stopped in their tracks and turned to regard Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, we're already about to leave. What do you want from us? Do you want us to stay forever? Dian questioned Jian Wushuang angrily. Yes, in fact, I do. Jian Wushuang smiled quietly. Interesting. Dian snorted. I admit that since you've broken through, you are now more capable than me. But so what? I'm fast. I can outrun you easily. If you want me to stay forever, make me. Dian taunted. Both he and Emolin knew they could not match Jian Wushuang in terms of brute force. However, they both believed that they could outrun him easily. You're right, Dian. Under normal circumstances, I can't outrun you. But look around yourself now. The severity of Jian Wushuang's voice sent a tremor through the listeners. At his own words, he secretly commanded his slaughter body. No one had discovered that his slaughter body set up dragon-trapping spell formation in secret. The spell formation was complete and awaiting his signal. At his signal, his slaughter body activated the spell formation at once. All of a sudden, a transparent shield wove together to cover the nearby void in its entirety. Jin Wushuang, Di Yin, and Mo Lin, and the other experts were all trapped. At that moment, Jin Wushuang's expression spoke death. There is no escape for anyone today. Chapter 1023, Kill Them All. Chapter 1023, Kill Them All. There is no escape for anyone today. Jin Wushuang spat out the sentence with murderous undertone and darted out like a ghost. Oh no. Is this the trap? We're trapped. Seeing the enchanted walls rising around them, all the Black Python clansmen were stunned, especially Di Yin and Mo Lin. They weren't stupid. They knew that the enchantment was a trap. But out of nowhere, the light of a powerful sword barreled toward the Black Python clansmen. Watch out, Di Yin shouted. Just in time, the clansmen sensed the attack and retreated. But just as they turned around, why am I so slow? What has happened to me? To their surprise, they all discovered that they could no longer move at a normal pace and couldn't dodge the sword's blow. It was as if they had been chained down. Without pause, a forceful consciousness attack landed upon them. Inside the enchantment, all the Black Python clan experts froze like a stone. They could only watch as Jin Wushuang's sword struck them. Swish! The remorseless blade split through their bodies in an instant. Back when he had only devised 2 sword principles, Jin Wushuang had managed to kill 8 Dao Masters with the Death Shadow. But now, it was much easier for him to slay these Black Python clan experts. In just a brief moment, all the clansmen had been eliminated except for Mo Lin and Di Yin. Bastard! Mo Lin's eyes widened at the sight of the bloodshed. The noble protectors of his people had all been slain by Jin Wushuang in the blink of an eye. You must die too. Relenting to his murderous rage, Jin Wushuang rushed at Mo Lin and Di Yin. Oh no! Despair marked the faces of Di Yin and Mo Lin. Also slowed down and trapped by the enchantment of the Chaos Gems, there was no path for them to escape. Stall him. It is not easy to maintain this enchantment, Di Yin shouted. Mo Lin nodded resolutely, and they joined forces in an attempt to stop Jin Wushuang. Break! Jin Wushuang brandished his Blood Mountain sword. The mighty blow melded together the power of his 3 sword principles. Di Yin lifted his hand and used all of his strength. Right beside him, Mo Lin waved a giant axe at Jin Wushuang savagely. 1 versus 2. But then, bam! Di Yin let out a grunt as he was forced backward, and Mo Lin spat out a mouthful of blood. Death Shadow. Jin Wushuang's second move, the fast Death Shadow, charged straight toward Mo Lin. Too fast. Not just fast. The blow was also filled with a consciousness attack. Already injured, Mo Lin struggled to hold himself up and could do nothing to block the Death Shadow. No! Mo Lin screamed, but the sword didn't slow down. It slashed through his neck. Swish! A human head fell. The leader of the Black Python clan, Mo Lin, was dead. Damn! How is he so powerful? Di Yin's hope died. He had expected Mo Lin to stop Jin Wushuang as the enchantment around them was so difficult to sustain. He thought that if they could stall until the trap disappeared, they could run. Never in his wildest dream did he expect that Mo Lin would be killed in the blink of an eye. Jin Wushuang was far more capable than he thought. If he's dead, then there is no hope for me. Di Yin looked desperate because he saw rage flash in Jin Wushuang's eyes. A bloodthirsty aura shrouded Jin Wushuang. It was so potent that Di Yin could almost touch it. If they were anywhere, he would not have been so hopeless. But trapped in the enchantment and slower than normal, he could not fight Jin Wushuang. Dao Master Dreamless, please help me. Di Yin turned his face toward Dao Master Dreamless in the nearby void. Desperation cracked his voice. Please, I'll remember your help forever. Please, Yin was shouting at the top of his lungs. But Tao Master Dreamless stayed motionless with his arms folded. I've told you, I only came to deal with Jian Wushuang. Since I failed, I won't interfere anymore. This war between the Black Python clan and Jian Wushuang is none of my business. Tao Master Dreamless' merciless voice rang. Bastard! Yin cursed. Jian Wushuang was now right in front of Yin. Die! Without any hesitation, the Blood Mountain sword cut into Yin. Yin was almost defenseless, and after only 3 strikes, he was heavily injured. Jian Wushuang kept attacking him. Stop, Jian Wushuang. I'm begging you. Yin cried. Now you're begging me? He just snorted, and his barbaric expression didn't change. Jian Wushuang wanted to kill Yin more than he did the Black Python clan. Yin had caused him distress many a time, and Jian Wushuang hadn't been strong enough to return the favor. Now, he would not hesitate to kill him. No, you can't. Yin shrieked. Jian Wushuang, my father is the Empyrean Patriarch. He's the Empyrean Patriarch. The Empyrean Patriarch? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes, but did not stop. He just snorted again. Who's he? I've never heard of him. You? Yin was speechless. Before he could speak, a sword sliced into him. And this time, he had no more words. Chapter 1024, Empyrean Patriarch. Chapter 1024, Empyrean Patriarch. Bang! The fierce blow pierced through Yin's protections and direly landed on his body. The power even drowned Yin's last screech and slew him quietly. Finally, when peace was once more restored, the void was gradually healing. Is he dead? The Rock Demon Clan's masters, including God Hong, all froze there, stunned. They had witnessed the entire battle. Jian Wushuang had confronted Tao Master Dreamless and broken through. Now, he actually annihilated the Black Python clan along with Yin with his thunderous strikes. Jian Wushuang really impressed them. They even failed to collect their thoughts yet. However, shortly after, among the Rock Demon clan, thunderous cheering echoed. He's dead. The leader of the Black Python clan Mo Lin is dead. All the Black Python clan experts, all of them were killed by Master Wushuang alone. The crowd cheered. Jian Wushuang was not impressed. He stared coldly at the bodies on the ground and murmured to himself, I've just created my Scarlet Young Sword principle and haven't conjured a matching strong swordsmanship. Otherwise, I could have killed Yin easily. Jian Wushuang was fully aware that he had achieved a brand new level after devising the Scarlet Young Sword principle. He was almost a celestial master, even could surpass Emperor Shao or Emperor Yun. Without a matching swordsmanship, he was unable to perform the third sword principle to the fullest extent. Jian Wushuang. Tao Master Dreamless voice rang. I must admit that you're not only gifted but also brave. Tao Master Dreamless smiled. When Yin told you about his father, you killed him still, well, Empyrean Patriarch? Curious, Jian Wushuang had to ask, Tao Master, who is Empyrean Patriarch? You really don't know him? Tao Master Dreamless stared at Jian Wushuang in amazement. At that moment, he thought Jian Wushuang was playing dumb. He did not expect that Jian Wushuang was really unaware of Empyrean Patriarch. To be honest, I come from Void Continent and just arrived here recently. I don't know much about experts on Samsara Continent. Jian Wushuang admitted. That explains. If you're born here, you would have known him. Tao Master Dreamless knitted his brows and cast a serious look at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, you don't want to mess with Empyrean Patriarch. If I'm not mistaken, he must be a celestial master, said Jian Wushuang. Yin was already a Tao master at the peak of rank 3. If he talked to someone before his death, that someone must be stronger than him, more capable than a celestial master. Right, he's a celestial master, and one of the troublesome kind. Tao Master Dreamless continued, have you seen Yin's bloodline? Yes, he's from the sky-devouring clan, Jian Wushuang answered. You're right, Tao Master Dreamless confirmed. You must know that on Samsara continent, there are many unique bloodlines of high value. Those bloodlines are rare and highly leveled. Even in the grand eternal chaotic world, Sky-Devouring clan belongs to the rarest and the most valuable bloodlines. On Samsara continent, there were two men with that bloodline. One is Di Yin, the other is his father, Empyrean Patriarch. Empyrean Patriarch has gained himself a reputation years ago. He even stands out among celestial masters. Moreover, he's wild and listens to no one. In the past, he was already famous for being murderous. In Green Fire World, everyone fears him. Even Samsara Temple, though we've got lots of experts, however, except the Temple Master, he cares none of us. Peak populations of Samsara continent dare not to provoke him. So, you may call him a wild, mad, and troublesome old monster. And you killed the monster's only son. What do you say? Do you think he'll seek a revenge? Hearing out Tao Master Dreamless, Jian Wushuang was stunned. Before he killed Di Yin, he vaguely guessed that Empyrean Patriarch was a celestial master. However, he did not expect such a notorious and strong celestial master. It was no good to be targeted by such a capable celestial master. To hell with it, if he wants a revenge on me, he can try. Jian Wushuang just smiled. You're bold. Tao Master Dreamless shook his head smilingly. Or what? I've killed him. There's nothing I can do. Jian Wushuang remained calm. He never regretted one single of his decisions. Since he decided to kill Di Yin, he would pay whatever price that would cost. So what if Empyrean Patriarch sought his revenge? He had destroyed Dao Yuanzi, who was much stronger than Empyrean Patriarch. He would not be scared of the latter. Tao Master Dreamless, thanks to you, I've created my third sword principle. If it's convenient for you, why don't we stay for a drink? I happen to have something to ask you. He invited the Tao Master. Sure. Tao Master Dreamless accepted the invitation. Then, they headed straight to the city of the Rock Demon clan, where they were warmly received. In a grand temple, Jian Wushuang and Tao Master Dreamless sat face to face. In between them, there was a table lined with cuisine and fine wines. They talked during the meal. The Rock Demon clan experts stayed at the outside. Jian Wushuang, to be honest, are you really just an eternal realm? Tao Master Dreamless looked into Jian Wushuang's eyes. Chapter 1025, Green Fire Palace. Chapter 1025, Green Fire Palace. Are you really just an eternal realm expert? Upon hearing Tao Master Dreamless' question, Jian Wushuang smiled helplessly. I'm indeed at the eternal realm, but my bloodline power has already reached the Tao Master level. To be precise, I'm a Tao Master presently. Jian Wushuang was telling the truth. The inverse cultivator at the eternal realm was regarded as a Tao Master in the eternal chaotic world. His ancient god power had reached the 3-star level. In this aspect, he was on a par with a Tao Master as well. All this proved that he was qualified to be a Tao Master. Really? I assume you cannot be so powerful without other factors. Tao Master Dreamless sighed with emotion. After knocking a glass of wine back, Jian Wushuang smiled and asked casually, Tao Master Dreamless, mighty as you are, you probably are a rank 8 reincarnator, right? Yes. Tao Master Dreamless nodded. Overjoyed, Jian Wushuang immediately said seriously, Tao Master Dreamless, to be honest, I persuaded you to stay here because I hope you can do me a favor. Oh. Tao Master Dreamless raised his eyebrows, but he did not feel surprised. Tell me about it. I'll do my best if I can. Tao Master Dreamless was an amiable man. He relished networking with many people. He preferred to make contact with experts like Jian Wushuang, who was powerful and had great potentials. Normally, he would not refuse if he could assist them. Jian Wushuang said, 2,000 years ago, one of my close relatives was selected as the reincarnator by the Samsara Temple, but I haven't received any message from him until now. That was why I came here from the Void Continent. I'm looking for him. In order to do that, I paid a big price to Jinyu, a gold-clothed deacon, but he failed to find him. Therefore, I have no other choice but to ask a rank 8 reincarnator for help. You want me to search for your relative using my powers? Dao Master Dreamless glanced at Jian Wushuang. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded solemnly. I'm ready to pay any price as long as you're willing to help me. Dao Master Dreamless frowned. Do you have difficulty doing that? Asked Jian Wushuang. I'm sorry. I can't help you with that. Dao Master Dreamless shook his head. Why? Jian Wushuang's heart knocked. I do want to help you. Dao Master Dreamless gave a wry smile. Considering your potential, if you don't die young, you definitely can become a top-notch person in the green fire world. I wish to make friends with you, or let you owe me a favor. But I can do nothing on this matter. Jian Wushuang, you may not know that the experts in the Samsara Temple are actually divided into two categories. The first kind is responsible for matters related to the selection of reincarnators, while the second kind is the law executors who are in charge of removing all obstacles for the Samsara Temple through battles. These two types of experts hold different posts. You can also regard them as two main factions. Neither side will intervene in each other's affairs. As a heaven-level law executor, my job is to fight on the battlefield. I have no control over the information about those reincarnators and thus cannot aid you. I don't have the right to do that. Really? Jian Wushuang had a rather surprised look on his face. He always harbored the idea that as long as he found a rank 8 reincarnator, he could look up the information of all reincarnators below rank 8. However, things went contrary to his wishes. In fact, there were two major factions in the Samsara Temple. The law executors were only responsible for fighting outside. Jian Wushuang, you should ask inner elders for help. They are rank 8 reincarnators and are in charge of the selection of reincarnators. They should be very clear about the information of reincarnators below rank 8. Dao Master Dreamless said. Inner elder? Jian Wushuang bore this in mind. I seldom make contact with them, but I can introduce you the only one I am familiar with. Dao Master Dreamless added. Jian Wushuang's eyes immediately lit up. Although Dao Master Dreamless could not help him find his father's whereabouts, it would be very kind of him to introduce him an inner elder. That elder named Ding Imo. I'll send him a message. You just need to take this token to find him in the divine monster territory. That old man has a strange temper, but he ought to do me a favor and meet you. I just don't know when he plans to meet you. Dao Master Dreamless continued. Thank you a lot. Jian Wushuang took the token and said appreciatively. You're welcome. Dao Master Dreamless waved his hand casually. By the way, Dao Master Dreamless, I remember you mentioned the Green Fire Palace before. What's that? Jian Wushuang asked again. Green Fire Palace. Dao Master Dreamless had the yearning for it written on his face. He murmured, I just heard about that organization, but am not qualified to join it. So, I don't know much about it either. I just know it's the assembly site of top-notch experts in the Green Fire world. It has a high requirement on people who join it. Normally, only when one's strength reaches the Celestial Master level can he receive its invitation. Others who are qualified to join being the rulers of some forces that have power. In other words, 90% of the top-class experts and forces in the entire Green Fire world are its members. The Samsara Temple in the Samsara Continent, the few advanced populations here, the Void Temple in the Void Continent, and the 4 big countries are all its affiliates. Jian Wushuang was taken aback as he heard all this. As the overlords of 2 continents, the Samsara Temple and the Void Temple are just its members. How terrifying that organization is. Well, what about the Empyrean Patriarch? Jian Wushuang asked with a solemn face. According to what you've said, almost all of the top-class experts in the Green Fire world are its members. Given his strength, he should be able to join it, right? Of course. Dao Master Dreamless nodded. In terms of strength, he's indeed qualified to join the Green Fire Palace, but it's a pity that he's obstinate and unruly. Moreover, he's always overweening. It's said that when he broke through to the Celestial Master level, The Green Fire Palace had invited him, but he directly refused. Refused? Jin Wushuang looked at Dao Master Dreamless, dumbfounded. So many top experts, including the two temples, joined the Green Fire Palace. There must be something special about it. But why did Empyrean Patriarch refuse it? That's all I know about the Green Fire Palace. Jin Wushuang, if you want to know more, just practice hard. The Green Fire Palace will invite you after you break through to the Celestial Master level. You'll understand everything then. Dao Master Dreamless said. Chapter 1026, Wrath. Chapter 1026, Wrath. Dao Master Dreamless did not linger here any longer but left soon. While leaving, he warned Jin Wushuang to guard against Empyrean Patriarch. After that, Jin Wushuang called on God Hong. Big Brother Hong, what happened to the Black Python clan? Asked Jin Wushuang. What could they do? God Hong said with a grin. You killed Mo Lin as well as 90% of the experts of that clan. Thus, it is no longer qualified to be called an advanced population. Everyone tends to hit a person when he is down. This clan is doomed to disappear even without my clan taking any actions. It would be a blessing for it if some of its clansmen have escaped. Jin Wushuang agreed with him secretly. He was aware that the battles between different populations on the Samsara continent were unusually crazy and cruel. Without him, the Rock Demon clan would have been exterminated. Chances were that only a few of its clansmen could escape. And thus, he caused the Black Python clan to fall on hard times. Jin Wushuang was quite helpless in this regard. Since the Black Python clan has been wiped out, there should be no population that can threaten the Rock Demon clan on this territory. It's time for me to leave, said Jin Wushuang. You are going to leave? God Hong's expression changed slightly. The 9 sword scars left behind by Sunrise Sword Emperor are not as useful to me as they used to be. Furthermore, I have something else to do. So, I have to depart. Jin Wushuang said smilingly. All right, God Hong said with a nod. Well, what about Empyrean Patriarch? When God Hong was on the battlefield previously, he heard Dao Master Dreamless mention Empyrean Patriarch. He is a threat to me, but he can do nothing to me, Jin Wushuang said with confidence. Great. God Hong sighed with relief. Big Brother Hong, see you then. After giving God Hong some advice, Jin Wushuang bid farewell to him and left. He came to the Rock Demon clan for returning God Hong's favor in the ancient world. He had done what he could, and there was no need for him to linger any longer. His next destination was the Divine Monster Territory. This was where Elder Dingamo was at. There existed an enormous but secluded castle that was surrounded by dark airflow hundreds of millions of miles away from the Rock Demon clan in a vast range of mountains. It stood erect over the years, but few people nearby perceived its existence. Out of blue, a terrifying aura emanated from this black castle. This aura spread far and wide along with overwhelming rage and pressure. It influenced untold warriors and some Dao masters in a common population tens of thousands of miles away, resulting them to tremble with fear. All these warriors were in a state of panic. Died? My son Di Yin is dead? A short-haired, lean elder stood in the void above the black castle. The ferocious look in his eyes made him look more arrogant and obstinate. His name, Empyrean Patriarch, terrified all the people on the Samsara continent. At this moment, Empyrean Patriarch was quivering, his eyes blazing with fury. Undisciplined and out of control, he was quite a strange character who always tyrannized other people on the Samsara continent. Moreover, as a member of the Sky-Devouring clan, he had an inborn fondness of his only son and took very good care of him. This was a known fact to all experts and populations on the Samsara continent. Therefore, even though they knew that Di Yin was running amok and had devoured the essence blood of some rare bloodlines, they could only turn a blind eye for fear of provoking Empyrean Patriarch. Everyone there deferred to Empyrean Patriarch. Even if Di Yin had taken too far sometimes and displeased some top experts, They only slightly punished him but did not dare to kill him due to Empyrean Patriarch. That had been the case for years. No one had ever thought that his son would have been killed today. Jin Wushuang, Jin Wushuang. Empyrean Patriarch growled. He was informed of his son's death and the information about the killer at the same time. An expert majored in sword principle named Jin Wushuang. To his surprise, Jin Wushuang was merely at the Eternal Realm. How dare you killed him as you knew his identity? I don't care your identity, your background and origin. I swear I must kill you. You definitely will come to a tragic end. Where are my 10 protectors? Empyrean Patriarch's roar echoed throughout the world. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Quick as a flash, 10 figures flew out of the castle and appeared in front of Empyrean Patriarch. They knelt down before him immediately, paying respects to Ancestor. Their voices were ear-splitting. All of them were powerful Dao Masters, and 3 of them were peak-rank 3 Dao Masters. Moreover, they were experts who sought refuge with Empyrean Patriarch. Follow me. Empyrean Patriarch waved his sleeve, and they set off at once. He went to the Samsara Temple to borrow the wormhole. The wormhole would not open to the outside world easily, but the Samsara Temple was obliged to give him face given his ferocity. It only took him a few days to arrive at the territory of the Rock Demon Clan through the wormhole. Did my son die here? Floating in the void above the Rock Demon Clan, Empyrean Patriarch gave off a horrible pressure. It came crushing down upon the members of this clan and subdued them. Wave after wave shrill cries rang out, and a large number of its clansmen knelt down under the pressure. Stop! Stop! A voice mixed with shock and anger sounded, and then Godhong arrived here together with some top experts from the Rock Demon Clan. As soon as he appeared in the void, he saw Empyrean Patriarch. The latter emanated a horrifying pressure that he could hardly resist. Celestial Master. He is a Celestial Master. Godhong clenched his fists after he figured out the identity of the man in front of him. I'm Godhong, the clan leader of the Rock Demon Clan, paying respects to Empyrean Patriarch. Godhong said respectfully. Where is Jin Wushuang? Chapter 1027, Friendly Relations. Chapter 1027, Friendly Relations. Where is Jin Wushuang? Empyrean Patriarch's voice sounded extremely cold. Neither did he care Godhong, nor the Rock Demon Clan. He only had Jin Wushuang in his mind. Hearing his words, Godhong quivered with fear. But he still answered, Jin Wushuang left here a few days ago. Where did he go? Empyrean Patriarch stared at Godhong. I don't know. Godhong shook his head. You don't know? Empyrean Patriarch said with a rather cold voice. All of a sudden, a terrifying pressure swept toward Godhong. Although Godhong was a rank 3 Dao Master who possessed the bloodline of the Rock Demon Giant and formidable defense capability, he was suppressed by this pressure. Pfft. He directly spat a mouthful of blood, and his internal injuries, which had not been completely recovered, were again aggravated. However, he had no time to attend this matter and wiped the blood from his mouth. He said hurriedly, Empyrean Patriarch, I really don't know where he went. Really? Empyrean Patriarch didn't ask any more, but his cold eyes looked at the habitat of the Rock Demon Clan below. My son died here. This is his burial place. Thus, there can be no living creatures within a radius of 10,000 miles. Millions of your clansmen must die and be buried with him. Empyrean Patriarch said in a mild tone, which, unexpectedly, contained overwhelming killing intent. The 2 simple sentences sentenced the entire Rock Demon Clan to death. After they heard that, the expressions of the 10 protectors behind Empyrean Patriarch turned grim. They all relished slaughtering and had slain a lot of people on the Samsara continent. The reason why they sought refuge with Empyrean Patriarch was that they were pursued by some powerful populations and experts from the Samsara continent. They had no other choice. Hearing that Empyrean Patriarch was going to exterminate the Rock Demon Clan, they all got excited. Nevertheless, The expressions of God Hong and other experts from this clan changed sharply. Empyrean Patriarch, there is a special place in our clan, and I wish you can follow me and have a look at it. Suddenly, God Hong said seriously. Oh. Empyrean Patriarch's expression slightly altered. At a critical moment when he planned to wipe out the Rock Demon clan, God Hong said he wanted to take him to another place. Did he think that place could change his decision? Empyrean Patriarch, please follow me. God Hong managed to restrain his fear and led Empyrean Patriarch into the territory of his clan. With a mighty strength, Empyrean Patriarch feared nothing. He followed God Hong and arrived at the valley where Jian Wushuang had meditated earlier after a short while. Empyrean Patriarch, look at there. God Hong pointed at the cliff dotted with sword scars. Empyrean Patriarch's eyes swept across the cliff, and he noticed the 9 sword scars on it with a glance. Then he started to look through them. When he saw the first sword scar, a trace of disdain flashed past his eyes. And when he glanced over the second sword scar, he was still unimpressed with it. However, a little bit of surprise flashed past his eyes as he observed the third sword scar. When he scanned the 4th, 5th, and 6th sword scars, his face gradually grew solemn. And when he fixed his eyes on the 7th sword scar, a hint of horror could be seen in his eyes. The moment his eyes swept across the 9th sword scar, his heart knocked and eyes popped. What a terrifying sword! He was a man of powerful strength and had experienced a lot. Therefore, he was very clear about the horror of the sword that left the 9th sword scar. That sword was so fast that no one in this world could block its attack, including him. Although there are numerous experts who study sword principle in the entire Green Fire world, only one is qualified to display such a horrible swordsmanship. The first sword cultivator, Sunrise Sword Emperor. His eyes flickered with cold light. Empyrean Patriarch, I assume you have recognized the owner of the sword scars. God Hong said. So what? Empyrean Patriarch replied in a deep voice. Nothing. I just want you to know that my clan is on friendly terms with the legendary Sunrise Sword Emperor. 20,000 years ago, he passed by and happened to gain insight into sword principle. As a result, he stayed here and meditated in this valley for 2 years. We have provided him everything we could during this period. When he left, he deliberately left these sword scars in our clan. God Hong said calmly, Jian Wushuang is a sword cultivator, and he stayed here due to the sword scars. Just at this moment, Di Yin and the Black Python clan invaded here and disturbed him. He then acted and killed them. He did all this for his sake. He knew he killed your son and provoked you. Hence, he left directly regardless of our safety. You mean your clan has nothing to do with this matter? Empyrean Patriarch cast a cold glance at God Hong. Since Di Yin died on our territory, we cannot shrink from the responsibility. I just want to tell you that we are kind of close to Sunrise Sword Emperor, but not familiar with Jian Wushuang. His only purpose of staying here is to study the sword scars. God Hong added. Upon hearing this, Empyrean Patriarch narrowed his eyes. He was far from a fool and naturally would not blindly believe what God Hong had said. Given his character, even if God Hong disowned Jian Wushuang, he would exterminate the Rock Demon clan without hesitation. The reason why he didn't take action was that he feared Sunrise Sword Emperor immensely. The sword scars in this valley were definitely left by Sunrise Sword Emperor. He could tell that they actually had existed for 20,000 years from their appearances. The Rock Demon clan, however, had been living here over the past hundreds of thousands of years. God Hong did tell the truth. In other words, the Rock Demon clan did have friendly relations with Sunrise Sword Emperor. This meant he must look before he leapt. Sunrise Sword Emperor. His mind quivered with fear at this name. There were very few people in the entire Green Fire world that could cause him to fear. But Sunrise Sword Emperor was definitely the one who was able to do so. Chapter 1028, Generosity. Chapter 1028, Generosity. Sunrise Sword Emperor was a myth in the Green Fire world, a bloody one. Though he became famous later than Empyrean Patriarch, he was far more powerful than him. Most important of all, he was a capricious loner. He killed others to his liking without any scruples at all. Like Samsara Temple Master and Void Temple Master, Empyrean Patriarch admired their strength but did not fear them too much. After all, they were detached and had quite a lot of things to worry about. Thus, they would never kill him unless he crossed the bottom lines of the Green Fire world. But Sunrise Sword Emperor was different. If he destroyed the Rock Demon clan today and annoyed him, it was perfectly possible for him to kill him and leave him no chance to escape. It was Jin Wushuang who killed my son. If I exterminate this population in order to vent my anger but offend Sunrise Sword Emperor, that's definitely not a good thing for me. Empyrean Patriarch murmured and produced a result. Let's go. He waved his hand, turned around, and left. The 10 protectors behind him were greatly surprised at this. They thought that Empyrean Patriarch would eliminate the Rock Demon clan. However, they followed Empyrean Patriarch and did not dare to ask more questions. Empyrean Patriarch, please forgive me for not seeing you out. Godhong and other experts finally sighed with relief after Empyrean Patriarch left. Then, Godhong took out a token. Jin Wushuang, Empyrean Patriarch, did cause me trouble and even planned to wipe out my clan personally. But as you told me, I took him to that valley and declared that we have friendly relations with Sunrise Sword Emperor, but are unfamiliar with you. He then left directly. Godhong sent out such a message. Jin Wushuang, who still stayed in somewhere in this territory that was even not far from the Rock Demon clan, received this message. A smile crept over the corners of his mouth. It's exactly as I expected. Jin Wushuang laughed gently. He conjectured that given Empyrean Patriarch's character, there was a good chance that he would vent his anger on the Rock Demon clan. So when leaving there, he had a word with Godhong and told him to take Empyrean Patriarch there. This result lived up to his expectations. Though Empyrean Patriarch is intractable, he must fear Sunrise Sword Emperor. He is not so foolish to risk offending Sunrise Sword Emperor in order to eliminate the Rock Demon clan. Jin Wushuang murmured. Hemph, that's owed to Sunrise Sword Emperor's deterrence. What if Empyrean Patriarch is not afraid of him? What should you do then? Gu King suddenly snorted. Don't think that I don't know you could have left this territory a few days ago, but you choose to stay here. Obviously, you are worried about the Rock Demon clan. If he really attacks that clan, you will immediately show up, right? Hearing this, Jin Wushuang smiled helplessly and did not say much. He did prepare to turn up to divert Empyrean Patriarch's attention if he really attacked the Rock Demon clan. Of course, he would only use his slaughter body and would not be so foolish to put his life in the hands of Empyrean Patriarch. Jin Wushuang, I won't stop you from doing so in the Green Fire world, but I must warn you that you mustn't incur unnecessary trouble and get involved in something that doesn't concern you when you are in the eternal chaotic world. Don't forget how my last master, King Luo Jun, died. Gu King said solemnly. I know. Jin Wushuang nodded in agreement. Later, he looked up at the void in front of him. It's time to go to the Divine Monster territory. I have just created the third sword principle, Scarlet Young Sword Principle, but I haven't contrived any swordsmanship that matches it. Furthermore, there are also many shortcomings in the ruthlessness that I designed for the Coalescent Sword Principle. I need to study hard. Jin Wushuang finally set off. It was a long way from where he was now to the Divine Monster territory, and it would take him a dozen years even if he moved at top speed. Moreover, he would delve into his sword principles and swordsmanships on the trip. Thus, he would spend more time on the journey. He was not in a hurry because he had enough patience. During the stop-and-go journey, he made some progress in sword principles. And in the third year that he left the Rock Demon clan, he received 2 messages in one day. They were from Dragonwing Governor and Dao Master Dreamless. The contents of the 2 messages were almost the same. Jin Wushuang, Empyrean Patriarch, went mad. He offered a reward of 20 Chaos Gems for capturing you on the entire Samsara continent. Whoever finds your trail and sends him the message will get 20 Chaos Gems. In addition, He deliberately stated that you are at the eternal realm, but your battle strength reaches the peak of rank 3 Dao Master level. By the way, he told everyone that you are a warrior major in sword principle. Presently, all populations on the Samsara continent and some solitary experts went bananas. A lot of people began to track you. Jin Wushuang, you must be very careful. Apart from that, don't act rashly. Once you reveal your battle strength, others can recognize you as easy as pie. Dragon Wing Governor had a good relationship with Jin Wushuang. Moreover, Jin Wushuang saved him, and he appreciated that a lot. And Dao Master Dreamless was a friend of Jin Wushuang. As soon as they knew this, they immediately informed Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang was dumbfounded after receiving the news. Offer a reward of 20 Chaos Gems for capturing me? He looked shocked and could not help but exclaim, how generous he is. That was not exaggerating. Everyone knew that a Chaos Gem was almost worth the fortune of a rank 3 Dao Master. A peak rank 3 Dao Master possessed 4 to 5 Chaos Gems at most. However, Empyrean Patriarch took out 20 Chaos Gems at a time. Furthermore, he did not mean to kill Jin Wushuang with the 20 Chaos Gems. Whoever informed him Jin Wushuang's trace could obtain them. Jin Wushuang believed once the news spread, there must be numerous experts on the Samsara continent searching for him crazily. Chapter 1029, Divine Monster Territory. Chapter 1029, Divine Monster Territory. As Jin Wushuang expected, the entire Samsara continent was startled by the news. Many populations, including some advanced and top populations and countless solitary experts, were astounded by that. They could gain 20 Chaos Gems simply by conveying the trace of a person to Empyrean Patriarch. Even celestial masters were tempted by that. Crazy. Everyone on the entire Samsara continent went crazy. The scene shifted to a dim hall, the secluded headquarters of another powerful force on the Samsara continent. This force specialized in intelligence. A purple-clothed woman looked at the information she just attained with burning eyes. Issue my order immediately. Do our utmost to find Jin Wushuang in the shortest possible time. 20 Chaos Gems. I'll obtain them as long as I track down an easily identified Eternal Realm expert. I must find him as soon as possible. Several black-robed men got together on the top floor of a towering pavilion. The value of 20 Chaos Gems are almost equal to all the treasures of a celestial master. Empyrean Patriarch is really generous. We've confirmed the news and our priority is to chase down Jin Wushuang quickly. One of the black-robed men said in a deep voice. People in our Divine Shadow Gang are adept at intelligence and only a few forces can rival us on the Samsara continent. It's time to give our capability full play. Jin Wushuang is a young man who is skilled at using the sword. Though he is at the Eternal Realm, he's quite powerful. We must find him before any other forces and populations can. Issue the Red Order and ask everyone to find him. In a top population, an emaciated and glum elder cackled from time to time when he glanced through the information in his hands. I rarely see Empyrean Patriarch fly into a rage. His reaction is reasonable. After all, his precious was killed by someone else. 20 Chaos Gems. This old man is quite generous in order to avenge his son's death. Ask our men to pay attention to the killer. 20 Chaos Gems are by no means a small amount of money. They can strengthen our force to some extent. All populations, some top forces, and many solitary experts on the Samsara continent sprang into action immediately. Everyone began to keep an eye on a man at the Eternal Realm who was good at sword principle and powerful than normal rank 3 Dao Masters. Jin Wushuang already speculated that, but did not care too much. He still did what he ought to do and continually studied swordsmanships. In fact, he was not so much anxious as happy. That meant he was already famous on the entire Samsara continent. He made a name for himself without doing anything. And if his father was still on the Samsara continent and already a reincarnator above rank 7, he definitely would learn the news. In other words, his father would know that he already came here to find him. Therefore, they could gather together without much effort. Jian Wushuang was more careful when studying sword principles and swordsmanships on the trip. Moreover, he always restrained himself from acting rashly. There was a crowd of eternal realm experts who were skilled in sword principle on the Samsara continent. As long as he did not act rashly or expose the strength that far surpassed the supposed strength of eternal realm experts, no one would recognize him. But if he did, he would give away his identity. Time flied. It took Jian Wushuang whole 50 years to arrive at the Divine Monster Territory, although no accident happened on the trip. Divine Monster Territory. Jian Wushuang stood on the top of a mountain and overlooked the vast territory before him with a glimmer of light in his eyes. Unlike other places on the Samsara continent, the Divine Monster Territory was more extensive. Most importantly, there existed far more experts. As a piece of the most prosperous and broad territory on the Samsara continent, it was the gathering place for experts and elites on the Samsara continent. The headquarters of the top forces on this continent was in the Divine Monster Territory, the same for some top populations. Top populations! Jian Wushuang looked at the star map in his hand and murmured. He knew something about those populations. There were 4 top populations on the Samsara continent, namely the Ancient Monster Clan, the Blood Azura Clan, the Python Clan, and the Blood Phoenix Clan. They were deeply rooted on this continent and were formidable forces that possessed abundant resources. Even the Samsara Temple did not dare to act recklessly on matters concerning them. The reason they became top populations was that they possessed at least one celestial master. I have achieved great progress in sword principles and swordsmanships over the past 50 years. In addition, my ancient god power improved drastically because I have swallowed the Chaos Gold Bead. Jian Wushuang muttered. Since the Chaos Gold Bead was a very rare treasure, it would inevitably help him to improve his ancient god power very quickly. Over the years, my ancient god power has reached a new level, although it's far from reaching the 3-star peak. My strength has increased by leaps and bounds as well. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists. However, there are innumerable experts in the Divine Monster Territory, and I'm threatened by Empyrean Patriarch, so I still have to keep a low profile. First, I got to find Dingamo, the elder that Dao Master Dreamless introduced to me. Jian Wushuang moved forward and entered the Divine Monster Territory. It was dotted with numerous large cities, and there existed one city named Emperor Heart City. And that was where Dingamo was at. He not only lived in this city, but he was also the governor. He established a large-scale team of guards with a number of Dao Masters. Not to mention his identity in the Samsara Temple, his strength alone was equivalent to that of an advanced population. Chapter 1030, Hope. Chapter 1030, Hope. Great! Dingamo is not only the elder of the Samsara Temple, but also an overlord who governs such a large city. After strolling around the Emperor Heart City for a while, and admiring the prosperity of the city in his heart, Jian Wushuang went directly to the governor mansion to visit Dingamo. However, he was stopped by 2 guards in front of the mansion. I am introduced by the heaven-level law executor Dao Master Dreamless of the Samsara Temple. I asked to see Elder Dingamo for something urgent. This is the token Dao Master Dreamless gave me. Please report my request to Elder Dingamo. Jian Wushuang took out the token and handed it to one of the guards. The 2 guards looked at each other. They served as Ding Mo's guards a long time ago and naturally heard of Dao Master Dreamless. Meanwhile, they knew he had a good relationship with their governor. After knowing that this man was introduced by Dao Master Dreamless, they did not dare to neglect him, and one of them immediately informed their governor of his arrival. A moment later, the guard who went into the mansion to send the message came out and said, "Your Excellency, our governor is waiting for you." Oh! Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. Previously, Dao Master Dreamless told him that Dingamo was odd, and he would meet him, but not necessarily immediately. Now, however, that did not seem to be the case. Following that guard, he walked into the governor mansion and soon came to a lofty hall. The hall was fairly grand. When he entered it, he saw a white-robed elder sitting at the highest place in the hall. Noticing his arrival, the white-robed elder opened his eyes and asked the guard to leave with a motion of his hand. At the same time, a layer of immaterial restriction rose around the hall and covered the entire hall within. Thus, there were only Jian Wushuang and the white-robed elder in this enormous hall. Jian Wushuang, Empyrean Patriarch, is tracking you crazily, and all the forces and populations on the Samsara continent are desperately finding your whereabouts in order to obtain 20 Chaos Gems. Normal people have already found a place to hide at this critical moment. However, you came here to find me publicly, Dingamo said, wearing a meaningful smile. Jian Wushuang said with a smile, Dao Master Dreamless informed you of my identity, right? Dao Master Dreamless? He just told me that an Eternal Realm expert would visit me with his token but didn't mention your name. Nonetheless, he is arrogant and has no junior or disciple. How could he assist an ordinary Eternal Realm expert? Besides, I know he was on a mission to the Rock Demon clan not long ago. So long as I think about all this carefully, I can figure out your identity, Dingamo said casually. Hearing his words, Jian Wushuang laughed helplessly. Right, I'm Jian Wushuang. I wonder whether Elder Dingamo will send this message to Empyrean Patriarch for the 20 Chaos Gems? Dingamo narrowed his eyes and overlooked Jian Wushuang, only to discover that he was calm and composed as before. He burst out laughing and said, No wonder Dao Master Dreamless thinks highly of you. Not to mention your talent and strength, your composure alone is rarely seen. You have my assurance. Although 20 Chaos Gems are something of great value and I am tempted by them too, I will never plot against the man that Dao Master Dreamless recommended to me for them. Many thanks, Jian Wushuang replied calmly. Take a seat. Dingamo waved his hand, and a chair appeared out of blue behind Jian Wushuang. Moreover, a long narrow table with wine and food on it emerged in front of Jian Wushuang as well. Jian Wushuang sat down and took a sip of wine. Dao Master Dreamless has messaged me your request. Although it is troublesome, it's not something difficult for me. Dingamo chuckled and stared at Jian Wushuang. What's your relative's name? His name is Jian Nantian. He became the reincarnator in the ancient world 2,000 years ago. Jian Wushuang replied hurriedly. Fine, I'll check it for you immediately, but it will take about half a month. Dingamo said. Half a month? Why will it take so long? Jian Wushuang frowned. Dingamo glanced at Jian Wushuang and said, Dao Master Dreamless told me that you have asked a gold-clothed deacon to look up the information about your relative, right? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded heavily. If I am right, did that gold-clothed deacon reply you soon? Dingamo looked at Jian Wushuang smilingly. Yes, he provided me with the result in 3 days. Jian Wushuang replied. Haha, I knew it. Dingamo laughed. Dao Master Dreamless told me the things happened between you and that gold-clothed deacon. The gold-clothed deacon went through the motions just in order to acquire your reward. Went through the motions? Jian Wushuang's face fell. Did Jian you never look it up for me? I didn't mean that. Dingamo shook his head. He checked the information simply according to the name you gave him and replied you after he failed to find your relative's name. In fact, in the Samsara Temple, reincarnators usually take code names for the sake of convenience and concealment. Their code names are a must if anyone wants to look up their information. Their real names are ignored instead. So, if Jian really wanted to aid you, he would look up the information according to your relative's origin and the time he has become a reincarnator. Only in this way can he receive an exact result. Oh, Jian Wushuang replied in shock. Jian Wushuang, since you were introduced by Dao Master Dreamless and I admire your talent and composure, I will wholeheartedly find out the whereabouts of your loved one for you. Therefore, it will take more time to do that. You should know that I've tried my best to shorten the time to half a month. Dingamo said. Many thanks to Elder Dingamo for doing all this for me. Jian Wushuang said sincerely. Haha, nothing. If you have nothing to do during this period, just stay here temporarily. I'll inform you of the result half a month later. Dingamo waved his hand and then left with a quick move. Jian Wushuang alone stood there and clenched his fists. What Ding Imo just said thrilled him. According to what Elder Ding Imo has said, Jin, you just checked the information of reincarnators perfunctorily. That means chances are that my father is a reincarnator below rank 7, and Jin, you just failed to find him. So my father is probably alive. Chapter 1031. It's him. Chapter 1031. It's him. Jin Wushuang lived in Ding Mo's mansion to wait for the result. 5 days passed in the twinkling of an eye. Jin Wushuang alone practiced his swordsmanship in an empty courtyard. Buzz! A splendid sword shadow pierced the void easily and disappeared from the void quickly, leaving an opening on space. It was so fast that it could not be caught by the naked eye. This sword movement proved to be the death shadow. Jin Wushuang stopped after performing this sword movement. This move is getting more and more powerful, Jin Wushuang murmured smilingly. He had been meditating swordsmanship and sword principle these years. As a result, his sword principle was greatly improved and the power of his swordsmanship elevated. Though his Aurora sword principle was still at the general level, it was not far from reaching the universe level. Moreover, his coalescence sword principle, he had been trying to integrate more sword principles into it. Currently, he had integrated 8 sword principles from the mysterious scroll into it and combined 8 different essences together. Until now, the coalescence sword principle barely became an Earth-level sword principle. He had created 2 universe-level sword principles and a general-level sword principle presently. The more powerful the sword principle one created, the more beneficial it would be on elevating one's strength. It's easy to create universe-level sword principles, but it will be quite difficult to upgrade them to the creation level. I cannot imagine how long will it take to make them the most powerful sword principles. Jin Wushuang muttered. His goal was to make them the most powerful sword principles. Although he had created 3 sword principles, there was still a long way for him to go. Right at this moment, several figures suddenly flew upward from the mansion. They proved to be Ding Imo and several experts under his command. They appeared in the void above the mansion and looked into the distance, as if they were waiting for someone. Who was able to make Elder Ding Imo welcome him personally? Jin Wushuang was surprised. As the inner elder of the Samsara Temple, Ding Imo enjoyed a high status and was absolutely qualified to be called an overlord on the Samsara continent. Thus, the people he was waiting for must be very eminent. In just a few seconds, 3 figures came here one after another. All of them exuded an overwhelming aura. Apparently, they were rank 3 Tao Masters. The 2 men standing beside a striking young man dressed in a golden robe were genuine experts at the peak of rank 3. The young man always wore a smile and appeared gentle and cultivated. The most striking part was his midbrow. There existed a vertical scarlet mark, a sword scar. Seeing them, Ding Imo and others experts greeted them immediately. In the courtyard, Jin Wushuang stared at that golden-robed man. He was very familiar with that man. His face had appeared in his mind more than once. After so many years, he finally saw him again. It's him. It's him. Jin Wushuang roared in his heart, and his eyes became sharper than ever at this moment. Jin Wushuang, do you know him? Gu Qing's surprised voice sounded in Jin Wushuang's heart. Yes, of course. Jin Wushuang's cold voice filled with tremendous killing intent. Jin Wushuang soon regained his composure and simultaneously looked away. That elegant man was talking with Ding Imo at this point, so he did not notice Jin Wushuang. Led by Ding Imo, he entered the meeting hall at the center of the governor mansion. Jin Wushuang instantly went to find an expert living in the governor mansion. Ding Imo possessed many powerful guards whose commanders were real Tao Masters. Some commanders lived in the governor mansion. Commander Su. Jin Wushuang came to a commander surnamed Su. Blood Mountain, my brother. What's up? Commander Su was quite polite to Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang used the alias Blood Mountain when he lived in the governor mansion. Commander Su had met him and knew that he was Ding Mo's guest. The one being able to be Ding Mo's guest definitely had an extraordinary background. So even if he was aware that Jian Wushuang was just an eternal realm expert, he did not dare to put on airs. Nothing. I am just curious why Elder Dingamo greeted the three people who have just arrived personally. I speculate that they must be out of the ordinary? Jian Wushuang seemed to ask casually. They? Commander Su raised his eyebrows and laughed. Of course. They are from the ancient monster clan. The ancient monster clan? Jian Wushuang's heart throbbed. The ancient monster clan was one of the 4 top populations. It turns out that they are experts from a top population. Jian Wushuang pretended to sigh with emotion. Haha, our master would not have welcomed them in person just due to that reason. What matters the most is the man standing in the middle, the Tao Master Nine Sword. Although his strength is inferior to that of the other 2 men, he enjoys quite a high status in the ancient monster clan. The 2 Tao Masters behind him were sent to protect him by the ancient monster clan. Commander Su said. Tao Master Nine Sword? Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed. Is he very powerful? I don't know. I only know he is well known in the divine monster territory. It's said that the ancient monster clan regards him as a treasure, but I cannot figure out what's so special about him. If you're curious about him, you can go to any intelligence organization to acquire his information. Commander Su said. I see. Jian Wushuang nodded. Thank you, Commander Su. After that, he turned around and left. According to what Commander Su had said, he left the governor mansion and found a store that sold intelligence in the city. Soon afterwards, he obtained detailed information about the ancient monster clan and Tao Master Nine Sword. Then he returned to the governor mansion, closed the door, and leafed through the information alone. His pupils shrank and some cold light flickered in his eyes after he glanced over the information about the ancient monster clan. As I expected, the ancient monster clan is the population with the bloodline of the ancient god. Zhuxiu, no, Tao Master Nine Sword, after 2,000 years, we finally meet again. Chapter 1032, Ancient Monster Clan and Tao Master Nine Sword. Chapter 1032, Ancient Monster Clan and Tao Master Nine Sword. Zhuxiu. Jian Wushuang could feel his heart brimming with killing intent upon thinking about the name. It was him who had kidnapped his mother and snatched his father's sword soul in the ancient world previously. The fiend had even destroyed the Ji clan personally. Jian Wushuang had seen Zhuxiu before. Of course, at that time, the latter was only a wisp of consciousness that had possessed a puppet fighter. After the incident, Jian Wushuang and his father climbed their way to the summit of the ancient world, but neither of them knew that Zhuxiu had brought Jian Wushuang's mother back to the ancient world long ago. His father, Jian Nantian, had decided to make the irreversible decision to become a reincarnator once he knew about it. As such, if it were not for Zhuxiu, many things would not have happened. Jian Wushuang felt an unprecedented hatred toward Zhuxiu. Now, after 2,000 years, he finally got to meet Zhuxiu again. It's him. Everything happened because of him. Jian Wushuang thought, his gaze turning icy cold. If it weren't for him, my father would never have taken the risk of becoming a reincarnator, and he would have been reunited with my mother a long time ago. They would not have been separated for so long until now. There's also the issue of the Ji clan. They were exterminated because of Zhuxiu's doing. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists tightly. He wished he could torture Zhuxiu slowly, but his enemy's current status amazed him. Not only did Zhuxiu have the power of a rank 3 Tao Master, but he also had a huge standing in the ancient monster clan. He had 2 peak rank 3 experts serving as his guards. It was a privilege few in the ancient monster clan enjoyed. Ancient monster clan. Jian Wushuang finished reading his research material. He now had a certain knowledge of the clan. Not only was the ancient monster clan one of the top clans, but it was also arguably the strongest clan out of the 4 top clans. Their people even had 2 types of bloodlines. The first bloodline was that of the ancient gods. As for the second, it was that of the heavenly monsters. The ancient monster clan is extraordinary, Gu King's voice rang in Jian Wushuang's mind. Needless to say, the ancient gods were at the apex of the eternal chaotic world, and their bloodline was extremely precious and dominant. As for the heavenly demons, they were also extremely famous, and even though they were somewhat weaker than the ancient gods, the difference between both lineages was not too great. It was extremely rare to have any one of these two bloodlines, so it's very strange for the ancient monster clan to possess both. Jin Wushuang's expression was extremely serious as he listened. He had been mired in doubt as to how he came to possess the bloodline of the ancient gods, but everything was clear to him now. Perhaps my mother is from the ancient monster clan, Jin Wushuang thought. The combined might of the ancient monster clan was extremely great because of the fact that it possessed the two great bloodlines. There were already 3 celestial masters and countless strong Tao masters within the clan. It possessed so much strength that even the Samsara temple dared not take it lightly. As for Joshio, the Tao Master Nine Sword, he seemed to have been treated by the clan as a precious treasure because he had awoken an extremely rare bloodline. That said, if my mother was really from the ancient monster clan, why would she go to the ancient world? And that Joshio, said Jin Wushuang as he frowned. To that, Jin Wushuang, I might know of a possibility, replied Gu King. What possibility? Asked Jin Wushuang. Reincarnation. Gu King replied, his tone solemn. What? Jin Wushuang exclaimed as his eyes opened wide. Reincarnation, he thought. What reincarnation is he referring to? Could it be that kind that means one gets reborn into the world after death? In the eternal chaotic world, one could get reborn and get a chance to cultivate again. If your mother really awoke the heavenly monster bloodline, there's a high possibility that reincarnation was involved, said Gu King. Jin Wushuang winced as he heard the words of Gu King. He was experiencing huge emotional upheaval. Reincarnation. It was the first time he had heard the term, and it made him feel extremely alarmed. That said, aside from his alarm, he came to understand many more things. I understand now. I understand everything now. Jin Wushuang let out a stream of air lightly. He began to understand that many of his deductions were true. It's a pity that even though this material is extremely detailed, it did not mention anything about my mother, Jin Wushuang said, shaking his head as he held the documents. Now that he had discovered the whereabouts of Joshio, he wanted to find an opportunity to kill him, but the more pressing matter was to find out where his mother was. To find out where my mother is currently, I have to act from Joshio, Jin Wushuang proclaimed, a murderous gaze in his eyes. What are you planning to do, Jin Wushuang? Gu King's voice rang out again. Don't forget, there are 2 Tao Masters at the peak of rank 3 by his side. You have basically not much hope of making a move against Joshio under their watchful eyes. I know that, Jin Wushuang replied as he nodded slightly. He understood that it would not be easy to get to Joshio. After all, he did not merely wish to defeat or even kill Joshio. He wanted to capture his enemy alive or subdue him so that he could interrogate him. Capturing him alive will be much harder than defeating or killing him outright. Putting the interference from the 2 Tao Masters aside, I don't even have much confidence of subduing Joshio in a head-on contest. Furthermore, Empyrean Patriarch has placed a bounty of 20 Chaos Gems on my head. If I were to remain in hiding, no one would be able to identify me, but if I move against Joshio, my identity will be exposed and there will be even more trouble when Empyrean Patriarch comes chasing after me. He thought. Even though the path ahead is fraught with obstacles, it's the only way if I want to find out where my mother is, exclaimed Jin Wushuang in a low tone. From the research material, Jin Wushuang gathered that Joshio could normally be found in the den of the ancient monster clan. He seldom showed himself and ventured out even less often. This time, he was making a rare trip away from home and would return to the ancient monster clan after he was done dealing his affairs. If Jin Wushuang missed this chance, it would be much harder for him to harm Joshio again. I don't know how long I'll have to wait for another chance. Therefore, I have to give it a shot no matter how hard or risky it'll be, said Jin Wushuang, a resolute gaze in his eyes. Evidently, he had already made up his mind. Since you've already decided, I shall not stop you. Before you strike, however, You should plan in detail. You shouldn't act unless you're sure, but once you do, make sure you hit your target. Also, your plan should also allow you to retreat in one piece, suggested Gu King solemnly. I understand, nodded Jian Wushuang. There are 2 Dao Masters at peak rank 3 with Juxiu, and there's not much chance of success if I act alone. I can, however, get more help. Even though no one in the Samsara continent will offend the ancient monster clan simply, if I offer a huge reward, some people will be willing to help me. Take, for instance, Blood Saber. Chapter 1033, The Blood Saber Organization. Chapter 1033, The Blood Saber Organization. There was a rundown shop in an isolated corner of the Emperor Heart City. There was usually no customers at the shop, and if it were not for Commander Su's directions, Jian Wushuang would not have known about its existence. A man dressed in blood-red robes, wearing a blood-colored wicked-looking mask and carrying a saber strode into the shop. "Are you looking for anything, sir?" asked a skinny elder sitting at the shop counter as he peered over. "I'm looking for Blood Saber," said the man in the blood-red mask. The old man's lips formed into a slight smile as he heard the visitor's words. "Please follow me." Under the skinny elder's guidance, Jian Wushuang came to a dimly lit secret chamber after a short while. He found a spot to sit and lifted his head toward the old man. "I heard that your Blood Saber organization is the strongest faction of killers in the Samsara continent, and that you people will accept any sort of task?" The Blood Saber organization's reputation in the Samsara continent was indeed formidable, and its methods were also extremely effective. It was said that the organization had even attempted to assassinate a Celestial Master, and even though the mission failed, the Celestial Master was heavily wounded and paid a heavy price. "You're exaggerating, sir. Even though we may be reputable, it's not true that we'll accept any task. We will definitely not accept requests such as the assassination of the Samsara Temple Master or killing the Celestial Masters at the apex of our world, such as Empyrean Patriarch or the rulers of the 4 top clans," the old man replied with a laugh. "Of course, other than such tasks, our organization will accept any request for the right price. The person I want to move against may not be a monster just below the Celestial Master level, but he's involved with the Ancient Monster Clan, one of the 4 top clans," said Jian Wushuang nonchalantly. "The Ancient Monster Clan?" said the old man as he frowned slightly at first, but reverted to his usual self shortly after. "Even though they are strong, if we kill 1 or 2 of them, it's no cause for them to turn against us completely. That said, may I know who your target is, sir?" "Dao Master 9 Sword," replied Jian Wushuang directly. The old man's expression immediately changed. "If it were just an ordinary member of the Ancient Monster Clan, we'll not be afraid, even if the target was an extremely strong Dao Master or a Dao Master at the peak rank 3. As for Dao Master 9 Sword," the old man thought, "I know how important he is to the Ancient Monster Clan. He's practically their treasure. If he dies, it's possible that they could go crazy seeking revenge." "So, you can't accept the job?" Jian Wushuang said, having seen through the old man's thoughts. "It's not that we won't accept the job, but it's because Dao Master 9 Sword holds an extremely peculiar position in the Ancient Monster Clan. If we get involved in his business, it'll lead to a whole string of events. Even if we're the Blood Saber organization, we can't afford to take it lightly. Of course, the most important thing is, will you be able to afford the adequate payment for this job, sir?" the skinny elder asked. "What is the reward expected?" questioned Jian Wushuang. 30 chaos gems," replied the skinny elder. It was an amount equivalent to all the assets of a Celestial Master. The bounty of 20 chaos gems placed on Jian Wushuang's head after he killed Empyrean Patriarch's son had already sent shockwaves throughout the entire Samsara continent, and many factions and clans were eyeing the reward. The price requested by the old man was 10 chaos gems more than that. It was indeed a sky-high price. "I don't need your organization to kill Dao Master 9 Sword. I just need you to hold off the 2 Dao Masters by his side who are at peak rank 3 and not give them a chance to strike. As for Dao Master 9 Sword, I'll find someone else to attack him," said Jian Wushuang. Dao Master Nine Sword is not that powerful himself, but of huge importance. It doesn't matter if the Blood Saber organization assassinates him or helps someone to act against him. It'll offend the ancient monster clan greatly. They're offenses of the same nature in their eyes. As such, even if it's just to dispatch an expert to aid you, it'll still cost you 28 Chaos Gems. There's no bargaining about that, replied the skinny elder in a low tone. 28 Chaos Gems? Asked Jian Wushuang as his emotions stirred. He was in possession of the many treasures left behind by Dao Yuanzi. Dao Yuanzi was an expert from the eternal chaotic world and had many assets. He had 300 Chaos Gems in total, even though it was a huge amount, and the 28 Chaos Gems requested by the old man was not too many. Jian Wushuang still felt heartache as he knew the value of these gems. That said, if he wanted to go after Juxiu, he had to pay the price. After all, other than the Blood Saber organization, he could not find anyone else to help him. He did not have many close contacts in the Samsara continent, and even Dao Master Dreamless, with whom he was acquainted with, would not want to go against the ancient monster clan on Jian Wushuang's behalf. Take these 10 Chaos Gems as the deposit. After the deed is done, I'll pay you the remaining 18 gems, said Jian Wushuang as he drew out 10 Chaos Gems with a wave of his hand. The skinny elder's eyes brightened up uncontrollably upon seeing the gems. I'll assign some experts to the task immediately, he kept replying after receiving his deposit. You have to act fast. If Dao Master Nine Sword returns back to the ancient monster clan, or if you let the opportunity to strike him slip from our hands, this deal will be off, said Jian Wushuang. Rest assured, I've received the information that Dao Master Nine Sword's coming to the Emperor Heart City, as he has some matters that require the assistance of Elder Dingamo. He should be staying in the city for a few days, and our organization can dispatch our experts within 2 days. We'll definitely be in time, replied the old man. That's good, replied Jian Wushuang as he nodded slightly. The skinny elder began to make preparations shortly after. As the top organization of killers in the Samsara continent, the Blood Saber organization was indeed efficient. Before 2 days were up, the skinny elder had brought 2 people to Jian Wushuang. Sir, let me introduce you to Army Saber and Rakshasa. They are famous Blood Moon level killers in our organization, said the skinny elder with a laugh. Jian Wushuang measured the 2 killers standing before him. They were a man and a woman respectively. The man wore a cold expression and there was an ugly sword scar on his face. He hugged his arms together, his gaze totally devoid of expression. The girl, on the other hand, was a lovely-looking teenage girl. She even wore a smile on her face and gave off the feeling that she was a pitiful young lady, but Jian Wushuang could sense a deadliness residing in the deepest spots of her jet-black pupils. Army Saber and Rakshasa? Asked Jian Wushuang, secretly approving of the 2 killers. After he decided to seek for the Blood Saber organization's assistance, Jian Wushuang had gathered some intelligence on the group. The 2 killers before him were among the most infamous of its killers. Chapter 1034, Making a Move. Chapter 1034, Making a Move. As Blood Moon level killers, both Army Saber and Rakshasa possessed peak rank 3 Dao Masters battle strength. They were also considered as one of the most powerful among their peers. It was said that both of them had killed other peak rank 3 Dao Masters, and even though it was a joint operation, it clearly showed their ability. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the Blood Saber organization knew that its sole responsibility would be to tie up the 2 rank 3 Dao Masters protecting Dao Master Nine Sword that it sent them to their client. They were known to be experts at tying up their opponents. Both of you should know about your task by now, right? Jian Wushuang asked as he looked at the 2 killers. Yes, replied Army Saber and Rakshasa, both of them slightly nodding. That's good. I hope that when executing the mission, both of you will do as I say entirely, replied Jian Wushuang. Of course, Army Saber said. You're our client. Of course, we would listen to your orders, but only within the limits of our operation. If it falls outside of our mission, we can't help you. All right, said Jian Wushuang as he nodded. After the three had reached a consensus, the skinny elder spoke up. I've already sent people out to keep an eye on Master Ninesword. They'll report to me once he has any movement. Then we shall wait, replied Jian Wushuang. The Emperor Heart City is full of people and experts. We should strike after he leaves the city. Right, agreed the two killers, nodding. Jian Wushuang spent the next 3 days waiting patiently in the secret chamber. Master Ninesword is leaving, news came from the skinny elder. Finally, replied Jian Wushuang as his lips cracked into a smile. It was even chillier than the edge of a sharp knife. The very next moment, he set off along with the two killers. Indeed, Master Ninesword had left the Emperor Heart City and traveled in a straight direction. After half a day's journey, they arrived before an area known to be a place where an advanced population resided. This population was known as the Bone Clan. 500 years ago, the Bone Clan used trickery which led our ancient monster clan to suffer heavy losses. It was said that they covered up the matter extremely well, but our clan members still managed to uncover their plot. When I traveled out, the third Holy Master had instructed me to exterminate them on my way back, said Master Ninesword in his customary refined manner. His gaze, though, which was fixed on the quarters of the Bone Clan, was chilly. Let's go. Juxiu smiled briefly before he led the other two rank 3 Dao Masters to dash straight into the inner sanctum of the Bone Clan. Their auras were incredibly great, and they did not bother to conceal them. Many experts of the Bone Clan immediately sensed their presence once all 3 of them appeared in the void above the quarters of the Bone Clan. Who's there? Halt immediately. Shouts rang out one after another, and only after a short while, dozens of figures rose into the void. All of them were Dao Masters, and their leader was a burly middle-aged man with purple hair. He was the clan leader, but at this moment, he was staring at the 3 people in front of him with a straight face. You are, the burly man began to question them. Ninesword from the ancient monster clan, replied Master Ninesword nonchalantly. The ancient monster clan? Replied the purple-haired man. His expression, along with many experts of the Bone Clan, immediately changed, but they quickly composed themselves. So it's the famous Master Ninesword of the ancient monster clan. May I ask what brings you here today? Asked the clan leader. Nothing much. It's just that I find your Bone Clan a nuisance and wish to destroy it. Master Ninesword's tone was extremely calm, but it sounded like thunder to the people of this clan. Make your move. Master Ninesword did not waste his time with unnecessary words. With a wave of his hand, the 2 experts behind him, who had been waiting for their chance to strike, leapt out in an instant. Their terrible auras seeped out and engulfed the entire Bone Clan, immediately causing a disturbance amongst its people. That's not good. Peak rank 3 Dao Masters, and 2 of them to boot? The expression of the burly man immediately changed. Quick! Stop them! Stop both of them! He kept bellowing. Many of Dao Masters from the Bone Clan began making their move. The purple-haired clan leader had also immediately rushed forth to confront his opponents. In an instant, all of the top-tier experts in the Bone Clan were engaged in combat with the 2 peak rank 3 Dao Masters. Even so, it was a one-sided contest. The Bone Clan was just an ordinary advanced population. Even though it was stronger than the Rock Demon and Black Python clan, it was not by much. There were only dozens of Dao Masters in the clan, and their 2 strongest experts were just at the advanced level and entry level of rank 3, respectively. Even though dozens of Dao Masters were now joining forces against the 2 peak rank 3 Dao Masters, they did not have many openings to strike. The Bone Clan was entirely engulfed with chaos once the battle began. As all of this happened, 3 figures were floating in the void not far from where the Bone Clan resided. They stood there gazing from afar, taking in all of the disturbance happening in the Bone Clan. Previously, I was curious as to what Master Ninesword was doing in the Bone Clan. It turns out that he wants to exterminate this clan. Hee, seems like we're in luck, said the lovely-looking Rakshasa with a slight smile. Given the ability of the 3 from the ancient monster clan, they'll make short work of the Bone Clan. That said, There are a few experts in the Bone Clan, and they're bound to make some last-ditch effort. Even though it will not cost those three very much, it'll be enough to drain a considerable amount of spiritual power from them. We'll strike after they've wiped out the Bone Clan. It'll help us greatly, said Army Saber solemnly. It's not necessary to wait until then. We act now, said Jian Wushuang unexpectedly in a low tone. He was standing in the middle of the two killers. What? They exclaimed, looking at Jian Wushuang in amazement. Waiting for Dao Master Ninesword and his men to wipe out the Bone Clan before making their move was definitely the best option, but Jian Wushuang. You're indeed quite merciful, sir, said Rakshasa with a slight smile. Let's move, replied Jian Wushuang, his tone extremely cold. The two killers exchanged one look with each other and nodded slightly. Jian Wushuang was their client, and naturally, they had to follow his instructions. Our task is to hold the two peak rank 3 Dao Masters up. As for Dao Master Ninesword, well, you've to handle him by yourself, said Army Saber. In the next instant, the two killers had drifted waif-like away, and they arrived at the battlefield very quickly. The space in the void above the Bone Clan's residential area had already burst open, and the sight was terrible to bear. Dozens of Dao Masters from the Bone Clan were joining forces and trying their best to stop the two peak rank 3 Dao Masters from the ancient Monster Clan. As for Dao Master Ninesword, he had not even made a single move. Even so, the Bone Clan was hanging on to their survival by a thin thread. Within a short period, 4 of their Dao Masters had already been slain. At this very moment, 2 waif-like figures dashed straight into the battlefield. Chapter 1035, Long Time No See. Chapter 1035, Long Time No See. The battle was raging on. The figure of one of Dao Master Ninesword's guards had risen to 3 meters tall, and he gave off a vague bronze glow. He wielded a large axe and brought forth an immense amount of power. He managed to completely suppress 6 Dao Masters of the Bone Clan just by himself. Furthermore, 2 Dao Masters had already fallen to his large axe. "Ha ha, die, all you bastards of the Bone Clan," he exclaimed. He bellowed like a barbarian and swung his large axe wildly. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a scarlet ray of blade light swooped down upon him. It was extremely fast and powerful. Most crucially, it happened very suddenly and nearly without warning. What? It happened so quickly that even the barbarian scrambled to react. Even so, as a peak rank 3 Dao Master, he was not flustered. With a low growl, he cast the 6 Dao Masters of the Bone Clan aside and struck back with his large axe. It left a bewildering trace as it slashed through the void, directly toward the blade light. Bang! A loud sound rang out as the 2 weapons clashed. The barbarian was knocked back by the impact of the clash and stumbled a few steps backward. After steadying himself, he looked cautiously at the void in front of him. A cold-looking man with a hideous sword scar on his face appeared there, a blood-red saber in his hand. "That look and the move just now. Are you bloody Army Saber?" growled the barbarian in a low voice. On the other side of the battlefield, the other peak rank 3 Dao Master was also held up by Rakshasa. He had also recognized her very quickly. "Army Saber and Rakshasa?" commented Dao Master Ninesword. He was standing in the void beside the combatants, his gaze gradually turning cold. It turns out that the intruders are the 2 famous Blood Moon level killers from the Blood Saber organization. It seems that you guys from the Bone Clan were well prepared and hired these 2 top-notch killers in one go. I guess you paid a hefty price, right? Dao Master Ninesword had not noticed that the remaining experts of the Bone Clan were also wearing a bewildered look on their faces. They were not sure as to how the 2 Blood Moon level killers had appeared suddenly. We did not hire them, didn't we? They thought. After all, they did not expect Dao Master Ninesword to appear today, and that he would have wanted to exterminate their clan. Furthermore, no one could hire the killers of this level as they wished. It would require a hefty payment, and based on the fortune of their clan, it would be hard for them to engage their services. So, who hired Army Saber and Rakshasa? They wondered. No matter who hired them, he or she wants to help us. With their aid, there's still a good chance our clan could survive, said the burly clan leader with a low growl, before striking again at his opponents. The experts of the Bone Clan were also overjoyed and immediately worked in tandem with the two killers. You guys from the Blood Saber organization are indeed very bold to interfere in the matters of the ancient monster clan, said Tao Master Nine Sword with an icy coldness that soon pervaded the air. Don't try to scare me, Tao Master Nine Sword. Our organization has been accepting payment to help our clients ease their suffering all this while. As long as the client can afford to pay us, there's nothing that our organization dares not to do, taunted Army Saber. Jin Wushuang was standing in the void not far away from the battle and took the entire scene in. The corners of his lips curled up and unexpectedly, he removed his wicked-looking blood-red mask. Even though the mask helped to disguise his true identity to a certain extent, it was also too conspicuous. The two peak rank 3 Dao Masters are already kept busy. Now, it's his turn, said Jin Wushuang as he fixed his gaze on Dao Master Nine Sword. Jin Wushuang, the person you're about to deal with must have some special item used for defense on him, since he managed to occupy such an important position in the ancient monster clan. Be careful not to let him slip when you strike, reminded Gu King. Don't worry, I have my own plans, said Jin Wushuang with a slight smile, before dashing into the battlefield. Dao Master Nine Sword was observing the battle from the side, but his expression was gradually turning gloomy. Both Army Saber and Rakshasa possessed peak rank 3 Dao Masters battle strength, and they were on par with their opponents. Combined with the strength of the Bone Clan experts, the tables had now turned on his subordinates, and they were now completely suppressed. I didn't expect killers from the Blood Saber organization to show up. Things are turning tricky now. As the #1 organization of killers in the entire Samsara continent, its strength is extraordinarily great. Even our ancient monster clan is extremely wary of it, and now that their killers are present, I think it'll be impossible to wipe out the Bone Clan today. Dao Master Nine Sword was still wondering to himself when all of a sudden, a figure suddenly appeared in the void beside him and rushed toward him. The aura of an eternal realm expert burst forth. It even contained an unparalleled rage. Damned ancient monster clan, I'll fight to the death with you people. A loud roar abruptly reverberated throughout the surrounding space. The attacker seemed to be someone from the Bone Clan who had gone berserk and wanted to fight Dao Master Nine Sword to the death. Dao Master Nine Sword still stood at his original spot, and a look of disdain flashed across his face when he heard the roar coming from his side. He could not even bother to turn to look at his opponent and absent-mindedly struck a finger toward the void where his opponent was coming from. A ray of sword essence burst forth with amazing speed. Even though it was a move made casually by Dao Master Nine Sword, its power was extremely great. Even a rank 1 Dao Master could very possibly not survive the attack, much less an Eternal Realm expert. The sword essence leapt forward and at first, everything happened according to Dao Master Nine Sword's expectations. It appeared directly in front of his opponent, and there was no way the Eternal Realm expert could escape as it struck him square on the body. The Eternal Realm expert still continued advancing, but at a much reduced speed. The aura from him was also rapidly diminishing. You're nothing but an ant, yet you wish to fight me to the death? Asked Dao Master Nine Sword with a contemptuous laugh. But suddenly, the Eternal Realm expert, whose speed had been greatly reduced, suddenly lifted his head and burst forth with a boom. The space behind him burst open, and his figure pierced through the void in an instant. He appeared in front of Dao Master Nine Sword simultaneously. Such speed was many times faster than those ordinary Dao Masters. What? Exclaimed Dao Master Nine Sword, who could not help but feel extremely alarmed now. He turned his head immediately to look at his opponent. It was only at this very moment that he finally saw his enemy's face. His pupils shrank abruptly upon seeing it. You're... He opened his mouth, trying to say something. Jin Wushuang laughed coldly. It sounded as chilly as the coldest winter. Juxiu, "It's been a while since we last met each other," he said, every one of his words traveling deep into Tao Master Nine Sword's ears, causing all of the hairs on his body to stand up. Chapter 1036, Those Words at That Time. Chapter 1036, Those Words at That Time. Long time no see, Jixiu. An extremely beautiful ray of sword light suddenly shone as Jian Wushuang finished speaking. It looked extremely perfect as it sliced easily through the void and appeared in front of Jixiu. Not only did it travel with amazing speed, the instant it shone, there was also a strong consciousness attack rushing toward Jixiu. Even so, Jixiu's expression just changed slightly as he met the attack face-on. A gold ray of sword light came rushing forth. Why did my consciousness attack have no effect on him? And how did he manage to block my death shadow when it traveled so quickly? Thought Jian Wushuang, feeling surprised. Clash. The sound of metal striking against metal rang out, as Jian Wushuang's death shadow was blocked. Jixiu's figure had merely been knocked back. He did not suffer any serious wound. Jixiu's strength is much greater than what was described in the research material, thought Jian Wushuang, a serious expression on his face. Is my plan actually failing? He had long known that Jixiu was the precious treasure of the ancient monster clan and that he would have some moves up his sleeve. As such, Jian Wushuang had come up with a plan when he struck. It was to disguise himself as a clansman of the Bone clan who had been driven insane and was looking to fight Jixiu to the death. He would first draw near him and then sprang into action, using his death shadow to behead Jixiu when he was unprepared before subduing him. As a Tao master, even if Jixiu had lost his head, he would still be alive as long as Jian Wushuang kept the life core in his body from completely disintegrating. Everything had gone according to Jian Wushuang's plan at first. He had purposely exposed the aura of an Eternal Realm expert when charging toward Jixiu, and as Jixiu was unaware of his true identity at first, it gave him the prime opportunity to strike. What he did not expect was that Jixiu's strength was much greater than described. Most importantly, Jixiu had been unaffected by his consciousness attack, resulting in his inability to behead Jixiu at the very first instant. Since my plan has failed, I can only use the most simple and violent method of resolving this conflict, Jian Wushuang thought as a glow burst forth from his eyes and his killing intent skyrocketed. He then immediately charged forward. Since his sneak attack had failed, he would have to use brute force. Are you Jian Wushuang? Jixiu was first surprised and angry, but he felt more bewildered than anything else later. He steadied himself and fixed his gaze on Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, however, was in no mood for idle talk. He brandished the Blood Mountain sword with one hand, causing it to expand to a length of about 3 meters before swinging. An extremely ferocious sword light descended upon Jixiu. Not only was it ferocious, but it also seemed as though it could destroy everything in its path. This move was a swordsmanship created by Jian Wushuang himself based on the Scarlet Yang sword principle. It was different from the death shadow in nature. The move was forceful and mighty, destroying everything in its path. As such, Jian Wushuang named it the Heaven's Bane. Like its name suggested, its force was enough to split heaven and earth into two. This move, muttered Jixiu as he observed the strike. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes before the golden long sword in his hand began expanding quickly as well. Whoosh! He swung his sword too, the frightening sword light tearing a hole about 300 meters long in the surrounding void. Soon, there was spatial turbulence around the opening, and combined with the devastating sword essence, a huge storm began to form all of a sudden, and it started to expand in all directions. Both Jixiu and Jian Wushuang were killed in sword principles. Furthermore, both of them had unleashed their strongest attacks in a head-on clash. Just as the two sword lights hit each other, Jixiu coughed out a large mouthful of blood, and he began turning pale. Jian Wushuang, on the other hand, had not experienced any impact. It was as if nothing had happened to him. Humph, Your strength may have been greater than described in the material I acquired, but you're at most close to peak rank 3 level. You're still far away from being able to take me on directly, scoffed Jian Wushuang, his tone icy cold. His voice reverberated throughout the space around them. His figure had once again turned into a sharp sword, and it forcefully teared through the rampaging storm, unexpectedly striking at Jiuxiu again. Evidently, he did not wish to give his opponent any respite. How is this possible? How could Jian Wushuang be so powerful? Jiuxiu thought. He felt that it was incredible. When they had met in the ancient world, Jian Wushuang was as insignificant as an ant, or even worse to him. Then, he could have killed Jian Wushuang over and over again with just one finger if he did not have any scruples. But what about now? Jiuxiu thought. They had clashed head-on and unexpectedly, Jian Wushuang had completely crushed him. Evidently, his opponent was much stronger. How many years have passed? It was only 2,000 years, right? It just took 2,000 years for him to progress to such a level, thought Jiuxiu as he opened his eyes wide. At the same time, he could not help thinking about what Jian Wushuang told him at the Holy Emperor Palace in the ancient world. Every dog has its day, so don't look down on me just because I'm weak now. It was very simple and he had brushed it aside as immature and laughable, but now, it had a huge impact on him. It took him, an aborigine of the ancient world, just 2,000 years to catch up with and even surpass me, muttered Jiuxiu. Jiuxiu, I told you in the ancient world that I'll hunt you down and destroy you someday. Today, I'm going to make my promise come true, said Jian Wushuang, his voice loud enough to cause the heavens to shake. The blood mountain sword in his hand came swinging again. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. One move came after another at an incredible speed. Jian Wushuang was displaying the entire range of his swordsmanships. You think you can do that? Retorted Jiuxiu, his eyes turning red as well. There was also a hint of craziness in his eyes. He did not have any intention of blocking Jian Wushuang's attack, as he was very clear that he was no match for his opponent in terms of strength. He was, however, not anxious at all. He fished out a token just as the strike was about to hit him. He then immediately crushed it. Jian Wushuang, you'll die no matter how you manage to improve your strength, growled Jiuxiu. His face had turned extraordinarily sinister, and it even began to distort. A bone-chilling power was unleashed the instant the token was destroyed. That's not good, said Jian Wushuang as his expression changed suddenly. Quick, retreat now. Gu Qing's growl rang in Jian Wushuang's mind. Jian Wushuang had retreated the instant he sensed the power being released, but it was guided by Jiuxiu and had turned into a blood-red giant hand in an instant. It gave immense pressure to every living thing in the vicinity. The skies changed color the moment the giant hand formed, and the void collapsed in an instant. It then began crushing down on Jian Wushuang's position. Chapter 1037, Suppression. Chapter 1037, Suppression. Boom! The giant hand possessed immense destructive power, and it covered the void around Jian Wushuang entirely, even locking down his movements completely in the process. Even though Jian Wushuang possessed great speed, he could not escape from the effective range of the giant hand and could only watch helplessly as it came crushing down. This is an attack from a celestial master, and not just any ordinary one to boot. You have to be careful, Jian Wushuang, said Gu Qing, sounding extraordinarily solemn. Right, agreed Jian Wushuang, nodding heavily. I've expected Jiuxiu to have some tricks up his sleeve, but I never expected him to possess a token containing a celestial master's attack. Jian Wushuang looked serious as he stared at the giant hand. He could feel its power, and he understood that it was many times more powerful than the strongest blow of Dao Master Dreamless Spear. Even though it was an entry-level technique that was just at the Celestial Master level, it had wounded him seriously. Now, this giant hand, he thought. No matter what, I can't wait to be killed. He looked a little unhinged as the ancient god power came gushing forth into his right arm. Second finger of the ancient god, star extinguishing. Boom! As he struck his finger out, the image of an ancient god appeared out of nowhere, and it mirrored Jian Wushuang's action. Its giant gold finger, which encompassed the power to shatter stars, struck directly at the giant blood-red hand. This move was currently the strongest technique in Jian Wushuang's arsenal. In terms of power, it was much greater than that of the Heaven's Bane he used earlier. Bump! The giant gold finger made direct contact with the giant hand. The instant they touched, the space around them began rupturing, creating a black hole hundreds of kilometers long in the process. The black hole spread with astounding speed, affecting a number of clansmen from the Bone Clan who were nearby. They immediately crumbled into dust particles the instant they were swallowed up by the black hole. There was no way they could struggle away. Two kinds of terrible powers were in a head-on collision. Contrary to belief, such clashes only lasted for an instant, even shorter than the time it took to take a breath. The giant gold finger that was unleashed by Jian Wushuang had been utterly destroyed. There was nothing else stopping the giant hand, and it resumed its path toward Jian Wushuang. "I can only rely on the blood-killing plate armor now," Jian Wushuang said, the fire of defiance raging in his eyes. The terrible hand covered Jian Wushuang completely before its power was completely unleashed. All of a sudden, heaven and earth started to split open. The terrible ripples from the clash had swept toward the edge of the battlefield, and even the Dao Masters standing around the sides looked fearful and dared not to get in contact. The technique had even more devastating effect at the epicenter of the clash. "You should feel proud, Jian Wushuang, that you forced me to use my life-saving item," said Juxiao as he stood in the void, his chilling gaze fixed to the front. In his opinion, only a celestial master could withstand such a terrible blast. Even though Jian Wushuang was powerful, he was still in essence just an eternal realm expert. He would surely be unable to survive after being caught in the center of the blast. Suddenly, however, ching! A piercing wind-breaking sound suddenly rang out. "What?" asked Juxiao incredulously as his expression changed. He immediately turned to see a pale purple lightsaber racing toward him vaguely. There was a figure dressed in black robes standing at the void from where the lightsaber came flying out from, and it was undoubtedly Jian Wushuang. "How is this possible?" thought Juxiao, his eyes wide open with surprise. "How is it that he's perfectly fine after being hit by such a fearsome attack? Also, when did he arrive behind me?" Even though Juxiao was full of amazement, he still managed to block the lightsaber with his own sword. The lightsaber was knocked backward with a resounding clash, as was Juxiao. More importantly, he was headed toward the spot where the might of the giant hand had been unleashed, and the turbulent energy storm created earlier had not subsided entirely. Just at this moment, a ghost-like figure came dashing out from the energy storm. Even though the person cut a sorry figure, he possessed amazing speed, and he struck at Juxiao's figure with his longsword. The sword stroke was as perfect as before, and even though consciousness attack had little effect on Juxiao, it was still made with great speed. The sword light dashed across the void mercilessly. Juxiao could only feel a painful sensation at his throat as his head was detached from his neck and flew off. "Is that doppelganger?" Juxiao asked, his pupils wide open. He had finally realized what was happening, but it was too late. "Sword Mountain, suppress?" Jian Wushuang growled. The Blood Mountain sword in his hand began to transform. What was originally a blood-red sword, which epitomized endless killing, had transformed into a huge mountain in an instant. It descended from above and came pressing down upon Juxiao's torso. At the height of his powers, Juxiao would not have been suppressed by Jian Wushuang, but he had been beheaded, and even though he was still alive, he had temporarily lost the ability to act. There was a buzzing sound as a black hole appeared at the bottom of the mountain, and countless mysterious cracks came swarming out of it. They soon engulfed the entire area and formed into a vast spell formation. The formation had wrapped over Juxiao's body. "No!" Only a growl could be heard from him as he was entirely swallowed up by the black hole. Soon, no sound was coming from him. With a wave of his hand, the mountain transformed back into sword form and reappeared in Jian Wushuang's hand. As he stroked the sword, Jian Wushuang could sense the trapped Juxiao. I succeeded. His eyes were bright with glee, and his slaughter body appeared at his side. He had made detailed preparations before attempting the suppression. Other than making a sneak attack, he had hidden his slaughter body nearby, waiting for the right moment to unleash it. He had succeeded because it attacked at the right moment and was in sync with the movements of his world body. That giant hand was really powerful. I wonder which holy master of the ancient demon clan did it originate from? Jian Wushuang muttered. Its power was not reduced in the least bit even after being hit by his second finger of the ancient god, and it had even pressed onto Jian Wushuang. Luckily, the blood-killing plate armor he was wearing reduced most of the impact, and he managed to withstand the rest of it as his body was extremely tough, due to the fact that he was a 3-star imperial god. Even though he was seriously wounded, it was not enough to destroy him. Chapter 1038. I've earned. Chapter 1038. I've earned. Of course, even though I was tough and muscular and I also had the protection of the blood-killing plate armor, it's still insufficient to withstand the attack of a real celestial master. If there were more attacks like that just now, I would have been unable to hold on, Jian Wushuang thought. He shook his head and then looked toward the battle happening at his side. The other battle was still raging on while Jian Wushuang and Zhou Xiu were locking horns. The two guards of the latter had seen their leader in danger and wanted to come to his rescue, but unfortunately, Army Saber and Rakshasa were keeping them occupied. There was no way they could free themselves up. The shock on their faces was evident when they witnessed Zhou Xiu being suppressed by Jian Wushuang. Release Dao Master 9 Sword quickly, or the ancient monster clan will hunt you to the ends of the earth and make sure there's nothing left of your body, roared the barbarian wielding the giant axe. Hee, to the ends of the earth? Talk to me again when you can really do that, giggled Jian Wushuang before tossing an interspatial ring in Army Saber's direction. This is your balance payment, Army Saber. I hope you can keep them occupied for a while longer, said Jian Wushuang. The killer received the ring and gave it the once-over. Both of us can delay them for another 15 minutes. The experts of the ancient monster clan will arrive shortly after that time, and both of us have to leave before that happens, he replied, nodding. That's enough, said Jian Wushuang, smiling slightly. He then turned and dashed toward the vast space toward their back, not giving any further attention to the other people present. Bastard, don't flee if you dare, shouted the barbarian after Jian Wushuang. Fool, he's already captured Dao Master 9 Sword. Do you mean that he should remain behind like an idiot for the experts from your clan to arrive? Replied Army Saber sarcastically. Accursed, shouted the barbarian, his expression extremely unpleasant. He and the other peak rank 3 Dao Master had very much wanted to shake Army Saber and Rakshasa loose and chase after Jian Wushuang, but they were evenly matched and furthermore, both killers were especially skilled at holding their opponents up. They could not hope to go anywhere as long as Army Saber and Rakshasa kept coming at them. The two killers stuck to their promise and tangled with their opponents for exactly 15 minutes more. After the allotted time was up, their figures began retreating. Now that 15 minutes is up, Army Saber and I will not stop both of you from going where you want, Rakshasa said as she laughed demurely. You two bastards. The two Dao Masters looked extremely grim, and even though they were free to move now, they had already lost the motivation to chase after Jian Wushuang. After all, 15 minutes had already gone by. It was a short period of time, but their strength enabled them to fight for many rounds during this period. It was also enough time for Jian Wushuang to have fled thousands of kilometers away, and without proper guidance, it would be pointless to chase after someone at such a far distance away. They would just be lost. The ancient monster clan will remember what happened today, Army Saber and Rakshasa. If anything happens to Dao Master 9 Sword, The entire Blood Saber organization will accompany him in death, growled the barbarian. Humph, do you think that will scare us? Replied Army Saber, entirely disregarding the warning. Even though the ancient monster clan is strong, our organization is no pushover either. If you guys really want to come after us, I can't say what will happen to us, but your clansmen will only be able to remain indoors for the rest of your lives. We'll assassinate anyone that steps outdoors, added Rakshasa in a chilly tone. It made the barbarian even angrier. Fine, we shall see. Let's go, the barbarian said. He then left with the other Dao Master. They were already in no mood to exterminate the Bone Clan. Army Saber and Rakshasa were standing side by side in the void above the Bone Clan district. This time, the ancient monster clan must be mad with rage, said Army Saber coldly. Hee, after all, something did happen to Dao Master Ninesword, their precious darling. It would be weird if they didn't go berserk, giggled Rakshasa. I'm more curious about our client than the reaction of the ancient monster clan. Earlier on, when he told us to hold the 2 guards, I thought that he would assign another expert to handle Dao Master Ninesword. Who would have thought that he would do it by himself? Furthermore, he succeeded in suppressing Dao Master Ninesword. When the Dao Master unleashed his trump card, the Celestial Master's attack, he actually survived. Only one person in the entire Samsara continent, nay, the entire Green Fire world, could be an Eternal Realm expert and yet have such ability. Jian Wushuang, exclaimed Army Saber as he squinted slightly. Both killers had guessed their client's identity after watching him suppress Dao Master Ninesword. The answer was so obvious that not much guessing was really required. Jian Wushuang was the only Eternal Realm expert in the Green Fire world that possessed so much skill and tactics that defied the natural order of things. I didn't expect our client to be the Jian Wushuang who was so famous of late, said Rakshasa as she laughed softly. He's really daring. Previously, he killed the only son of Empyrean Patriarch, leading him to place a bounty of 20 Chaos Gems on his head. It resulted in everyone wanting a piece of him, but now, he wants to go against the even scarier Ancient Monster Clan, and even managed to offend them so greatly. Tisk, Army Saber added, secretly admiring Jian Wushuang. Oh yes, his whereabouts are worth 20 Chaos Gems. Should we? Started Rakshasa, but she was soon cut off by her partner. I've already reported the entire matter, and whatever those old fellas decide on has nothing to do with us. Our task is completed, and it's best for us to leave, said Army Saber. Right? Rakshasa nodded, and both of them immediately prepared to leave. Only the experts of the Bone Clan remained, and every one of them was puzzled. They had not managed to figure out the entire chain of events up till now. In the same isolated shop in the Emperor Heart City, the skinny elder that had served Jian Wushuang had now received the message transmitted back by Army Saber. Oh, so, that kid's Jian Wushuang? Said the skinny elder. He was surprised at first, but soon, he began to understand. Actually, I should have thought about it earlier. How could any ordinary Eternal Realm expert hand over 28 Chaos Gems just like that? To think that Empyrean Patriarch was hellbent on finding him. Who would have guessed that our Blood Saber organization would be the first to know where he is, he continued, a slight smile forming on his lips. He then took out a token and informed Empyrean Patriarch about Jian Wushuang's whereabouts. This mission, although offended the Ancient Monster Clan, but got 28 Chaos Gems, plus 20 more from Empyrean Patriarch, nearly 50, earned, I earned. Chapter 1039, Shaking with Rage. Chapter 1039, Shaking with Rage. To think that Jian Wushuang would have fled to the divine monster territory. First, he offended me, and now, he's causing so many problems for the Ancient Monster Clan. The eyes of Empyrean Patriarch glowed as he received the news. Now the Dao Master Ninesword has been captured alive. The Ancient Monster Clan will be hellbent on hunting down Jian Wushuang. Even so, that kid can only be killed by me. set forth 10 protectors. In this manner, Empyrean Patriarch led the 10 protectors to the divine monster territory. At the same time, something was happening within the ancient monster clan. News of Dao Master Nine Sword's capture by Jian Wushuang immediately reached them, causing the clansmen to shake with rage. Everyone in the Samsara continent knows that Nine Sword is our darling. How dare you, Jian Wushuang? Luckily, I had left a mysterious crack on Nine Sword's body a long time ago as a precaution. Since there's still a reaction from it, he should still be alive. I'll go to fetch Nine Sword back, personally. Along the way, I'll destroy that Jian Wushuang. As such, Celestial Master Winter Whistle, one of the 3 celestial masters of the ancient monster clan, set forth to rescue Juxiu. Since leaving the Bone Clan district, Jian Wushuang had been traveling forward. Juxiu. Jian Wushuang's gaze was icy cold as he transmitted his consciousness into the Blood Mountain Sword. He also triggered a few restrictions within the tip of the sword as well. These restrictions were brutal and could cause a lot of suffering and pain to the intended victim. Juxiu's body had already been restored, but wave after wave of restrictions began to torture him now. The deep pain he felt caused his face to completely distort. I want to know everything about my mother, as well as her current location. Tell me all of it, or else, Jian Wushuang said. Juxiu managed to squeeze out a thin smile from his contorted face upon hearing his captor's request. It looked extremely hideous. Hee, Jian Wushuang, are you taking me for a fool? If I tell you everything, would I still be alive? You'll still die even if you keep quiet, replied Jian Wushuang coldly. Then we shall see who gets to die first, retorted Juxiu, looking very unhinged. He was very clear that the reason he was still alive was that Jian Wushuang wanted to know about some secrets from him. As such, there was a possibility he could survive if he refused to cooperate. After all, the Celestial Master from the ancient monster clan was on the way to rescue him. He was sure that Jian Wushuang would kill him outright without hesitation if he started speaking. You are indeed stubborn. I want to see how long you can withstand this torture, Jian Wushuang said firmly in a low voice. He unleashed the power of the restrictions again, causing the pain Juxiu was facing to increase by many times. Juxiu could only try his best to withstand it. Also, there was someone else in the tip of the sword. He began shouting desperately now. Jian Wushuang, how you want to torture him has nothing to do with me. Absolutely nothing at all. Your restrictions are affecting me too, Arg. Halt. Halt immediately. The person's screams were pitiful and terrible. Evidently, he was undergoing huge torment. Oh, is that Su Ming? Jian Wushuang sneered. Many years ago, Jian Wushuang had trapped Su Ming, the traitor of the bloodline of the sword ancestor, in the tip of his sword, torturing him as and when he liked. After so many years of continuous suffering, the traitor had long lost his temper, and Jian Wushuang had lost interest in trying to make him suffer. Today, however, Jian Wushuang had trapped Juxiu in the same sword and began to impose restrictions again. Even though Juxiu bore the brunt of it, a small portion of it was still transmitted to Su Ming. Naturally, Su Ming hollered as he started to suffer all over again. Jian Wushuang, however, was not bothered by him. There are many restrictions in the tip of the sword that can be used to torture, and they are all very powerful. It's a pity that I can't trigger some of them now, muttered Jian Wushuang to himself. It had been many years since he obtained the Blood Mountain Sword. It could be used to kill and suppress. Jian Wushuang was fully aware of the sword's usefulness in killing. It was even better than many emperor weapons. That said, he felt that its second function was even more exceptional. The only problem was that he was still unable to unlock the full potential of said function. The treasures my teacher gave me are all unique in their own right. As if the Blood Mountain Sword, he continued muttering. It's indeed unique, Gu King said suddenly. Before, I also thought of it as merely a stronger emperor weapon, but I soon realized that it was so special that it was beyond a magic weapon, mostly due to its suppression capability. Just this function alone increases its worth by a lot. Perhaps it's even as valuable as the blood-killing plate armor you obtained. Jin Wushuang could not help but laugh as he heard Gu King's comments. The armor is an extremely rare and wonderful chaos magic treasure. If the sword is of about the same value as it must be very powerful. In the entire Green Fire world, even some of the strongest Samsara and Void Temple Masters or Tang Emperor did not possess any chaos magic treasure, but Jin Wushuang already had two. Besides, he also had an incomplete mountain river map, which could also be classified as a chaos divine treasure. We shall keep Juxiu in the tip of the sword for a while longer. I don't believe that he won't crack after receiving a certain amount of torture over time, thought Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang, I'm afraid things are not as easy as you think, Gu King's voice suddenly rang out. What's wrong? Asked Jin Wushuang, furrowing his eyebrows. I just noticed that Juxiu had a mysterious crack on his body. If I guess correctly, it was purposely made by one of the ancient monster clan's celestial masters. They probably will be able to sense his location from the tattoo, said Gu King. What? Asked Jin Wushuang, his expression changing. Even though such a tactic was not very useful under normal circumstances, it would come in handy during emergency situations such as this. It was exactly like the time when Tang Emperor had left a mark on Lung Rushuang when she left. He then gave Jin Wushuang a token so that he could use it to find his wife if he went venturing in the eternal chaotic world. The tattoo on Juxiu worked in the same way. The ancient monster clan had put it on Juxiu solely to protect him. The ancient monster clan can hunt you down easily as long as the mysterious crack exists. If everything goes according to my expectations, one of their celestial masters is already on his way here, Gu King said. Gu King, can't you get rid of it? Asked Jin Wushuang. I can remove it within half a day's time if he doesn't resist. If he does, it'll be much harder to get rid of it, said Gu King in a deep tone. It'll take half a day even if he cooperates, replied Jin Wushuang, frowning. It was way too long. The expert from the ancient monster clan would have caught up with him long before that. Chapter 1040. It's worth a risk. Chapter 1040. It's worth a risk. Jin Wushuang, that Juxiu is acting so tough because he knows that the expert from the ancient monster clan will come to his rescue. It'll be impossible for you to extract the information you need from him before they arrive. Therefore, I suggest you kill him outright, suggested Gu King solemnly. Kill him? Jin Wushuang asked as he squinted slightly. He was full of killing intent when faced with Juxiu. Indeed, he wanted Juxiu dead immediately. Before that could happen, however, he still needed to find out about his mother's whereabouts and also many secrets about the ancient monster clan. I spent so much effort in capturing Juxiu, and now that I have a chance to find out where my mother is, how could I give up so easily? Asked Jin Wushuang as he clenched his fists together, feeling increasingly indignant. Right, I'm indignant, he thought. He spent so much effort to subdue Juxiu, and had even given up 28 Chaos Gems just to hire the two killers from the Blood Saber organization to help him. He did all these because he had wanted Juxiu to tell him what he wanted to know. If I merely wanted him dead, why would I go through so much trouble? Now that I've subdued Juxiu, how could I allow all my effort to go to waste out of fear of the ancient monster clan's expert? Jin Wushuang's eyes glinted with a sharp glare as he thought about the matter. Whiz! Jin Wushuang, who had been traversing quickly, suddenly stopped in his tracks. His slaughter body had suddenly appeared. He passed his interspatial ring, along with many other treasures, to the slaughter body. Have you really made up your mind, Jin Wushuang? Gu King's voice rang in his head again. Right, nodded Jin Wushuang heavily. I'll let my slaughter body carry my treasures, including the mountain river map, into hiding, so that my life will be secure. Then, my world body will bring my blood mountain sword and blood-killing plate armor to engage the ancient monster clan. I have many tricks up my sleeve, and now that Juxiu is in my hands, I can contend with and even discuss terms with the ancient monster clan. Even if we end up trying to kill each other, they cannot kill my world body. Also, even if my world body is somehow destroyed by the ancient monster clan, I'll just be losing the Blood Mountain Sword and the blood-killing plate armor. I won't be dying there. I can still try to get my items back if I lose them, but if I lose this chance to interrogate Juxiu, I may never get another shot at him. My father did not hesitate when he made the irreversible decision to become a reincarnator, all because he wanted to have a chance of meeting my mother again, even though it was only a slight one. Today, I have the rare chance of knowing where my mother is, and it's definitely a risk worth taking. Jian Wushuang spoke in a low tone, his expression serious. He had already made up his mind. In this case, go for it. With your blood-killing plate armor and my restorative power, even a celestial master would not find it easy to kill you, said Gu King solemnly. Jian Wushuang could not control his emotions and gave off a laugh. His slaughter body immediately began hiding in a secluded spot, while his world body carried the Blood Mountain Sword, along with Juxiu, who was suppressed in it, to continue traversing forward. Whilst doing so, he kept increasing the suffering and pressure on Juxiu. He was now in a contest with Juxiu to see who could hang on for a longer time. Either Juxiu would give up trying to withstand the suffering of being restricted within the Sword Mountain and tell Jian Wushuang everything he wanted to know, or Jian Wushuang would be found by the expert from the ancient monster clan and be destroyed. Whoever lasted longer would emerge as the victor. After Jian Wushuang had finished making preparations for his risky venture, the expert from the ancient monster clan was already drawing near. Soon, I'm already close. Celestial Master Winter Whistle from the ancient monster clan appeared as a flash of lightning as he zoomed through the void, his gaze fixed in front. He could sense that the mysterious crack on Juxiu's body was somewhere in the distance. 1 more hour. I can catch up with him by 1 hour at most. 9 Sword. I hope you can hold on for another hour, muttered the Celestial Master. Just at this moment, Celestial Master Winter Whistle, a message suddenly came to him. The Celestial Master's expression changed, and he took out a token immediately. Empyrean Patriarch? Asked Celestial Master Winter Whistle, feeling surprised. He had seen Empyrean Patriarch once before personally, but they were not really acquainted with one another. He possessed the message token because Empyrean Patriarch had some issues with the ancient monster clan in the past. Even so, Celestial Master Winter Whistle knew about the bounty of 20 Chaos Gems that he had placed on Jian Wushuang. He had already known what he wanted. Empyrean Patriarch, are you here for that Jian Wushuang? Celestial Master Winter Whistle transmitted his reply. Yes, replied Empyrean Patriarch. He killed my son, and naturally, I have to kill him to take revenge for my son. I heard that you're after him as well, and unless I'm mistaken, you've already locked on to his position, right? Indeed I am, nodded Celestial Master Winter Whistle. Tell me his current location. I want to cut that young fool into pieces, said Empyrean Patriarch coldly. I can't tell you his position, but I hope that you can assure the safety of Tao Master Ninesword when you strike, Empyrean Patriarch, replied Celestial Master Winter Whistle. Oh, he's not dead yet? Said Empyrean Patriarch as he laughed nonchalantly, but he then nodded and continued, I promise you. That's good. His current location is... Celestial Master Winter Whistle showed Empyrean Patriarch where Jian Wushuang currently was. Empyrean Patriarch hurried to the location with a few experts. Haha, it just happens that the young fool is fleeing toward my current spot. If everything goes as expected, we will meet soon, Empyrean Patriarch said in a clear voice. Empyrean Patriarch, please remember to ensure that Tao Master Ninesword will be safe, Celestial Master Winter Whistle kept reminding. Under the infinite void was a vast plain. Jian Wushuang, who was wearing a blood-red long robe and carrying a long sword on his back, was traversing forward at great speed. I've lost exactly 4 hours since subduing Juxiu. I believe the expert from the ancient monster clan is nearby now, muttered Jian Wushuang. When he lifted his head, however, he could clearly see a headstrong old man with neat, short hair and a slender face standing at the peak of a hill at the far end of his view. The elder was as sharp as an eagle, and he looked directly toward Jian Wushuang, his sight piercing through the void. Just his gaze alone made Jian Wushuang feel fearful without being aware of it. He had stopped abruptly and looked at the elder too. I'm Empyrean Patriarch. An angry voice rang out, and it sounded like the endless rumbling of thunder bursting forth from the endless void, passing to Jian Wushuang's ears at the same time. Empyrean Patriarch? Thought Jian Wushuang as he got a huge shock. Chapter 1041. Bash My Way Through. Chapter 1041. Bash My Way Through. The ancient monster clan is already exerting enormous pressure on me by itself. Now even Empyrean Patriarch is here. Things are turning bad really quickly. Jian Wushuang, I've finally found you. Empyrean Patriarch fixed his gaze on Jian Wushuang before making his move. Even though there was a considerable distance between them, Empyrean Patriarch's huge hand came stretching toward Jian Wushuang, continuously expanding as it passed through the void. It came smashing toward Jian Wushuang, finally growing to the height of a huge mountain. Jian Wushuang steeled himself and decided to meet the attack head-on with his sword. Heaven's Bane. Immense ancient god power gushed into his arms in an instant, allowing Jian Wushuang to completely unleash the power of the three sword principles he created. Break through the attack. His move was extremely powerful and strong, and it smashed directly into the huge mountain. Bang! There was a huge sound and large amounts of power began to disperse into the surrounding at an insane speed, as if a lot of rocks were rolling off from the huge mountain. Jian Wushuang grunted softly before stumbling a few steps back. He's too strong. Jian Wushuang looked a little dumbstruck. Empyrean Patriarch had just casually struck at him, and the power of his blow was already buffered by the great distance between them. But yet, Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship had been completely outclassed and he was even knocked back. Such power. You really deserve your fearsome reputation, Empyrean Patriarch. Your strength is indeed formidable. Jian Wushuang gushed. Humph, yours is not too bad as well. You managed to withstand my attack. It's no wonder that you managed to kill my son. Today, however, I will have my revenge, roared Empyrean Patriarch. Revenge? Let's see if you have the capability to do that, growled Jian Wushuang. The next instant, however, he turned abruptly and dashed toward the void at his side. Evidently, he wanted to escape. Are you trying to escape? Empyrean Patriarch sneered. Do you think you'll be able to do that? The look on Jian Wushuang's face changed as he saw 10 figures suddenly appearing at the void before him. What? He exclaimed. The figures stood side by side, all of them giving off an aura of dominance. There was exactly 3 peak rank 3 Dao Masters amongst them, while the other 7 were close to achieving that status. They were the 10 protectors of Empyrean Patriarch. At this moment, they stood before Jian Wushuang, blocking his retreat. Empyrean Patriarch is before me, while the expert of the ancient monster clan is close behind. Furthermore, my only escape route is blocked by these 10 people, said Jian Wushuang as his expression turned grim. Very quickly, however, there was a look of craziness in his eyes. The only remaining option left is for me to bash my way through. I don't have a choice. The killing intent in Jian Wushuang multiplied quickly, as did the might of the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. He easily navigated his way through the void in a phantom-like manner, and he did not slow down in the least bit even though he knew that 10 powerful Dao Masters were in his way. He's got guts. He's trying to force his way through us. Humph, he's overconfident. Since he's courting death, let's fulfill his wish. Each of the 10 Dao Masters wore a chilling look. Swish, 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 swish. All of them struck simultaneously, just as Jian Wushuang was drawing near. They had joined forces to take Jian Wushuang down. All of them were extremely powerful Dao Masters, and there were even 3 that possessed peak rank 3 strength. All of the attacks made were either quick and violent, berserk in nature, or lightning fast. Jian Wushuang looked unhinged himself as he rapidly struck out with the Blood Mountain sword. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Ray after ray of sword light flew toward the protectors. Jin Wushuang had unleashed the entire might of the Aurora sword principle as well as his own swordsmanship. Sounds of weapons clashing rang out, and even though Jin Wushuang had used his full repertoire of skills, he only managed to block 6 of them. The other 4 hit him without any buffer, but luckily his defensive capabilities were so strong that they defied the natural order. As a result, not much damage was done, and he only felt his blood churning. The kid's defense is indeed strong. So what? If the 10 of us join forces, he'll still be dead by the end of the day. Kill him. The killing intent of the 10 Dao Masters multiplied, and in an instant, wave after wave of fearsome attacks came raining down upon Jin Wushuang again. Wait, my swordsmanship is still too slow. I have to be quicker so that I can block all of their attacks at the same time. Jin Wushuang was looking pale, but at this moment, he was feeling completely calm. He was in a state of unprecedented calmness and concentration. It was what made Jin Wushuang unique. The tougher the situation, the clearer his thoughts became. His eyes suddenly gleamed as he saw the attacks coming. Get lost, all of you. Buzz. He unleashed his fearsome swordsmanship. It looked as if he had just made one blow with his sword, but in reality, 10 sword lights had been released in an instant. Not only were they traveling at amazing speed, but each of them were also terribly powerful. They seemed to smash right into the Dao Master's attacks simultaneously, and their power was completely unleashed. Suddenly, the 10 Dao Masters were knocked back. Jin Wushuang took the opportunity to sneak his way through their ranks. Just like this, he managed to slip out easily from their encirclement. He immediately began to flee at an astounding speed the moment he shook free of their attacks. The 10 Dao Masters, who took a while to steady themselves, were all feeling surprisingly excitable at having witnessed his escape. How was that possible? How could his swordsmanship be so quick? It happened so fast that even though he made 10 moves in one shot, it gave one the feeling that he only made one. 3 of us are at peak rank 3 while the rest are advanced rank 3 Dao Masters. We couldn't stop him even after joining forces? The Dao Masters were dumbstruck. Empyrean Patriarch, who had not taken part in the attack and was standing on the mountain, felt extremely surprised too. He thought that there was no way Jin Wushuang could have escaped the combined might of his 10 protectors, and he did not expect his hated enemy to bash his way through their barricade. He started to feel restless. "A bunch of trash," he shouted at the Dao Masters. In the next instant, his figure had turned into a pitch-black, flowing light as it chased after Jin Wushuang with terrifying speed. He was the swiftest member of the Sky-Devouring clan, and he was known as the Sky-Devouring Bat. As such, he was most confident about his speed. He was so much faster than Jin Wushuang that he soon appeared close behind his enemy, even though Jin Wushuang had a huge head start. Empyrean Patriarch is extremely fast. I've achieved a breakthrough in my E-Aurora sword principle and made it reach the universe level, so my speed has increased greatly. Even so, the disparity between his speed and mine is very obvious, Jin Wushuang thought. He had also noticed Empyrean Patriarch's appearance. Chapter 1042, Fleeing for My Life. Chapter 1042, Fleeing for My Life. A moment ago, Jin Wushuang had achieved a breakthrough in his Aurora sword principle. It was the second sword principle that he created. His sword principles had kept improving during his 50 years in the Firmament territory after leaving the Rock Demon clan. His Coalescence sword principle had achieved the universe level, while his Aurora sword principle was close to achieving that level. Jin Wushuang had remained extremely calm when faced with the encirclement of the 10 Dao Masters earlier on, but his hidden potential had been unleashed, resulting in his breakthrough in the Aurora sword principle. He managed to block all of the 10 Dao Masters' attacks and even knock them back due to this sudden increase in speed of his swordsmanship. Since all 3 of my sword principles have reached the universe level, my overall strength must have increased again. I'm currently still no match for a celestial master, but I must be close, Jin Wushuang thought to himself. Jin Wushuang, why are you still thinking about such things now? You should be coming up with a plan to shake off Empyrean Patriarch. He is a sky-devouring bat at the Holy Master level and much quicker than you. Furthermore, he has not shown his original form. Once he does, his speed will surely be increased by many times. Gu Qing's voice rang out again. Hearing this, Jin Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He had also noticed that the distance between Empyrean Patriarch and himself was drawing ever nearer. He estimated that Empyrean Patriarch would be able to catch up with him after a little while more. I don't have a choice. I can only go all in and hope for the best, Jin Wushuang thought. He clasped his hands together and said, Gu Qing, lend me all your strength. Fine, Gu Qing nodded. Jin Wushuang narrowed his eyes once again. Dragon Blood Secret Skill. Buzz. In an instant, the vast amounts of spiritual power in Jin Wushuang's body began to ignite. Layers of blood-red vapor were emitted from his body. With spiritual power raging in his body, his speed had increased tenfold all of an instant. Whoosh! He seemed to have completely transformed into a ray of blood-red light as he zoomed across the void, covering thousands of kilometers in an instant. Empyrean Patriarch, who was close behind and catching up to Jin Wushuang, was shocked upon seeing the change in speed of his enemy. What's going on? How did that brat's speed increase by so much all of a sudden? It felt as though it increased more than tenfold in an instant. Jin Wushuang had already surprised Empyrean Patriarch with his speed earlier on, but now, with the sudden huge increase, his speed had already exceeded that of a rank 3 Dao Master. Even an ordinary Celestial Master would be hard-pressed to match his current speed. What secret skill did he use? Empyrean Patriarch thought, frowning. He deduced that Jin Wushuang must have used some special secret skill to achieve the huge sudden increase in speed. Even though there was no lack of secret skills in the green fire world that could increase one's speed quickly, they grew less effective once the user's strength improved. A secret skill sold in the Divine Monster territory not long ago was a good example. It could increase a rank 3 Dao Master's speed by 2 times, but only 30% of a Celestial Master's speed. Even so, it was treated like treasure and sought after by many experts. 2 Celestial Masters even personally appeared at the auction to compete with one another for ownership of the skill. Now, however, Jin Wushuang's secret skill could increase his speed by 10 times. What did this mean? Empyrean Patriarch thought. Humph, he grunted. He then unleashed one of his secret skills as well, resulting in him being able to move at maximum speed. Even so, he could only remain far behind Jin Wushuang and was unable to close up the distance between them. Humph, even though his secret skill is effective, he surely has to pay a high price for using it. I don't believe that the brat can keep this up for long, Empyrean Patriarch muttered, his gaze chilling. Jin Wushuang's speed did not diminish in the least bit. Haha, Jin Wushuang, you have many tricks up your sleeve. It's the first time I saw you use this secret skill. I didn't expect that your speed could increase so greatly by burning off the spiritual power in you. Such a secret skill is rarely seen even in the eternal chaotic world, Gu Qing said, his laughter ringing in Jin Wushuang's mind. It's a secret skill passed on to me by my teacher. Even though I have to pay a steep price for using it, it's definitely most useful when fleeing, replied Jin Wushuang. Your teacher is indeed formidable. He has so many tactics and treats you extremely well. He gave you so many wonderful things, said Gu Qing, laughing. I still remember his kindness and good deeds toward me. However, he told me that he could only give me these things, and that if I still had any wishes to fulfill, I had to pay my own price for them, Jin Wushuang replied. Right, that's normal. A teacher that really cares for his disciple will never overly pamper him or her. It's more than enough for him to have given you these treasures, Gu Qing said. Let's leave that aside for now. Gu Qing, I'm expending a lot of my spiritual power. Can you help me regenerate quickly enough? Asked Jin Wushuang. I can't help you completely recover if you expend your spiritual power too quickly, even if I gave it my all. I could, however, help you to continue using it for a much longer time. Let's say if you can maintain usage of the secret skill for one day by yourself. I could extend that to 3 days at least, replied Gu King solemnly. That's more than enough, Jin Wushuang said as he smiled. At the same time, he fished out a few elixirs. He got them from the experts he killed, and they could help him recover his spiritual power. Even though he had left most of his treasures with his slaughter body, he retained a few of them on his world body. Most of them were meant for treating injuries, and 2 of them were elixirs that could help him recover half of his spiritual power instantly. They were left to him by Dao Yuanzi. With these elixirs and Gu King's aid, he believed he could maintain the amount of spiritual power burned by using the first level of Dragon Blood secret skill for a few days and possibly even much longer. Furthermore, he believed that Zhu Xiu could not possibly continue to withstand the restrictions for more than a few days. 2 figures, one chasing after the other, had traversed across thousands of kilometers of space in only an instant. Empyrean Patriarch had originally believed that Jin Wushuang could not have withstood the usage of his secret skill for long, but as time passed, 7 minutes, 15 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, Jin Wushuang did not seem to be slowing down even after 4 hours. Instead, Empyrean Patriarch had to start consuming elixirs to maintain usage of his own secret skill. He had also used up much of his spiritual power. Both of them had traversed across great distances during these 4 hours, passing by many districts of different populations and cities. Many experts were shocked by the wild chase. Chapter 1043, Great Commotion. Chapter 1043, Great Commotion. The pursuit caused quite a commotion despite having gone on for only 4 hours. It was a great commotion, in fact. It rippled through the divine monster territory and even the Samsara continent. I've repeatedly warned Jian Wushuang to be careful and keep a low profile, but it's like he's deliberately going around and causing trouble. To think that he'd once again suppressed Dao Master Zhujian of the ancient demon clan. Elder Dingimo of the inner hall of the Samsara temple said with admiration, shaking his head after hearing the news. Jian Wushuang sure has guts. He killed Patriarch of Empyrean Glory's son, and then suppressed Dao Master Zhujian of the ancient demon clan. Patriarch of Empyrean Glory is now going after him, and the ancient demon clan certainly won't let him off either. Will he be able to survive this time? Dreamless Dao Master followed suit in sighing. Jian Wushuang, Dragon Wing Governor, felt worried for Jian Wushuang after hearing the news. Patriarch of Empyrean Glory alone is a formidable enemy, but now he has provoked the ancient demon clan as well. Sigh. I hope that God will bless him. As high-level experts of the Samsara Temple, Dingimo and Dreamless Dao Master naturally had gotten the news at once. Dragon Wing Governor, being a man with great connections, also learned of the news as soon as they did. The news traveled to the various influences, clans, and experts in the Samsara continent at the same time. The 4 great clans of the Samsara continent, the Blood Azura clan. The Blood Azura clan was the only one out of the numerous clans in the Samsara continent that could rival the ancient demon clan. These 2 clans were much stronger than the other 2 top clans. The ancient demon clan had yet to receive public recognition despite being barely considered the best population of the Samsara continent. That was due to the existence of the Blood Azura clan. Just then, inside the grounds of the Blood Azura clan, countless pavilions covered every nook of a mountain that stood tall within an ancient forest that appeared endless at a glance. There was a beautiful girl dressed in black, standing on the top floor of a pavilion that was so tall that it pierced the clouds. Though the girl appeared delicate, her aura was strong enough to make ordinary Dao masters to quake in fear. The pavilion, located on the peak of the mountain, was most certainly the most important building of the clan. Most of the internal information that the clan gathered over its long lifespan was kept here. Naturally, this building was heavily guarded. Even among the whole Blood Azura clan, no more than 10 clan members were qualified to enter this building. Only 3 had access to the top floor, and the black-robed girl was one of them. The girl stood impassively on the top floor of the pavilion, overlooking everything below. She was deep in thought, with a hint of melancholy in her gaze. Two figures flitted across the void next to the pavilion. They chatted as they traveled through the void. The girl had intended to ignore them, but when she heard their conversation, her face changed. You've heard the news, I suppose? That infamous patriarch of Empyrean glory is now hunting down Jian Wushuang? The other chuckled. How could I not know this big news? I even heard that Jian Wushuang suppressed Dao Master Zhu Jian of the ancient demon clan, angering the clan so much that they're also going after him. Jian Wushuang sure is audacious. Humph. Audacious? I think he's digging his own grave. With Patriarch of Empyrean glory and the ancient demon clan teaming up, I don't believe he'll be able to escape. The ones talking were Dao Masters of the Blood Azura clan. They were fairly famous in the Samsara continent and well-connected to boot. The great commotion and frantic pursuit sent such shockwaves through the entire divine demon territory and Samsara continent that they were naturally aware of it. They were happily chatting when they heard a sudden whooshing sound and the girl in black appeared in front of them. They were taken aback at the sight of the girl and then quickly bowed to her. Paying our respects to you, Celestial Emperor. The Dao Masters looked exceptionally deferential. Which Jian Wushuang are you referring to? The girl asked, sounding a little impatient. Her question caught them by surprise, but one of them, an old man with silver hair, immediately replied, We're not too clear ourselves about Jian Wushuang's background. All we know is that he has terrifying strong battle strength despite being in the Eternal Realm. He's strong enough to kill even Dao Masters in the peak of rank 3. Moreover, it's said that he's from the ancient world and very young to boot. It's only been 2,000 years since his birth. Oh, the girl's eyes gleamed. He's from the ancient world and it's only been 2,000 years since his birth? Yet he's exceptionally strong? Is it him? The girl muttered to herself. Even so, the answer was firm in her heart. The green fire world was so large, after all. The ancient world had gone through countless cycles of maturity and replacement. There would be countless men who were called Jian Wushuang. It wouldn't be surprising to see two people with the same name and a similar cultivation age. Uncertain as she was, she still decided to go there and figure it out. Mount Xiong, let's go. The moment the girl decided to set out on her journey, silhouettes appeared behind her with whooshing sounds one after another. There were no less than 10 shadows, all of them emanating decently strong auras. The one standing closest to the girl was especially powerful. It was an apathetic, bear-like man with an incomparably tall and sturdy stature. His aura evidently put him above the level of Dao Masters. He was a genuine celestial master. I hope it's him. The girl clasped her hands tightly, a hint of expectation peeking through her pupils. The apathetic, bear-like man and the group of Dao Masters followed after her. They soon made their way out of the Blood Azura clan. Over in the divine demon territory, above the vast void. Swoosh! A blood-like flowing light streaked across the void. Then, a black silhouette followed, flitting across the void just as quickly. Jian Wushuang and Patriarch of Empyrean glory were still engaged in a frantic pursuit. It had been exactly 4 hours since the pursuit began. That brat, how can it be? Patriarch of Empyrean glory focused on Jian Wushuang in front of him, looking displeased. He had assumed that the secret skill that gave Jian Wushuang such speed and explosive acceleration would deplete the latter's energy and greatly diminish his endurance. Now, he felt like he had been slapped on the face. Jian Wushuang was still not showing signs of stopping after 4 hours, and his aura remained incomparably strong. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.